This land is calling.
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I she sing what I had dreamed.
This land is calling. I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
It's showtime.
Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Today starts the long journey for the racers out there on that very stage to not only become maybe back-to-back champion for one team, but for others to become champions in general, something they've been thinking about for one long year when we were here last year in 2024. We're talking a lot of money on the line. We got the Club Championship trophy coming back into the mix, and well, more importantly, we have new faces and as well as returning faces looking to submit their names into the history books of the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mac Backham as well as James Baldwin. Boys, great to see you, both competitors for a long time, but more importantly, competitors here in Riyadh at one point or another. Now, joining as analysts. It's going to be a different feeling, but it's going to be wonderful to hear what y'all have to say. Mac, great to see you, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, likewise. I'm feeling really good. Obviously, was here 2 years as a competitor, but now being on the other side, it's awesome. It's really cool seeing how this event kind of gets organized, and yeah, I'm really excited for today and seeing the races.
There's a lot that goes into it, isn't it? As opposed to just walking in, right, hopping in your sim, getting ready. You're focused on one thing. Here, you're focused on a million things.
Yeah, exactly. So when you walk in as a driver, you're just focused on driving, and everything around you is just like, okay, it's kind of happening.
Right.
But seeing it from this side is unbelievable how much goes on into production, and yeah, it's really cool to witness.
A lot of talented people working on production line. We always appreciate them. Long hours too, which is, hey, they get the job done though. James, great to see you, man. You got a long history in sim racing, traditional racing as well. It's going to be nice to hear your opinions throughout the 4 days of competition.
Yeah, it's a different pressure being sat here with you guys on the sofa, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be, I mean, this is the highest level of sim racing in terms of esports and competition, so it's going to be a super interesting week, and yeah, glad to be here.
Without a doubt, glad to have you both. We're going to be, of course, I'm going to be picking your brain at least. I'm new to sim racing, new to the racing scene in general, so it's great to have the experts on the desk, as well as some others who will be joining throughout the 4 days of competition. We are back for the Esports World Cup. This is week one, the first chance for teams to get points for the Club Championship trophy, something that we did last year. It returns this year. So much money. And by the way, let me just let the video play it out. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's get you caught up to speed.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
$27 million. 7 million for just first place. An incredible amount of money. Team Falcons, the winners from last year, looking to go back-to-back this year. But can they do it? Well, they've got some hot competition without question. Max $7 million. That is a ton of money an org can use to better their programs, better their players, their games, really do anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and how the whole structure here works with all the competitions, it's really awesome. It really incentivizes teams to kind of branch out into different games that they might not have before. I think that's probably one of the best things that can happen in esports.
Without a doubt, an Esports World Cup should be going on for several more years. That's a lot of money to reinvest into your team itself, right? Going to future competitions. And I love that you said expanding into potentially different games as well. Hey, but not only is the club championship back, we also have our trophies making a return. That's what the players are going for after all, right? Well, let's take a look at what the trophies look like.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Everyone wants the trophy, but not everyone can get it. They've got to earn it. And that's what this entire tournament is about. 7 weeks, 25 tournaments, and more importantly, 3 to 4 finals taking place each and every weekend of the Esports World Cup here in 2025. And $70 million up for grabs across these 25 different games. Truly incredible. And James, I mean, come on. That is so much money to be earned. More importantly, a lot of opportunities for players, orgs to really showcase what they're made of.
It is. I mean, that's the perfect incentive. I never really thought about the prize money too much when I was competitively racing, but I think a lot of people assume they win money and then they'll just take it home and spend it, however they want.
Sure.
But I think reinvesting is a massive thing because Esports World Cup has been here for a couple of years now, and it's going to keep on being here. So you can do a lot with that money to strengthen your lineup and strengthen everything about your team, really. Yeah,
without a doubt. And I can think of 70 million ways I can change things for myself, too. Seriously, quite literally life-changing money on the line. 4 days of competition. This is just the very start, just day one. Hey, our format's long, just like the roads that the players have to travel in order to become a champion. Let's get you caught up to speed with what our format's going to look like over the next 4 days.
Rennsport returns to the Esports World Cup. And as we welcome 9 of the best teams from the R1 spring season back to Riyadh, here's how it's all going down. The top 3 teams from the R1 spring season have already earned their place in the group stage, while the remaining 6 will fight it out on day 1 for the remaining 3 spots. Each team will be fielding 4 drivers, earning points based on their finishing positions. The teams will be split into 2 groups of 3, with each group competing in 3 races for as many points as possible. The first team of each group will progress to the group stage. The second place teams will have 1 final last chance race alongside the third place team with the most points. The team with the lowest amounts of points across both groups will be eliminated. Moving on to the round robin group stage, our 6 teams will race across 8 sessions. The top 3 move on to the upper bracket. 4th and 5th will be dropping down to the lower bracket, while this will be the end of the road for the 6th place team. Day 3 of competition starts with 3 upper bracket races. The top 2 moving on to the finals, and the third place team dropping down to join the lower bracket. After 3 more races in the lower bracket, only the first place team will earn the last spot in the finals. And so we enter our final day. 3 teams and a maximum of 8 races, with the first team to reach 250 points being crowned the champion of Rennsport at EWC 2025, taking home the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool.
Well, as I said it, 4 days of competition. We start with day 1, which is the last chance day. 6 of our 9 teams will take the stage. 3 will move on to tomorrow's competition, our group stage. From there, we will then go into group stage and leave with 5 teams. From there, we go to our playoffs and day 3 bracket play, where we will dwindle our racers down, our teams down to just 3 for our day 4, our final day finals, before we see who's going to take home, of course, the large portion of our prize pool. We'll be keeping you updated with how every day is going to work, including today, because there's a lot going on. So don't get too worried if maybe you missed a little something through that explainer video. $500,000 up for grabs. Mac, that's why they're here today.
Yeah, I mean, when you just look at the number, right, that's a huge number. Especially in sim racing, that number is close to unheard of. So I'm sure it really plays in people's minds. And yeah, they want to win themselves, but the little money doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, $200,000. How could that hurt? And that's not all that's up for grabs. Obviously, we have the trophies, we have Club Championship, but we also have the Sony Tournament MVP, $10,000.
That's it, and that's for the player in the winning team that stands out the most, the MVP. So it's a team game here, but if you go into this and aim to be that standout driver, that guy, you could walk away with an extra 10K, which, everyone wants.
Yeah, and it's not just about winning races, right? You can really contribute to your team in different ways. For example, a guy in team play could be in P5, but he could really hold up the guys behind and make sure that their team ends up with an easy victory.
That's it. Yeah, it could be a number of things, yeah.
Amazing. And you said be that guy. I think everybody wants to be that guy.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it.
Even us.
Even us. But, I'm not that guy. I accepted that a long time ago. But you guys can still be that guy, and you have been throughout your careers. Today's going to be a long journey, though, without question. Like I said, we start with 6 teams. By the end of today, 3 teams' tournaments' lives will have come to an end. Granted, I will say that with the caveat, anybody that has made it to this stage are here for a reason. They've done a wonderful job, and they beat out 3 other teams from the R1 season on the online qualifiers that didn't have a chance to make it to that stage. We'll be starting with 2 groups, Group A and Group B. There will be 3 teams in each group with 4 drivers per team. They will have a practice run, then they will go through the qualifiers, and then they will eventually race. 3 races. The number 1 team from each group will move forward to tomorrow's group play automatically. For the other teams, well, their job just got a lot more difficult. They are going to have to go through a last chance race. 1 race to decide if they move forward or if they go home. That's going to be on Daytona, our final and 7th race of the day. That'll take place after the group play. And by the way, for the team that's in 3rd place in each group, their tallies will be compared. Whoever's in last place between the bottom placing teams in Group A and Group B, well, they don't even get to go to Daytona. Their race is done for. They're going home, and their tournament life is over with. Boys, that's what's at stake. The pressure at an all-time peak here. These last chance days, actually, you were a competitor just last year, and you playing for Guild, or racing, I should say, for Guild, and you came in as the underdogs. You didn't know if you were going to be able to go far. You ended up being a finalist. What's it like on these last chance days?
It's brutal. I mean, we had no pace in the online season, so we went into the LAN event thinking, let's see what we can do. We don't think we can win. We had a really good first day. I won in Jedha, and then I got a second at Spa, and my teammates did a good job as well. And we went through to the final, and that was already a result. So the final day, as far as were concerned, that was like, anything was a bonus from that point, really. And there will be some teams here like that, but there's also on the other side of the coin, there's the teams that are expected to win. Your Red Lions, your Porsche Coanders.
Right.
They have the extra pressure, so...
Yeah, and that's an interesting topic in that they have the extra pressure. You would think teams fighting for their tournament life would have the most pressure on them, but I guess they really have nothing to lose. It's the ones that come in, like Redline, for example, who's trying to defend their title. they might have all eyes on them and expectations. Meanwhile, for teams like MSI and the likes of maybe the Falcons, right? Which Falcons, another discussion. They come in as the club championship champions from last year, Mac. And if I remember correctly, I was here for week 1 last year, and it was the Falcons who were the first team to put, their key into the totem, their first team to get the official points for the club championship race. This time, it's Rennsport in place of the last title from the year before. Can Falcons go all the way, and can they repeat history from last year?
I think it's really tricky for them. I think they have a long road to climb. I think they're definitely one of the underdogs here when it just comes to the sim racing part. But they have good drivers. And I think one that stands out, Thomas, example, he's definitely someone that can win races. So I wouldn't be surprised to make it far, but I think winning is a tall ask.
Without a doubt. And overarching, though, Rennsport, it's been around a couple of years, James. And now, from where it started to where it is now, is truly spectacular. I think we've grown a lot as a scene.
Totally. I can't believe it's been 2 years. It's like time is flying, and the game's changed a lot in those 2 years. I think in total there's been 93 different drivers across ESL R1.
Wow.
Bearing in mind there's 48 per grid. That's a lot of drivers that have come and gone, myself and you included. Some drivers have been there from the very beginning and are still here, like Josh Rogers, Max Benecke, and a few others as well. So it's changed a lot, and it's been pretty cool to see.
Without a doubt. And you've obviously, like you said, you were a competitor, so you've seen it grow firsthand.
Yeah, exactly. I remember the first tournament we had in Poland in 2023. And even then, when we kind of got to the hotel and the venue, I was like, oh, this is really cool. This is really unlike anything we've had before in sim racing. And then even throughout that year, when we went to Saudi and competed here, it was unbelievable how much it's already grown. And
sure.
Like you said, the game's changed a lot. New cars, new tracks, physics updates. It's only getting better.
Without a doubt, the stage is better indeed from last year too, and I can't wait to show it off. Until then, though, we had Ton, one of my favorite guys out there, looking stylish as ever, showing off the Boulevard. Ton, what's going on?
Thank you very much, Taylor. Yes, we are outside in, I was about to say touching grass, but there's not really a great deal in the middle of the desert here in Riyadh. It is a cool 42 degrees outside, whilst all you pampered little princesses are sitting in the air conditioning. But I'm outside here in the Boulevard, which is the main hub of what is spearing forward for the esports industry this year at EWC. It is the second year here in Riyadh, and this is week number 1. We have 24 different games, $70 million to offer to the competitors who are going to be here over the next 6 or 7 weeks. Of course, as mentioned, this is week number 1 for Rennsport, and I'll be here keeping my finger on the pulse of how things are going in the whole of the Boulevard arena and the area and everything else inside with the players. We're excited to get into things. These competitors have went through a long season to get themselves here, an arduous process, some would say, and today starts that process. We have a very interesting format that is going to, get rid of 3 of the 9 teams we have today. Of course, it's going to be difficult for some of those teams to have to leave immediately. You won't be able to get your hands on what will be the Champions Trophy at any stage. There is a lot on the line for these squads, everybody vying for their chance to get themselves in the history books for the second year of EWC. But I'll be keeping a check-in with you guys over the rest of the week. And today, for some reason, I am wearing this horsey-looking cardigan outside. I'm going to take it off, maybe cool off, and hopefully you guys inside are a little bit more comfortable than I am.
Hey, I wasn't lying to you. Like I said, Ton, stylish man, but I know he's boiling out there in that cardigan. But look, style knows no bounds, and beauty sometimes is, pain. Hey, Ton, thank you so much for showing us out there. He's gonna be showing us around the Boulevard, the venue, and giving those spicy moments and those spicy interviews during, intense races, which I'm sure are going to happen. Boulevard looking great, and you guys looking great too. But now it's time to put your knowledge to the test. Let's move into our Aramco Power Rankings. I want to see where the 9 teams line. James, let's actually go to you. What are you seeing?
I think bringing up the rear for me would be Team MSI. Just speaking to them, they don't feel that confident with their pace. I mean, I asked them, are you going to win? And they literally said flat out no. So, I mean, that's not a good sign. And, you've got BS competition after that for me. And then the midfield's so tight, though, so it really is hard to pick.
Yeah, you could really go anyway. I think, for me at least, the top 2 teams are clear. And then when you get to the bottom part, it's really close.
Yeah, really close indeed. And I think that's to be expected. But when we move into our top 5, though, James, why did you go with who you went with? And I understand number 1. Maybe we'll have a bit of a disagreement between you both, but walk me through at least your top 5.
Yeah, so we've got Redline and P1, and then I think Porsche will be second, Virtus.pro third, fourth will be Vitality because they were ex-teams champions, and then you've got Mouse P5, Falcons P6. So I think Falcons will be the spring surprise. You know, I think they're packing a good punch. They got Tatala, who is pretty fast. So let's see.
Yeah, I think the power rankings are very accurate. I would kind of put Breadline and Porsche Coanda kind of joint number 1.
Okay,
I really think it's really hard to choose between them. I think it's really just going to depend on the day, like who feels better. But they both have the exact same potential. Kind of depends on how the tracks fall, I suppose. And I think Virtus.pro for me also is a really clear number 3.
Okay.
And then after that, I think it's very close. It's really close.
It's up in the air, and that's what makes today so tense, because all 6 teams that are going to be competing, maybe there's some outliers, like you say, okay, they look like they're for sure the underdog. Like anybody can go home today out of the 6 that are currently racing on our last chance day. But I do love the battle between Porsche Coanda and Redline, because Redline, they're returning. They're trying to defend their title, right? Porsche Coanda, they want to take it for themselves, because last year it was Vitality, who's now in the last chance qualifier, who was up there in second place. Porsche Coanda was a little bit further down. So Porsche Coanda, Redline, you went Redline, but I think you would officially go with Porsche Coanda as your number 1.
In my unbiased opinion, yes, I would say Porsche Coanda number 1. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, the players were arriving. It's hot out there, but it's going to be even hotter in our competition. Of course, our arrivals brought to you by Jamia Motorsports. Walking into the venue is always tense. James, obviously a competitor yourself in previous years. What's going through your mind as you make the long walk to the venue?
Well, firstly, in this country, it's so hot, so that is genuinely a factor. You know, you've got to keep nice and cool. I mean, Gregor Shields forgot his shades there, so he's squinting a lot. But obviously, you get into the building, all the air conditioning kicks in. I think at this stage, it's just about staying chilled out. For me, it was about stay as chilled out as possible before you get in the rig. Keep the heart rate low, don't waste energy. And then when you get in the rig, obviously the pressure goes up. Don't know what it was like for you, but...
Yeah, for me it was pretty much the exact same thing. My heart really started pounding when I started getting close to race time. So when you're just kind of watching and you're kind of going through the motions during the day, it wasn't too bad. So you're just kind of, chilling. But yeah, when you're then standing next to your rig or you're waiting to go on stage, for me, that's when the nerves really start kicking in.
Yeah, how could they not? I mean, at the end of the day, you've spent months now qualifying throughout the R1 season. Now the moment is here. It seems like, because we were just talking about it, James, mentioning, like, of course, Rennsport's been out for a couple years now. Time flies. I feel like when you're just now starting to compete, maybe R1 season just starts, you feel like you have almost infinite amount of time. But then in a flash of an eye, all of a sudden you're on that stage, and it's like, how did I get here?
Yeah, and I think a lot of drivers, as I say, have been here since the beginning. So with each event, they've become more used to the pressure. They're a bit more desensitized from it. However, I think this time around a bit different because the equipment is completely different. Up until this point, every Rennsport event has had the same equipment. This time it's different. And I think that's going to be a huge caveat this week as to who's going to be good and who's not.
Yeah, for sure. It's really going to play in the favor of people who are really adaptable. And I have a few people in my mind that are good at this, but yeah, personally for myself, I was never great at that. So I'm happy I'm not racing today.
Yeah, so what is it? Well, you said you're not great at it. Obviously, you were a great competitor. What was it about it for you that was so tough to transition from the home setup into the land setup?
So the thing I would maybe think is that I was just not a great natural talent compared to the other guys. Obviously, I had
That's
a little bit
of
of
hear,
talent.
though, because I love you to death.
Thanks. But I mean, like, there's, you have the best guys in the world here, and if you just miss that little bit of natural talent compared to the best guys, for me, it's all about repetition.
Yeah.
You get less of that here, and I think that's what really separates the very best from the good guys.
Repetition. I was amazed. Did a couple of content pieces that we will be showing as the days go along. Maybe even today, I had a chance to interview the players, James, and there was one where we played sound clips, and they had to literally pick where they were on each circuit, and more importantly, the location of where they were. I was amazed at how accurate. Literally, there wasn't a single driver that I interviewed that did not know what circuit it was and where they were on the map. Precision and repetition is the reason why they are so precise on each and every circuit.
That's right, and they would. I mean, sim racers at this level are so analytical. They would have been looking out for what gear are you in, what engine RPM are you at,
100%.
What's the engine tone like, how much throttle is going through the car, and those would have given away what track they're at, even what corner they're on at the track. It's mad when you look at it, but that's just, sim races are pretty crazy, aren't they?
You know what even amazed me the most too, Mac? They knew what vehicle that was being driven without even seeing the vehicle. Like I'm new to sim racing. I'm new to racing in general, so I'm humbled when I see that. It's almost like black magic. I'm like, how do you know that? Because they were even getting as far as like, okay, he's going to be downshifting in 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1, boom, downshift. He's going to be taking a right-hand turn. I'm like, bro, how do you know that? But they do, and that's just the repetition, the adaptability. That's why they're so good.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of repetition, a lot of laps. You know, they know exactly where everything's going to happen. Thing with that is as well, even though they're driving their own cars here, they also did balance of performance testing in other cars. So they would know the sound of the other cars, kind of how they drive, what gears they use. So yeah, I'm not super surprised that they would know where everything's at.
It's a really good point though with the repetition thing, because you could be the most naturally gifted driver in history. If you don't do the practice for this, you won't have the muscle memory, you won't perform. It's simple as that. And I think that is a challenge for a lot of drivers. You know, you have to put hundreds of hours in, and it's really hard to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of traditional esports are very reactive, but sim racing is super muscle memory related, and yeah, it's just about like getting the repetition in.
So without that, I mean, I assume so, because at the speeds you're going in Rennsport, and even traditional racing in general, if you don't have the muscle memory, you're crashing into the backside of every car that makes a mistake in front of you, which is that's pretty intense. So yeah, muscle memory, it has to be there.
Yeah, I mean, on a qualifying lap, if it's good, you're not thinking. Yeah. You're literally just relying on what your body has learned in the practice. So yeah, it's a wild concept, you know. You're not thinking at all during a qualifying lap. Even the race start, I mean, the best drivers won't be thinking. If you are thinking, you do things slower, and you'll lose a tenth here or there. So.
Well, I tell you what, it is really incredible, and I've become humbled and really started to appreciate how good these sim racers are. And more importantly, that even some sim racers have transitioned from sim racing into the traditional racing field. And it's been interesting to hear those perspectives. I know, James, you've actually done that yourself, and I would love to hear your story a little bit later on throughout the day whenever we can, because you've gone from sim racing into the traditional racing sense. You know the differences between both platforms, and it really is spectacular, miraculous. Yeah, these players are great. And look, you don't have to take my word for it. You're going to be seeing them race in just a little bit. The tournament is about to be underway, and I'm so excited for that. My first ever opportunity to enter sim racing, to enter in and watch these talented racers without question. And maybe even for some of you out there, maybe you're new to the sim racing scene or racing in general, feel free to ask questions in chat. And actually, if you want to get even bolder, power rankings. We discussed between the boys here on the couch. Let us know your power rankings going into today's competition, or maybe even after all 4 days. But hey, it's time to get serious. It's time to head to our stage, because we have to get this thing started. The competitors are about to get ready to go, and I gotta say, if they weren't ready now, well, they're not gonna be ready ever, and they're gonna be eliminated today. Hey, that's just the way tournaments go, without question. Man, hey, it's gonna be a lot of fun. The arena's looking incredible. The players are getting pumped up, and so am I, and I hope you are as well. We're heading over to the S&B Esports Arena to get it all started. Feel the energy, feel the pressure, because this is Rennsport. Let's get it started.
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. This is the rule we live by at the Esports World Cup. 25 titles spanning across 7 weeks with a life-changing prize pool of $70 million. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, this is Rachel Seltzer, and welcome to the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena.
In June, 12 teams signed up to race in our Rennsport competition. Now only 9 teams remain, and they have their keys ready to start this battle. Over the next 4 days, we will narrow it down until only 1 team can claim the title of champions. But to start that, we've got to get things underway, so why don't we meet those teams?
I believe it is indeed time. So let's introduce our competitors, our lovely teams, to this stage. Starting off with your 2024 Esports World Cup Club Champions, Team Falcons! Team Falcons have cemented themselves as one of the best esports organizations across the globe, spanning so many titles, and now they are looking to get themselves a Rennsport title. We know what it means for Falcons to start off with a flying start in a competition like the Esports World Cup. And this is their opportunity once again to start by defending their club championship title. Can they do it here, now, at the Rennsport tournament in week 1?
Next, please welcome Mouse. Founded in 2002, one of Europe's most iconic gaming orgs, they partnered with BMW Motorsports in 2020 and have been making a name for themselves in sim racing ever since. The Falcons might be strong, but Mouse is mighty. They've added their key to the wall, and now they stand before you. Mouse.
Next up, joining us in the SNB Arena, Atlassian Williams Sim Racing. With a mission to discover and nurture global talent, this team brings the legendary Williams DNA, racing and innovation to the digital world. Williams Sim Racing is one of the few outfits fully integrating its sim drivers into the real-world motorsport activities. And today, this team remains as one of the most consistent forces on the Rennsport grid.
Next, please welcome Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro is known for their dominance in CSGO and Dota 2. Now, they're looking to secure a place at the top of the R1 scene and translate VP's legendary status into sim racing. They came onto the scene as an esports org in 2003, and they have not stopped making history since.
And our next competitor to join us on this stage, please welcome Porsche Kawanda Esports Racing Team. And that's right, Porsche's official factory-backed sim racing squad, synonymous with precision, top-level engineering, and some of the most consistent talent on the grid. They combine the ruthless winning mentality with a professional team culture, and they are always among the favorites when it counts.
Next up, BMW Team Redlad, Red Bull Sim Racing. They are the defending champs in Rennsport here at the Esports World Cup, and one of the most successful and legendary teams in sim racing. For the last 20 years, they have made their name a feared one in this space. And now they defend their titles if they can. Up on the wall, you can see the keys of all 6 teams. Enjoy that view because the wall will never be this complete again. And if you're looking to take the key of BMW Redline, you want to make absolutely sure that you beat them in this competition.
That's right, because that is going to be the only way that you can claim the defending champion's key. You have to personally defeat them throughout the tournament. Is that something that you can achieve against the defending champion? And now, joining us next on the stage, one of their first competitors to take to the stage and show us what they got on the track, it's BS Competition! Affectionately known as the Herd, they have quickly established themselves as a serious player in the sim racing scene and beyond. From the start, the team's Zebra brand has stood for a unique mix of fun and fierce competition, alongside, of course, the cutting-edge digital presence. Can they pull off the unthinkable here at the Esports World Cup, climb through the ranks, and claim it all?
Now welcome Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI. Performance, speed, luxury, and a dominant legacy in sim racing. They have the endurance on the track. They have the key in their hands. But will that be enough to get them over the finish line? If you're looking at the skills on the paper, they absolutely do. But it all comes down to this competition.
And finally, joining us on the stage, our 9th and final competitor. It's the bees from the hive. It's Team Vitality! Vitality set out to battle global powerhouses like Mercedes-AMG, Porsche Coanda, and of course, FaZe Clan. Backed by their reputation as one of Europe's most versatile esports organizations, they now aim to prove they can master hardcore sim racing just as well as any FPS or MOBA.
Looking good, Sandstorm.
I mean, likewise, I like the matching outfits, by the way.
I meant the teams, but you know what? You look sharp too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ourselves ready to start the very first week of competition here at the Esports World Cup. Rachel, are you ready? Are you excited?
Sandstorm, I am so excited watching these teams prepare, and as well as watching our commentators, all of our talent, and our incredible crew here at EWC. We are ready to put on an awesome show.
That we are, because the race to the top begins today. It's time to put the pedal to the metal, and it's time to floor it, because the fight for the #1 spot starts right here, right now.
That's awesome. That stage is looking incredible. You can feel the energy through the screen. I am sure of it. Hey, the S&B Arena has never looked better. And I tell you what, it's right. Put the pedal to the metal. Sandstorm Seltzer, wonderful job on the opening ceremony. Mac, that stage, it's epic. If that doesn't get the players ready to race, I don't know what will.
Yeah, it looks really awesome, especially with the team setup where you have all 4 guys next to each other, team manager behind, all the lights. It really feels like the perfect stage for a competition like this.
Without a doubt. Plus the money, plus everything, the prestige. Like, there's a lot here when it comes to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Group A is about to be underway. 3 tracks they're going to have to race. The first one is going to be on Jedha. If you're not familiar with the circuit, well, let's get you caught up.
It's all about tight walls and fast corners. This is Jedha. Braking hard for turns 1 and 2, it's important to get into a rhythm for the upcoming section. Turns 4 through 12 are all about precision as the walls are only inches away. Turn 13, the hairpin, a long corner, so stay patient and wait for the right moment to put the pedal to the floor. A slight tap on the brakes and down to third for turn 16, before it's once again flat out. Another fast corner at turn 22, dabbing the brakes, dropping a couple of gears and flicking it through the left-hander, being careful not to use too much of the curb on the right. Finally, the 27th and last of the corners, a heavy braking zone into a tight left-hand hairpin, getting on the throttle as early as you dare for a clean run to complete a lap of the Jeddah Corniche circuit.
There it is, the first official circuit. We're going into Jeddah. James, one that you're very familiar with both sim racing-wise and in real life.
Yeah, and they call it the world's fastest street track, and obviously it's on the other side of Saudi Arabia, so the ambient temperature's very hot still. Fortunately for these drivers, they won't have to experience that today in the nice aircon studio. Right. But yeah, it's super high speed. Really narrow, the walls are right there. So I think the key thing with this track is we'll see a lot of mistakes, especially in qualifying, and that's why the gap between pole and last in Jeddah is usually bigger than what we usually see in Rennsport.
Yeah, usually you see the gaps are kind of within 2-3 tenths. I mean, these drivers are all so good, so close, but at Jeddah it really separates, you know, the best from the not quite the best.
That's right. That's a good way to put, a nice way to put. That's why I like you, because you're a sweetheart on the desk, man. Hey, at the end of the day, qualifying seems to be the way to earn a trophy. From what I've been hearing, because I thought a race is obviously very important, but I've been hearing, James, like qualifying is one of the most important parts when it comes to Rennsport.
Yeah, I think that's a track specific thing, because like at Monza it's a bit wider, lots of straights you can overtake. Jeddah, Hockenheim, and this group, they'll race in that. They're very hard to overtake. So if you qualify at the back, you're likely not going to be in the top 6 or even near the podium. So, and there is slipstream in this, so you can overtake, but big GT cars, it's not always the easiest to try and get past the car.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the races are quite short. We're looking at somewhere between 9 and 10 lap races for most tracks. So yeah, you can't make unlimited moves. You have really limited time, and yeah, with the lack of time, you can't just start overtaking people every corner. One overtake costs you time, so the moment you overtake someone, you're going to lose ground to the guy in front. So you're kind of always on the back foot, and you need to start gaining time quickly.
And sometimes, especially with how close and narrow Jeddah is, as you were just saying, you know, penalties can occur. And for some of our teams, some penalties are looking a bit rough. Actually, we do have a couple of qualifying bans, if I'm not mistaken, going into Group A.
Yeah, so I think Thibaut Casabon and Jimmy Antunes, at least for Group A, have a qualifying ban. Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt them. You want to score good points. You have 3 races to do so before you get to the absolute last chance. So yeah, starting with a qualifying ban, not ideal.
Explain that, because I mean, you know, obviously I'm new, and you've had a chance to explain it to me personally, but for maybe some newer viewers out there, what is a qualifying ban? Why did certain racers receive that, even though the tournament is just starting?
Yeah, so before we got to Riyadh here for the Esports World Cup, we had an online season where they were also racing to kind of compete and kind of determine the seeding with how well you're placed. And in those races, some people may have had a few accidents, you know, some things that weren't quite allowed according to the rules, and then you get penalty points. And if you kind of combine enough penalty points in the end, I think it's 15, you get a qualifying ban. And yeah, if you're unlucky enough where you get it in the final online rounds, it obviously carries over into here.
So if qualifying is so important, getting a qualifying ban, then it almost seems like it puts you at an extreme disadvantage, even though you have 3 other members who have a chance to qualify. How much of a disadvantage is, like, let's say, for example, Vitality, who has one of the qualifying bans, are they going to be at going into qualifier 1 and race 1 ultimately?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it's 25% of your team is basically useless in qualifying. And as you say, it's because they've been involved in incidents or caused incidents in the online season. Because the series doesn't have damage, there's less of a consequence if you do have a crash. And I think that's why we see so much chaos, which for us is going to be pretty good throughout the week, and for everyone watching at home as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, chaos. I definitely want that without question. But obviously the racers don't, because more chaos means more uncertainty, and the more uncertainty, well, it's hard to win championships that way around. MSI will be competing in Group A. They're towards the bottom of the power rankings. This is going to be tough for them. They got BS competition. They also have Vitality to go against. But MSI, just like Vitality, also has a qualifying ban, with them already being towards the lower end of the power rankings. I'm really worried for them going into the last chance stage.
Yeah, they're for sure on the back foot. They have solid drivers, and I think on average they're quite good. But I think they might miss that little kind of peak driver that can really get them the win. And I think that's the difference between them and, for example, Vitality. They have 3 guys still in the race that can still really perform. And I think for MSI, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. So I think they're going to have to get by probably on the base of having really good average results over the 3 races.
3 races. So with MSI having a qualifying ban, and then of course Team Vitality having a qualifying ban, I guess it leaves BS Competition. They are free and clear. How much of an advantage do you think they have overall in their group? Because let's reiterate, one team will automatically qualify into the group stage tomorrow. They don't have to play, or excuse me, they don't have to race on Daytona. So BS Competition, did they look like the favorite now in this group, or is Vitality still that favorite?
For me, I think Vitality is still the favourite, despite the qualifying ban. It's only 1 race they're losing 1 driver.
But 1 of 3, though.
Yeah. There's not much time to make that deficit back. BS are really strong, and I probably ranked them quite harshly on the power rankings, but it really is close though. Any one of them could go through. I do think Vitality will go through just because of their pedigree. They've won teams championships in the past. Let's see.
So if they start towards the back naturally, right, with the qualifying ban, have there been instances where it's someone has gone from the back into pole position? Obviously these races are quite short, and we've mentioned this is a city race, city street or city track, I should say. Very difficult, close encounters, maybe hard to pass up. Is it even going to be a possibility on Jedha?
At Jedha, unless there's a big crash, maybe that could come into it. But it's happened once this year with Wisniewski from BS, actually, at Fuji. So he went from last to first in a race, but it's only happened once.
Right.
So it's rare. So be good to see, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure you need a lot of luck. There's no way you're going to straight, clean race from the back to the front. I don't think it's happening. So a little bit of crashing here and there. You could find yourself in a good position, but yeah, you're really relying on others.
Sure, and going back to relying on others, Vitality stayed together, but they were second place last year. This time around, they're in the last chance qualifier, which is a bit night and day from their performance last year, Max. So I'm curious, what's going on with Vitality? What changed, if anything? And, well, I mean, what do you think their chances are like truly going into not only today, but maybe even the future competition?
Yeah, so from what I know from Vitality, the guys are really close together. They've been together for a while, really close, cohesive group. They changed cars this year, so maybe that set them back a little bit. I'm not really sure. It's hard to quantify what really is causing the problem. They started off relatively well online, I believe, but they just kind of kept dropping back and back. But honestly, I have really good faith in them. They have proven time and time again, especially at LAN, that they're people that can compete. So we're at LAN here. I would expect somewhat the same.
Yeah, I mean, the car change is massive because they were in an Audi before, which is a mid-engine car. Now they're in a front-engined Aston, and they've been so used to the Audi. Obviously, they've driven the other cars in Bop Week, but I think that is a legit reason why they are maybe not as strong as we've seen them in the past.
Well, explain to me like I'm 5, okay? What is, I mean, seriously, because you would think everybody would be equal on the circuit, right? That's what I always assume. So you're telling me there really is legitimately a difference between the brand of cars?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely all the cars have their kind of strengths and weaknesses. There is kind of a balance of performance in action, which tries to make all the cars really equal on lap time. And I think usually they do a really good job at that. It's always quite close, but you're always going to have kind of characteristics of a car that's just going to suit a track. For example, a track with really high curbs could suit one car a lot better because it takes it a little bit more stable. So it's just easier to kind of extract lap time out of it. And that's something you'll see kind of ebb and flow with different tracks.
From what I've been hearing, the Aston here is the quickest in a straight line.
Okay.
The Porsche is the quickest in the corners, especially the tight ones. So how that plays, I mean, the Aston, in theory, then sounds like a really good race car because if you've got good straight line speed, you can overtake people easier. So let's see how it pans out.
So out of the 3 teams then who are competing in Group A, then who has the best car, at least for Jedha, that you would assume?
I don't know. I've heard
the Vitality is in the Aston, right? So I think
with the turns and stuff, as you were saying, I think maybe they.
Yeah, but there's also quite a lot of full throttle section. So I'm kind of looking at Vitality for Jedha.
Well, the cool thing about Vitality is they are an organization going for the club championship trophy, right? So for them starting off strong, it's essential and so important, which is a fun talking point, right? Because they're going for it, but naturally Falcons in Group B is also going for it themselves. So and maybe Daytona, we might see those 2 teams go at it, and knocking one or the other out is going to be a big advantage for the club championship race.
Yeah, and Daytona being the track for the race-off is hilarious because it's such a lottery.
Okay.
The half the tracks are straight in the form of a banking, and it's even if you qualify on pole, there's no guarantee you'll win, and that's going to be really fun to watch later.
Yeah, and especially for Daytona as well. You don't really know how you're going to approach it because there's 6 teams, they're all on different cars, and the way you race an Aston Martin, for example, is going to be different to how you race a Porsche in a different car, and that's going to be applicable to all of them. So they won't really know how they should probably approach that race until, of course, qualifying is ended, but also until they know what kind of cars they're facing.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear you guys say that because from my research and just talking to everybody else, including the commentators, I've heard Daytona is one of the wild card, but also chaotic, circuits, right? So they have that as the final potential race to qualify for tomorrow's competition is kind of nuts to me.
The organisers have done that on purpose, haven't they?
Without a doubt.
The entertainment factor, yeah.
We got to have entertainment. Entertainment at the end of the day is what pays the bills, right? But hey, it's going to be a fun one for sure. Yeah, going into Daytona, it's going to be 3 teams because, just to reiterate, one team from the bottom end of the groups, Group A and Group B. So team number 3 will be compared, and the one or between the 2 last place teams in each group, whoever has the lowest points, they're fully eliminated. They don't even get a chance to go to Daytona. There's levels to this. We'll be walking you through it. I know it's going to be a little bit confusing, but we'll get you caught up to speed without question. First race, though, is going to be on Jedha. It's going to be a lot of fun. Still waiting for our qualifiers to start, but there we'll truly be able to see who's bringing their A game and who's obviously going to struggle a little bit. And speaking of bringing the A game, specific racers, okay? Who are we looking out for out of BS competition, of course, and the others, MSI, who is going to be competing here? Who do you think is going to be the stars, and I'll say it, the duds?
Well, these are, of course, the teams that kind of qualified in the back, so you wouldn't expect too much. But there are a lot of drivers here that have winning pedigree. Heike Oliveira, Nicodem from BS all alone. They've won multiple races. Vitality have, I don't know how many race wins. They have a lot. So really any of them. I think Heike, for sure, is one of the most exciting guys to watch. Okay.
Do you agree with that list? Is there anybody else that you want to bring to the table?
If we're picking an MVP for each team in this group, I'd go Chinchik for Vitality.
Okay.
Kaiki for BS, and then MSI probably Johan Harth. So yeah, but there are no duds here. Like, everyone is so good. Like, there's from the best driver to the worst, there's probably 3/10, if that.
Yeah, if anything. Yeah. I kind of agree with your rankings there, but for MSI, I would personally go with Jamie Fluke. I think he's a little bit more consistent, but I think maybe Johan has a little bit more upside if he really gets together.
Chinchik being the MVP for you anyways is interesting because he's 1 point away from having a qual ban himself. So Vitality could very well go. They're obviously going into this race with a qual ban. Next race, they could be going in with their star-studded racer with the qual ban himself.
Yeah, he's going to have to be conservative, which in a format like this is never good because you want to be full send. You don't want to be hanging back.
That's
so
right.
In a way, is he better off getting rid of that now so he doesn't have to serve it later? I don't know. It's tricky.
Yeah, it's impossible to answer, really. I mean, he could be on for a move, for example, from P4 to 3, and he could be thinking, okay, it's 3 points, but is it worth it if it goes wrong? Because if he has a qualifying ban the next round, that could be the difference between 0 and 25 if he potentially could win the next round, especially considering the second round, I think, is a very strong track for him.
Yes, and it's like being on 5 out of 6 track limits. If you get 6 track limits, you get a 5-second penalty. So if you're on 5, you're driving round like worried about getting the 6th one. So it's just that mentality is not good for a sprint format.
Well, the thing is, as we do see our warm-ups, I noticed that there's going to be 4 racers per team. I believe last year it was 2 racers per team, at least going into the finals for sure. Now there's 4. Does that change the landscape at all, James?
I think it cancels itself out in a way because every team's got 4. So it is different to last year, but to be honest, I think we'll just see more team tactics at play. More drivers holding up other drivers, backing them into their teammates, or vice versa. So
slipstream, even to help each other out, right?
It will be a massive factor, though. So it'd be interesting to watch.
Yeah, you're really playing a numbers game here. For example, if a team is 1, 2, 3, 5, it will be very convenient for the guy in P5 to kind of slow the bunch behind up, because then it's a 3v1 at the front. And a 3v1, you're almost always going to win.
Yeah, I mean, you got numbers advantage, right? I know that from esports, at least.
There could be even something in, on the final day when finalist mode comes into play, and you've got someone who's in finalist mode leading the race, what's stopping someone taking them out to keep the championship alive? Stuff like that will happen as the week goes on.
Sure. Well, I think it also helps them spread the pressure, right, having 4 on there. And it also does help, especially if you get those qual bans, which we've been talking about. We don't know how much of an impact it's going to have. I think it's going to have a tremendous impact, but what do I know? But you do have 3 other racers who can finish up towards the top. 25 points for first is pretty significant, but you did mention a 0, so that's where you're theoretically starting at when you have the qual ban. So you're going to have to work your way up on Jedha, which is going to be incredibly tough to do so. We've seen the we've seen the racers warm up, and now they are about to qualify, which, as we have said, is one of the most important aspects of Rennsport. So it's going to be fun to see, again, who has shown up and who is ready to go. I'm ready to send it to our commentators. Let's go ahead and do it to go into qualifying for race number 1. Going into Jeddah, we've got Lewis McLeod as well as Ewan O'Leary. Boys, take it away.
Thank you. Here we go then for the 2025 Esports World Cup. The first qualifying session is underway. We are at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. All of the 12 drivers get one single lap around this very tricky, tight and testing street circuit. We're on board with Johan Hart, the first of the 12 drivers to take it, of course, representing the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI.
Absolutely. This is a team, I think, that we are expecting to struggle maybe in this group, and they're going to have to really get focused and get up towards the front of this group if they want to go through, of course. As we've explained, top of the group goes through, second into the last chance qualifier, third, you might be going home completely after just 3 races.
Just gone through turn 10 there, which is arguably one of the most risky points of this circuit. If you go wide there, you can get a slow down penalty, which basically doesn't remove your lap time, but it just gives you a slow down. It costs you about 2 seconds lap time. We go through turn 13 now and Club of the Hill. That first sector, I don't want to be too harsh on the Frenchman, but it's not great. We're aiming for something like a 43.8, 43, we're really at 43.9 in that first sector. So he's about half a second off where we'd expect them to be at least online.
That's quite a long way off, really, at this level, as you've heard the guys talk about. I did see a little bit of a wiggle through 8 and 9, as I was explaining the groups again. It just didn't seem to quite have the car nailed down, and this can happen in LAN events. It's worth remembering that maybe the times aren't going to be as quick as what we saw online in 2025, and we'll get another view on that in Sector 2 here, 37.8. To be fair to him, that is more like what you're expecting to see.
Yeah, so typically around a lap so far this season, the online fastest lap of the season has been a 58.779. This won't be challenging that at all. This is more leaning towards it being a mid 1 minute 59. This is not going to be the pole time of this session, I can tell you that for sure. There's some big heavy hitters in this session. Here comes Johan Hart, then out the final corner at 27, up towards the line. Expected to be a 1 minute 59.4.5 across the line to see if he's nailed that final sector and maybe drag something else out. It's end up being a 0.6, a poor lap time, unfortunately, for Johan Hart.
And not what you want to see coming up behind you as well. Marcel Cincic coming up next, the Hungarian, our first ever R1 champion just over 2 years ago. Got into sim racing motorsport by watching rallying with his parents. This looks more like a rally stage than a racetrack, to be honest. A city street circuit to kick us off in the World Cup for 2025. This is probably going to be better than Johan Hart's opening lap time, and it is 1:59.1 for the first of our Vitality drivers.
Next coming up is John Robertson, someone who's kind of struggled quite a lot through the online season, did obviously a little bit better in the dynamic group phase, the final portions really of the online championship, but has struggled to really get to speed on Rennsport. Normally comes from the rallycross side of things in the world of esports. That first sector not great, second sector not great as well. It's going to be about a 0.8 maybe, 1 minute 59.8, 59.9, yeah, there you go, 59.7. Not great for John Robertson across the line.
Here is Gregor Schill, an experienced driver in the world of sim racing, but not necessarily in terms of Rennsport. So far, that first sector pretty similar to Johan Hart's, and the second pretty similar to Johan Hart's as well. So you'd imagine it's going to be right around second or third position. So far, there's a slide, there's a tap onto the barrier. He knows and acknowledges that that is not the line through turn 27, and that could just take a couple of tenths off his lap time right at the very end here. Over the line it does, 59.8.
Final corner, he copied Max Verstappen's line back in 2021. Sadly, the rest of the lap wasn't quite up to that kind of calibre. We drop back then to Erhan Yujovski because Yuri Toman is not in this session. I believe he has a
Well, he's missing on that tower, but it's actually Thibaut Casabon, as far as I'm aware, who's got a qualifying ban. So has Jimmy Antunes, by the way. He has also got a qualifying ban, so that's 2 to think about. The guys have already talked about it on the desk. But yeah, to reiterate, that's why we're seeing so much of Haniowski, because he is next up. It's Jimmy Antunes who's left the gap there, by the way. He's serving his quali ban. He will start from the back.
Yes, indeed. So into the final corner, Haniowski goes. First sector, a couple of tenths off second sector, a tenth or so off where we want. But to be fair, that might be in contention for Marcel Cinchic's 59.1. It's more likely going to be a 2 or a 3, somewhere in that kind of margin. Should be ahead, though, of Johan Hart, and this could become a Vitality 1-2 in the qualifying session. Ends up being a 0.4, and it will, at the moment, be a 0.2.
Cinchic is a long way ahead of the rest of the field at the moment, isn't he? Just over 3 tenths, and that's to his teammate. Kaiki Oliveira might well disrupt that, though. 44.2 in the first sector is a bit more like it, but the first sectors so far have been a little bit on the slower side. 37.8 is where you want to be in sector number 2. Doesn't tap the wall out the final corner like his teammate Gregor Schill, and the best placed BS competition driver in terms of points scored in 2025. Now makes his way over the line, and he does split the Vitalities to go second.
Next up will be Jamie Fluke, someone who's had so much experience in this championship, has won so many races. I say so many, there's been a fair few races. Let me dial down a little bit. Has won a final. Basically, he's won basically a pretty major race back in 2023. Won a couple of races this season as well. Distinctly remember a few victories. It was 3 in total. It was the double victory there back in Fuji, a circuit which goes well for him. However, that first sector has had a slowdown penalty. That will be at turn 10. So across the line, this will be the slowest time of the session thus far at a 2:02, basically.
That is Yuri Toman, for those that don't know, on the left-hand side. He must not have signed in properly or something. Don't know what he's done. He's done something wrong somewhere along the line. But anyway, we know that's Yuri Toman, and he's coming through the final corner right now. Again, quite close to Kaiki Oliveira's time. This almost to the thousandth of a second. That's very close, but we don't quite know what the final sector is going to tell us about just for the moment. Out towards the line then for the Vitality driver. This could be good for the team, and it certainly is. Second place for Yuri Toman.
Yeah, which means Vitality occupy 3 positions in the top 4. Very impressive. Here comes Nikodem Vishnevsky, someone who has a very impressive record in R1. Most notably, he is the only driver to have ever won in this championship in the 321 races that we've had thus far from 12th and last. It has only happened once. It was this season online, and it was at Fuji. It was a fantastic drive from the Polish driver. Up towards the line he's going to go, as he'll set himself about half a second off of the pole time at the moment.
We're certainly starting to see the 2 teams that are going to be fighting this out, aren't we, at the top of the group. MSI have not had a good qualifying, I'm afraid, although Jimmy Antunes being down the field because of a qualifying ban is not exactly helping them. Ferris Stanley, again, is right around that bubble in the top 4. Oh, that's a bit of a slide through the final turn. There's John Robertson putting his gloves back on again after his qualifying lap. There's quite some time to wait for him after he set one of the opening lap times of the day. This is Ferris Stanley, though. We're watching in the main part of the screen over the line, and that is slower at the end of the lap. He will start from 10th, the last of those to set a time.
Indeed, meaning the final 2 drivers having the qualifying ban. So it will be Marcel Cinchic, the spring season ESL R1 champion back in 2023. He was the driver who took top honours in that. And of course, here, starting from pole position, you can see him there. He's pretty calm. He's a cool, collected character. And he is someone that looks comfortable behind the steering wheel at LAN and online.
Yeah, he's done it before. We know that from the LAN event in Munich. He was astonishing that week. If he can do that again, he can certainly help Vitality on their way to challenging for the World Cup this week. He's going to be so crucial in that. If Marcel's firing on all cylinders, that team will certainly come in behind him, and they'll be tough to beat.
Certainly so. You can see various little communications and little bits between drivers explaining where they maybe went wrong on their laps and how things basically unfolded for them. And of course, all of that information goes back to the coaches for each given team. They've got basically, you'll see some teams with 2 people on the desk behind them. One of those will be the designated coach. The other one will potentially be the team manager. So this is something to explain why some teams have 2, others only have 1. Poor Mark Trantner over there looks pretty alone.
He does look lonely, doesn't he, over there? But he's managing things for MSI over to the top right-hand side of the screen. Vitality down the bottom, up to the far top left of the screen. We have the BS competition team, Felix van Delft, Florian Husper, sat behind behind the desk, chatting away. I was actually chatting to them about in-race communication, that you'd be surprised how little there is sometimes. Sometimes there's not much to say. Just drive as fast as you can, try and win. It's not much to it sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll head back over to the studio to see exactly what's gone on in that session.
Well, Lewis, I tell you, it was a struggle bus for one team, MSI. We talked about them at the bottom of the power rankings. Well, it seems as if that is reigning true as their drivers just quit. It's just struggle anyways. Even with qualifying not being fully completed, man. They a lot of wall contact, which, James, I think is quite surprising. But also, it is the first opportunity, again, on the stage in front of the audience to get your jitters out of the way. I guess race one, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, it's to be expected. And I think MSI, particularly in Sector 1, was struggling. They looked very erratic behind the wheel and just not comfortable with the rig. And, you know, they were already 5-6 tenths down going into Sector 2. You're never going to recover that. Whereas Vitality, especially Chinchik, looks super smooth, super relaxed, barely moving the steering wheel, which is where every driver wants to be. So, and I'm sure that will be very similar in the race.
Well, very similar, hopefully, anyways. The race can obviously bring more pressure with everybody being there on your tail. But, Mac, we go to you because I want to talk more about MSI and their struggles. Obviously, had a lot of wall contacts, I believe, reaching track limits as well. At one point, getting a slowdown. MSI needed to come in strong because they are the underdogs. They didn't even believe in themselves necessarily. But now that they're on the track, I'm sure they wanted a better result.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not what you want. Obviously, I think all of them were really trying to get their lap together, but it just didn't work out. I think probably partially not quite as comfortable on the equipment as the others. Maybe the car is also not quite as good here as they would have liked. Can't really say, but yeah, far from ideal.
Well, it's tough too, right? Because one of them has a qualifying ban. So it's like you had your 3 drivers who needed to perform well because of that qualifying ban. Kind of same scenario as Vitality, which we'll get to in just a second. But yeah, MSI, how do they recover from this? You know, it's tough. At least as far as I'm concerned, BS competition, Vitality look head and shoulders above of MSI. Yeah. I think MSI just at this point just try and survive, not be the bottom 3 out of Group A and B so they can go to Daytona.
Yeah, this race will be really tough for them, especially because they're all kind of bunched in the back together. You don't have even that one guy at the front who can kind of play the team game, you know, slow guys up. You see there's a gap happening behind you, slow everyone up to kind of get everyone close together, cause a little bit of drama. So yeah, I think it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, and BS competition, though, looking pretty good, James. Not as good as Vitality. We'll talk about them in just a sec, but BS competition looking, I think, as good as we were expecting them to be.
Yeah, solid. Yeah, I think Vitality, as I said, are definitely the favourites, but it's going to be between them two who's going to automatically proceed to the next stage. And yeah, MSI, it's strange because Jamie Fluke and Johan Harth, for example, have both won races in ESL R1. They've both been really strong. So there will be a reason as to why they're so far off. Maybe it's they didn't get to prep on the equipment properly. Maybe they've just not put as much practice in as everyone else. Could be a number of things, but maybe they can recover in the race. Let's see.
Well, let's see. And now we go to Vitality, who I thought was going to be on the struggle bus with the qualifying ban. Not at all. Top 4, they get 3 of their racers within the top 4. The only one who breaks it, I believe, in 3rd position was a racer from BS competition. So good on Vitality to make the use out of their 3, and we actually get to see the top qualifying pole position, or Remco pole position lap, to see what Vitality's up to. They got the quickest lap, and boys, we take a look at it. I just want to know what you guys are seeing and why it was so efficient and why Vitality is looking so strong.
Yeah, well, from first glances when we were watching it live, it just looked very, very smooth. And we're actually on board with the Mercedes, of the MSI Mercedes, so that's not the button. There you can see the MSI car hitting the wall, half looking pretty angry about that. And there were a lot of drivers that hit the wall, you know, 3 or 4 I saw, especially at the last corner. It's easy to do. We saw, you know, even Verstappen in Formula 1 do that. So it's very easy to do.
Yeah, the walls are close here, and especially the way it works in this sim, you hit the wall, you kind of get a little bounce off it, and it instantly slows your car down. So you really know, if you watch a qualifying lap and you see someone hit a wall, you pretty much know it's over for them.
Yeah, and like you said, it's close, and we saw many examples of that. Team struggling like MSI, Vitality looking strong, BS competition just trying to work their way up. They've got one in top 3. Can he maintain that? I don't know. I think he's going to get bullied by the 2 that's above him in Vitality. Plus, let's not forget, he's going to have a Vitality member just behind him looking to maybe sandwich him in. It's not going to be easy. So for that member in BS competition who's in the 3rd position, what do you suggest he does? Just race hard? I mean, what?
Yeah, Vitalia is so good with the team tactics as well. They've been together since the very beginning of ESL R1. Not sure any other lineup can say that, and I think team chemistry is bang on with that team. So what they may be lacking a bit of raw pace sometimes, they make up with these tactic stuff. So I expect them to be 1, 2, 3, locking out the podium in the race.
Fully agreed. Yeah, I think. Unfortunately, I think it was Kaike that was third. I think he's going to be sitting duck. I think Vitality is going to be too strong as a team. Yeah.
So, as the team tactics, what are these team tactics that you're talking about? Right. Again, I'm new to this, so you keep mentioning team tactics. I'm thinking like, okay, you get your guy in fourth position. He just kind of nudges the guy in third place a little bit. Obviously, you can't do that. But seriously, though, what are the team tactics that can be implemented in order to pass up the third position or at least drop them back?
You can back people up into other cars behind. So say if it's a 1, 2, 4 for Vitality, they can back the third place BS driver into the Vitality car. They can give their fourth place teammate a tow without giving the BS competition car a slipstream. So there's all sorts you can do. I'm sure you did it back in the Coanda days quite a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the biggest thing is the tow. So when you try to overtake, and the moment you get alongside, the other car can't move anymore. And then if you're the Vitality car in front, so in second, you would move over and you'd give your teammate in P4 draft. And then, of course, BS in third wouldn't have draft anymore. And you just get such a huge speed advantage going into the braking zone that you'd probably be close to ahead already before you even start braking.
So in terms of points, obviously we've broke it down quite a few times. And just to reiterate, first place in each group moves forward to group stage tomorrow. Is there a chance with there only being 3 circuits to be raced? Is there a chance Vitality, based off of Jedha alone, can lock in enough of a lead to just secure first place outright?
No, I'd say
because if they get 1, 2, and 3, which looks to be almost realistic, wouldn't that be potentially enough? I mean, what point threshold are we looking at, you think, to secure a first place position?
No, I mean, nothing's guaranteed when it's this close. So I would say after race 2, you could probably start to lock in stuff. But after race 1, you know, MSI don't look comfortable, but they could very much bounce back in race 2 and race 3. So
that'd be crazy.
Yeah, would be crazy, but it's possible.
It's possible. I guess anything is possible at the end of the day. But I mean, a 1, 2, and 3 though for Vitality would be a heck of a way to start the tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think that would also relieve a lot of pressure from Casabon. Obviously he had the Q-ban, so he's probably not too happy. But then if you're playing the team game, you know, okay, the rest of the team scored really well.
Ramco.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like as big of a problem that you had the Q-ban, you served it, go into the next round, and then, like James said, I think from after the second round, you can probably get a little bit clearer picture of who's going to make it.
Yeah, and I think we can start to, obviously the drivers are unbelievable. We can start to paint a picture as to what cars are strong on what tracks. You know, we've just seen an Aston, a Beamer, and a Merc. The Aston clearly looks very drivable at Jeddah, definitely in Vitality's hands. The Beamer, a little bit less dry, and then the Mercedes clearly looks a bit of a handful because they were all over the place in Sector 1. So it'd be interesting to see in Group B, is that the same when we watch that later?
Yeah, I'm thinking it could for sure differ per group. You can't just say it, of course, from this Group A because the drivers could be having a good or a bad day, but I think after we have Group B for sure, we'd be able to tell is a certain car good on a certain track.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, were the certain cars good on this track? We look at the highlights from the qualifying session, and again, you'll notice quite a few wall bumps, but you'll also notice some decent speed. I think this is our member from Vitality who had the fastest time, James.
Yeah, and he didn't touch the wall, but look how close he gets there on the entry. Literally millimeters skimming the wall. And, you know, he's all over the curbs as well. You have to get close to the walls here, otherwise you will just lose raw speed. So Sector 1 in a GT car around here is unbelievable to drive. But, yeah, Mac looks pretty hooked up.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so smooth. I mean, we were talking earlier, if you see someone making a lot of adjustments on the steering and it doesn't look smooth, it's probably not fast. And when we saw Marcel, everything just looked kind of clean and crisp. I mean, he's, of course, a champion from not too long ago, first season. So, I mean, he knows what he's doing. He looks quite comfortable in the car here, 59.1. I think that's a very competitive lap. Even when we saw in the online season, when people were kind of in their own rigs, they were super comfortable. They weren't really going much faster than this, so I think Marcel will be really thrilled with this.
Was it 58, I think I heard from Lewis, if I'm not mistaken, like the fastest lap time online?
Yeah, I think 58.8.
Yeah, I think
so he's only 3/10 off that on the first session at LAN, so it's not far off.
And I think there was also a really kind of an outlier lap. I think it was McCormack who did that, 58.8. And I think there was no one else from my recollection that ever got into 58s in actual qualifying. So it was always like a 59.0 that was pole.
Sure.
So like realistically being a 10th off what in most cases will be pole here, very good.
Yeah, and all these guys back at home, their practice will have PBs, their personal best laps, which is probably a high 58. So the closer they can get to those in the actual session, the better their result. And you rarely see someone doing a PB in the actual thing. It's happened, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the last corner then. So yeah, he's probably one of the only people that didn't hit the wall in the last corner.
Yeah, quite literally. Quite literally. I mean, it seems like it's very hard. I start to gain an appreciation of how close those walls really are. And I mean, that's just one car. And now we bring in, obviously, everybody. And sometimes they get 3 wide. I don't know if you get 4 wide on Jedha. Maybe that's a little bit too...
In places, probably, yeah.
Really, in places.
I wouldn't recommend it. I would not recommend it. I mean, maybe good for the viewers and for some analysis. But yeah, as a driver, you never want to be in that position.
You were on Jedha actually in a real.
I didn't go full wide though.
You didn't go full wide. No. Maybe
probably
2 or 3
wide. But yeah, that's it. In real life, around a track like that, you do have to leave a little bit of extra margin because if you crash, the consequences are so much higher.
Right.
You know, not just injury, but the cost of the car and all that. So, as I say, no damage in this series, so they can really get that close to the wall, and they have to for lap time.
Yeah.
And we'll see lots of cars in this race hitting the wall, no doubt.
I assume so. Well, from traditional racing to sim racing, you know, what are the biggest differences, I guess, in the mentality of a racer, right? From you doing sim racing, traditional racing, you mentioned obviously it's a bit more stressful, right? Racing a real car because of the risk of injury. You also have the opportunity of damage, which can cost your team quite a bit of money. It's a lot more repercussions. In sim racing, though, you could be a little bit more liberal in how aggressive you could be on the track.
Yeah, I think the amazing thing is the technique is like 1-to-1 pretty much. Like the way you hit the brakes, the way you come off, the way you turn. You're driving a real car on the sim, so you can transfer all of that. The only difference is I suppose, the physicality. So if you're not in shape, you're going to struggle behind a real car because of the G-forces.
Sure.
And you got to hit the brake pedal extremely hard. But yeah, the mentality is the main thing, I think. So you just cannot put it in the wall. Like, it's hard to quantify how much that plays on your mind.
Yeah.
I mean, in the sim, what's the worst case? They hit the wall, they just press reset and go again. Typical cliche thing to say, but that's the reality.
Sure.
So.
Well, so I actually heard, by the way, Redline showing up there just on the screen, the champions looking to go back-to-back. I heard, and maybe this is controversial, but is there more pressure mentally during a sim race than there is in an actual real race?
I would say so, yeah.
So why, because that seems totally backwards to me, but why is that?
I mean, there's lots of variables,
sure,
or lots of factors to that, but I think the main thing is...
person to person too, it differs as well, yeah.
It does, yeah. So I had a heart rate monitor on last year for the EWC, Racing for Guild, and in qualifying, in this one-shot qualifying format, which is brutal, by the way, it went to 180 beats per minute, which is like me...
180?
It's like me going for a sprint, you know? And that's just pure mental nerves. Obviously, driving on these simulators isn't that physical, because you can turn the force feedback down quite a lot. It was just pure mental nerves that resulted in that heart rate, so... Yeah, it's not a nice situation to be in, but if you get it right and you get pole, it's really rewarding. Yeah,
180 is insane. I don't even think I reached 180 working out, so to get that, but that just comes to show you just how high the stakes are. Especially last year, was that during like your finals run?
That was the highest pressure qualifying lap to get us through to the final.
To the finals.
It went well. I delivered it, but it's just not a nice situation to go through. If you can keep it lower, it's a bit more chill, isn't it? So, yeah.
A bit more chill is the way to put it, indeed, for sure. And Mac, obviously, you've been racing for quite some time when it comes to the sim scene as a sim racer.
That's hard to say. I think I was really happy coming here 2 years ago and winning as a team. Of course, that was for sure a group accomplishment. And if I'm really honest, it was more the rest of the group that did a lot of the heavy lifting. But I've had a lot of seconds and thirds throughout my whole career, and just getting that really big win, for me, that really sealed the deal. That was perfect ending for me.
Yeah, without a doubt. And have you ever had any aspirations of going to traditional racing if you could?
So I think I'm actually one of the very few individuals who had zero aspirations.
Oh, zero at all?
Motorsport. Yeah, I just never really figured I'd be extremely good at it.
Okay.
I mean, we kind of touched on it a little bit.
You would be.
I'm not really sure.
I think he's being honest.
I think I could be okay, but I think there's people that would be better. Like what we discussed earlier is how you adjust to the rigs and stuff. I think the guys also on sim racing that are really adaptable to the rigs and stuff, I think those are the guys that would be extremely good in real motorsports, which is a lot of them. Because, of course, in the real cars, I'm assuming you need to adapt really quickly. Whereas in sim racing, I could, grind down the laps and get accustomed to everything over hours and hours. But in real life, you don't have that. So I think the guys that you will see, being really good here today, and the rest of the competition, those would be the guys that would also give everyone a run for their money in an actual car.
Yeah, that adaptability. Yeah, that is the key thing. I think, you know, but you tick the box of being extremely fit. What's your FTP on the bike? It's mental, isn't it?
Yeah, last time I tested it was a 308 or something. I was very happy with that. That was a good number, like right over the 300 threshold. Yeah, I'll take it. But you know, riding a bike is not driving a car. You know, like
you've got the fitness bit nailed though. Wow.
Well, the thing is, say if you can ride a bike, you'd always ride a bike. So if you can drive a sim car, you could drive a real car. I think you undersell yourself. I think
I'm also I'm a little bit too how do you say this? Also doesn't help. I think I'm a little bit too conscious and stuff. You know, I'm too smart, so to say. Like I think of the risks, and I think this doesn't help. Yeah.
He's an overthinker.
Overthinker. I gotcha.
I will go into something and think like, oh, there's a risk involved here, and you know, I think as a race car driver, you can't have this.
You can't think that because there's so many risks happening so quickly. That goes back to your point earlier about muscle memory. You know, you have to have extreme muscle memory, and you you don't have time to think because the margins are so narrow at times at the speed you're going.
Yeah, but you can't have that in real racing because you don't have the practice to have the muscle memory. So that's adaptability is key, and to an extent, you need adaptability in this series as well because. Sure. In the race starts, it's always a new situation. Like you never really recreate the same situation once. You know, this car might be coming over, and you got to somehow overtake him or whatever. So yeah, it's a combination of being able to repeat what you've practiced, but also react really quickly to something new that's happened. And that's what separates, I think, you know, your Josh Rogers and people like that from the people at the bottom.
Well, there it is. The qualifiers have concluded. Race 1 is about to be underway. And as far as I'm concerned, Vitality looks to be the strongest for sure. The boys are saying they can't lock it in after race number 1 for first place. So I'm thinking they could get very close with the 1, 2, and 3. The question is, for their racer who had a qual ban, how far can he make his way up the food chain as race 1 will shortly be underway? Well, here it is, race 1 for group number 8 to start off the tournament. We're going into Jeddah. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, take it away.
Cheers, Taylor, and cheers to the boys as well. We are ready to go racing for the first time then in the Esports World Cup. You can see the drivers are getting themselves ready. They are rolling their way around the circuit and they're heading into the final corner now. They are getting ready for the first race of the 2025 Esports World Cup, and there's already some clear drama as they're working their way onto the start finish straight to see what's going on. So we've got Marcel Cinchik who's leading down into turn 4. It's Kaiki Oliveira into second, Yuri Toman in third, then Johan Hart, Gregor Schill, John Robertson. But what has happened behind? The likes of Nikodem Wisniewski dropping right the way down the order, Ewan.
Yeah, he certainly is. Not sure again what happened. In fact, his timing is not. Now it is. So he must have spun around and been stationary for a little bit of time before getting back going again. Ferris Stanley as well has dropped down the field along with Jimmy Antunes, although he was already at the back of the field, so he must have been involved in something. Thibaut Casabon had a qualifying ban for Team Vitality. He's already made his way up into 7th place.
So clearly this has worked out fairly well in a sense for MSI. For BS competition, they're losing a little bit with 11th and 12th. They're scoring just 1 point between those two drivers, and of course with Kaiki Oliveira and Gregor Shaw up there in 2nd and 5th, it's not too bad. Let's take a look on the replays to what happens. It was out of turn 2, turn 1 row, well, turn 1, turn 2. All very awkward.
You heard on the desk 4 wide may be possible, but it's not a great idea, and that's why Nikodem Wisniewski was the one on the very left-hand side. I don't think he could have done very much about that, but there was certainly 4 wide for a moment there, and you're just never going to fit through turns 1 and 2 quite like that, and that's exactly what happens. We've seen it time and again. We saw it last time we were here 1 year ago. Yeah, it was Vitality. Back when we only had 2 drivers per team per race, both of the Vitalities got knocked out, which was, well, they got knocked to the back of the field, I should say. So, yeah, unfortunate for them on this occasion again.
Certainly so. Well, here we'll have a look down the inside. We're riding on board with Thibaut Casabon, trying to make the move on John Robertson's got it a little bit too deep, and there was definite contact on the exit of the corner there. I think that might have been Robertson trying to get the up and under. Jamie Fluke is now into the mix. He's got 2 MSIs directly behind him in Fluke and Robertson, but Thibaut Casabon now up to 6th position. Here comes a look to the inside though as Kaiki Oliveira is going for the race lead. He's trying to battle with Marcel Cinchik. Side by side for the first corner, leading between the pair of them. It's through wide and opening the door. Yuri Toman is going to work his way through.
He just saw them both take each other off the road in front of him and slip straight through. Yuri Toman into the lead, Cinchik into 2nd, and Johan Hart takes advantage as well to move up to 3rd for MSI. Kaiki Oliveira has to tuck back into line with Gregor Schill right in behind him. So 2 BS competition drivers are indeed in the top 5 at least, but no longer challenging for the lead. That has not worked out for Kaki Oliveira.
Something that Jiri Toman doesn't really have on his side when it comes to the record books. It is more so the lack of victories that he's got. That was a superb move from him to take over the lead. At the end of today, because of the 3 races this group's doing, Jiri Toman will have completed more races than any other driver in R1's history. It will be up to 134. Josh Rogers has 133. However, when it comes to the difference on victories, Josh Rogers has 42. At the moment, Jiri Toman has 8.
Yeah, it's an insane difference. Josh Rogers wins about 1 in every 3 races. Toman just 6% of his races done so far. Can he just nudge that average up a little bit here with a 9th victory in history? Be very, very positive for him indeed if he can. This is Gregor Schill we're on board with at the moment. As I mentioned before, he does have good experience on sim racing platforms, but not particularly this one. He's hanging on at the moment though in 5th place. His teammate in front of him, Kaki Oliveira, starts to look at getting that podium back again, which he held only a lap ago. Down into the final corner, not here. There's a big front straight coming up just afterwards.
Was there always going to be a switch between those two Vitalities at the front? We'll have to drop back to that in a second. Here's Ferris Stanley involved in the fight with Jimmy Antunes. So the two of these that have had drama involved in that incident that we saw there on the first lap. And this final couple of points could be very, very important. 10th place in this gives out 2 points. 11th place gives out 1. And the final position on the grid gives out absolutely nothing. Defensive line coming in from Kaki Oliveira, rather attacking as he gets past Johan Hart. So it's Kaki Oliveira in 3rd, Hart behind, and Gregor Schill searching for his first podium in 5th.
Oliveira looks quick, doesn't he? Even though he couldn't quite get through for the lead a few moments ago, he does look quick. That didn't take too much effort at all. Now the key thing for him is going to be, can he work his way up to the 2 Vitalities and then maybe past them? I think the reason why, by the way, they didn't do the swap that you previewed a couple of moments ago was because it might cost them just that little bit of time that invites Oliveira back into the fray.
Yeah, Chinchik has 17 victories in the 128 races that he's done in R1. He is a strong competitor, and among all of that, he is a driver's champion in a season in the past. He's our first ever driver's champion in this competition, and at the moment sat directly behind his teammate. For Vitality, though, as a driver, it doesn't actually matter, though. That's the thing, is that, yes, of course, as the MVP, well, I get that, but realistically, for a driver right now, the single most important thing is for you to score as many points for the team. If the driver directly ahead of you is your teammate, there is no benefit to the team whatsoever to there being a position switch unless Chinchik has more pace than Toman and could clear off into the distance.
Exactly, that's where the tactics come into it. It's not only, as you say, it's not a driver's championship, so it doesn't theoretically matter, but tactically it might make sense at some point to switch those 2 drivers around. Maybe there's another 2 that will need switching around in teammate land as well later on. We'll see whether that comes to the fore, but you know, for example, Jamie Fluke and John Robertson are together at the moment. They're probably going to be F that way round, though. Wisniewski might well get past Stanley as well, though, because he's probably BS competition fastest driver, maybe with the exception of Kaki Oliveira. So we'll see how they play it. But for now, Toman leads 2/10 of a second again. Are they going to coordinate the switch now? And what's Johan Hart going to do from 4th place?
He's flashing lights, so we can see here in the bottom right, there was a little look over the shoulder at BS competition. I think the flashing lights from Johan Hart was actually, I'm not going to fight you because I want to be able to close up and I want to go for this race victory here. But a really interesting look. There's Team Redline watching on. Jeff Rietveld on the left, Sebastian Job on the right. That probably gives away. There we go. So yeah, obviously keeping an eye on what's going on. Why not?
Exactly. They were here for the opening ceremony at the start of today, and so why not stick around and see who you're going to be.
Throw him under the bus.
See who you're going to be up against tomorrow. They'll be racing 4 times tomorrow in the group stage of the competition, where the big 3 teams who qualified straight away into stage 2 will enter the competition as well. For now, though, they are fighting to be in that situation. These guys, this is Group A, and the first team of the 3 will be through after 3 rounds into that group stage straight away. So far, Vitality certainly have taken the advantage, but there's a long way to go, even in this race.
Saw there Andy Yovsky behind Robertson, Fluke and Kazabon, so still some positions potentially here to be made up for Vitality, who are holding a very strong position in this race at the moment. Big hit on the wall, though, for Johan Hart on the exit there of turn 17, and that's going to cost him all the way down to 22. It's not going to make a move for Gregor Schill, but it's just dragging that BS competition car right back into the mix, and he is the highest point scorer
score at the moment, obviously, in this race. Is the highest position MSI car in this race. Really, really important for him to maximise this position because his teammates aren't really there to help at the moment.
No, his teammates are actually scoring less points cumulatively between the three of them than he is on his own at the moment. Johan Hart's got 13. Fluke would score 6 from there. Robertson 4. Antonez 2. You do the maths. That's 12 between them. So they are, in trouble at the moment, MSI, as Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik get closer than ever here. The teammates are not going to fight too much, but they might well coordinate a swap here. Is Marcel Chinchik going to be allowed to take victory, or will it be Yuri Toman instead? No, Chinchik's going to push his teammate, and at the moment they're pushing themselves away from the rest of the field. Kaki Oliveira cannot keep up.
Certainly not, but again, it's getting very close back here, and we can see some of these very tight fights up and down the order. It's been a pretty exciting opening race. We've completed half race distance. We've still got 4 more laps left to go, and like you say, it's going to have to be a tactical marker. It's got to be Yuri Toman getting that good pace, because at the moment that gap is about a second between Chinchik to Oliveira. The slipstream really takes over under sort of about 8/10 of a second. Under that, the slipstream's quite strong. So as long as you can keep the gap above that, relatively speaking, you should be safe. However, the concertina effect, you're quite close to your teammate. You've got to back off a little bit, give him a little bit of room in the corner, make sure you don't hit him. There's a lot going through Chinchik's mind. Toman almost has the easier position there because his eyes are purely forward.
It's one of the only positions or situations, rather, where you are the leader and you're not really concerned if there's somebody behind you, because it is your teammate. The team aspect of this competition is so much to the fore compared to so many other competitions around the esports calendar. It is all about teams here. There's no Drivers' Championship, it's worth reiterating, and at the moment Team Vitality are holding a big advantage in Group A. That is on board with Yuri Toman in the top right hand side of his screen. He's just got to hit his marks. Don't make any mistakes here for the next 3 laps.
As things stand in this race at the moment, points wise, Vitality would have 56 points as they run round the circuit. BS Competition would be in second in the group on 27 points, and MSI would have 25. Of course, for those that are battling second and third, basically the way this works is if you are the lowest place, lowest points scoring third place team, you are out today. So even if you're going to be one of those drivers where maybe this is it, you've got to make sure you're in it. And wow, that is quite a sweaty brow.
He is sweaty there. Coach Kaki Oliveira. We said it's an aircon studio and stage. Well, it is, but clearly not enough for these guys. Kaki Oliveira's got a coat on. What's he doing? He's made a mistake there.
He has made a mistake.
I would argue. Down the inside, meantime, John Robertson under pressure from Haniyovsky, that is. Vitality looking to firm their grip on this group in race 1. John Robertson is doing a bit of a job for the whole of the group at the moment, not just MSI, but BS Competition as well.
Whoa.
Big squeeze, and they've given each other room. Fair play to them. Into the first sector. They're still side by side, but Yayovsky gets his nose in front. He's got his whole car in front. He moves up to 8th place. Oh no, he's off. Big spin, and he'll be into the barriers down there in the first sector.
And that is going to bring this whole group closer together again. I'll update you with the points in a moment. Once we've seen him drop down, he might be able to stay ahead of Stanley, Vishnevsky and Antunes. However, his tyres from that will be overheated. There is no damage per se in Rennsport in R1. However, if you do have a spin like that, your tyres are still basically effectively destroyed. They're overheated. It's really hard to bring them back in the window, and a second spin is quite high in likelihood, as Haniyovsky certainly won't be able to keep that pace over the final 2 laps of proceedings here at the Jedha Corniche circuit.
He's only dropped to 9th place, so he hasn't actually dropped behind those 3 who got caught up at the start of the competition here. That's been terrible news for BS Competition so far. As Gregor Schill is looking left and right here on the back of Johan Hart down in towards turn 22. One of the big important corners on the back end of this circuit, because it is it determines rather your run on the way towards turn 27. Let's have another look at what happened to Yosky. Was there contact there with Robertson, I wonder?
It's not a corner I would typically say you should spin at by yourself, unless he's clipped the wall on the inside. There is the reaction, of course. You've got Mehdi Al-Fatih there, the team manager for Team Vitality. You've got Grigori Balati on the left-hand side. That was the coach for the team. So, yeah, not too happy there, but surely you don't spin there without contact.
It was a weird one, wasn't it? We'll have to try and see if we can get another vision of that because, yeah, that was close between the two. That was contact. Gregor Schill does go through, though, on Johan Hart into 4th position. Does he respond, though? The Frenchman looks down the inside. No, not on this occasion. He does have another lap to do it. He's been impressed, though, by Gregor Schill, got to say. He's been strong so far in this opening race.
Very good indeed. I think it will be his 5th top 6 in R1, so finishing in the top half of the grid for just the 5th time in his career. And of course, here at LAN, he is one of these drivers. We do have quite a few that have never raced in LAN before. He is one to throw into that mix.
Not raced in anything in LAN, or just this?
This.
Okay,
this.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
I think he's definitely done LAN with SRO Esports and the likes. I'm pretty sure anyway. But I will say that move is quite important because it means now that BS Competition have 32 points, so they've pulled 12 clear of MSI, who are starting to struggle a little bit in this race.
They certainly are, but the big gap is 24 between BS Competition and Team Vitality at the moment. That is a gap that might well be difficult to bridge. We'll have to see what happens in race 2. That could be a big determining factor here as Gregor Schill's under pressure again. This could be saving MSI's competition. If they want a chance in the last chance race at the end of this evening, they have got to at least finish 2nd or at least not do too badly in 3rd place.
I'll tell you something which has closed up. Look at that gap for the race lead, not only between Toman and Chinchik, but Kaiki Oliveira is almost within a second of your race leader. Are we going to get a final lap shootout with 6 kilometres to run around this Jedha Corniche circuit? One final lap to be dealt with, and Kaiki Oliveira is knocking the door. Big move down the inside though from Johan Hart as he sent it, as he pulled it up. Is it brilliant? It's just about right for Johan Hart. Gregor Schill leaving the door wide open. It's a drag race between the two of them along the start-finish straight.
It looked impossibly late on the brakes from the Frenchman there, but it looks like he's got it pulled up in time. Here comes Gregor Schill though, down in towards turn number 1. Inside line for the BS Competition driver. He's going to have the outside for the second part, which might be his undoing here. Contact again. They managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. They're still side by side out the corner.
And it could get better for Vitality as well. Thibaut Casamon's closing his way in. They head down towards turn 4. They drop back into single file, and now Thibaut Casamon is knocking at the door with Gregor Schill and Johan Hart as well. The 3 teams that are battling in this group now on your screen as Kaiki Oliveira is closing up the race lead. I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to actually go on the attack, by the way.
He needed to do that a few laps ago, really, but look at this for Thibaut Casamon. He's gained 6 places already. Wants the 7th now. He's all over the back of his countryman Johan Hart in towards the bottom end of the circuit. That's turn 13, the bank left-hander. He can't go through there. It's all going to happen towards turn 22 and maybe the final corner as well.
Certainly so. I think Chinchik might have backed off his teammate, by the way, at the race to defend from Oliveira, but you can't take your eyes off this fight right here. It's so good. Thibaut Casamon now knocking right at the door. He's only got 2 opportunities left to go. Then we come out here at turn 17. The next overtaking opportunity is at 22, and then that final corner at 27.
Casamon's run wasn't good enough there out of turn 17, so he's not going to go through. Hart's not really close enough to Schill, but look at this at the front of the race. Yuri Toman has only won once so far this season. Took him 7 races to do it in 2025. 7 rounds, I should say, to do it in 2025. He might well double that tally this year with a victory here if Marcel Chinchik lets him.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to hold this one all the way to the line. It'll be a 3rd victory on LAN as well. His percentage may not be great across the entirety of stats when it comes to race victories versus races done. It's at 6%. It's half that at LAN. Well, at least he can chuck another one in the mix. As a 3rd victory at LAN, it is a 9th victory overall for Yuri Toman, as it is Vitality taking first blood in the Esports World Cup with a mighty 1-2 at the Jedha Corniche circuit.
And look at that over the line. Casamon can't quite make it any better. He gets 6th place, and that is 6 places gained from his qualifying ban at the start of the day. MSI will be wounded after that one. Unfortunately, they will be at the bottom end of the group of 3 after race 1, but it's advantage Vitality. They did what needs to be done. Any 1-2 for any team is going to get you a big, big points haul, and it certainly has for these guys right here. Yuri Toman wins for a 9th time in R1. A rare victory, it must be said, for such a successful driver, but a so important one too.
And a very well-earned victory for Yuri Toman. Right place, right time, pieced his way through. There's Kaiki Oliveira. Next race he'll do will be his 100th race. But we'll have to deal with that in a moment. We're going to step aside, and when we're back, it'll be going into analysis for race number 1.
back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Group A already some fireworks, crashes, people running into walls, and Vitality taking an early lead. Kind of everything you would expect here for the Esports World Cup. We look at some of the highlights off the rip. James, we had some exciting moments as cars were fighting for position. You mentioned on Jedha, it's a close course, and well, there's the implication of it.
Yeah, we saw live there was a huge crash on lap 1, and this is the fight for the lead on turn 1, lap 2. But yeah, it'd be good to see another angle of that lap 1 crash because it had huge implications on the result of the race. And there was actually quite a lot going on in that race. It wasn't a bore fest, and that was Yuyovsky hitting the wall on lap 6, I think. So yeah, chaotic.
Yeah, it's. I think it'd be really hard to kind of pinpoint exactly who was at fault in the start. It's kind of looked, like James said, there was a lot happening. And what happened is they were 4 wide, I saw. And this is what we discussed. You don't want to be 4 wide in Jeddah.
Don't want to be 4 wide, but they were 4 wide. They didn't listen. What's going on? Now, Jeddah was exciting, though. Like, that really did bring the energy. It was great in the venue, by the way. I had a chance to go out there, and the crowd seemed to be getting into it. But more importantly, just hearing the sounds, it really makes you feel like you're there. The commentary was excellent. I just like the broadcast. I don't know. I think this is they've done a wonderful job. But it seems like Vitality, 1, 2, and then, well, the other straggler down there in 6. But they take that early lead. But it's not as dominant as I thought it would be. BS Competition will take 3 and 4, therefore keeping it very close. So, James, I guess you're right. There's not going to be like a dominant leader after race 1.
No, I think it stresses qualifying because the race pace looked very similar for everyone. I mean, you got the slipstream as well, that even if you are a bit off the pace, you can stay with faster cars. And yeah, Vitality actually, on that battle for the lead on lap 2, turn 1, played it really well because I think it was Chinchik boxed in the BS competition car, allowing his teammate to go through, and that meant they were 1 and 2, and then they could just control the race from there, really.
Yeah, and these drivers don't really care who wins, I think, when it comes to inner team winning.
Inner team, yeah.
Exactly. Of course, they wouldn't want the other team to win,
right.
But for example, I don't think Yuri cares if it's him in P2 or him in P1, and vice versa, of course, with Marcel. As long as the team gets to win and P2, that's what matters.
Well, I know there was a lot of emphasis from you guys on that lap 1 crash. You said it had huge implications on the race. There was only 8 laps after all. 1 lap you have that crash. We have some alternative viewpoints. James, I want you to take this away. We get a chance to review it, see what this crash did and what it was all about.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to see what angle we get because we can sort of blame the driver at fault, but it could just be a racing incident. So on the exit of turn 2, you can see it's almost 5 wide, and it's hard to put the blame on one driver there. I think it is one of those racing incidents where you've got too many cars, not enough track width, and you can see the chaos that's ensued after that crash. But yeah, that BS car on the outside, that gap was always going to close, you could say, so maybe he should have backed out of it, but hard to put the blame on one driver there.
Yeah, I find it impossible to judge. I feel like this is really one of those incidents where you'd have to go into replay and probably look at it 100 times from all different angles, all different cars, onboards.
What I would say, I think that the MSI Mercedes there should have left more room on the left. He had all the track to use on the right.
And he would have also saw the guys in front. Like, he kind of probably knew what he was heading into the best.
Yeah. I'm not sure which driver that is, but whichever MSI Merc that was, I think he could have...
I think he got a little hit from someone else as well, behind maybe.
I'm not sure. Who was that? I think it might have been...
Really hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, but you can see 3 or 4 cars just out of the race immediately. Yeah. So, yeah,
you see how eager everyone is, I think, to get positions.
Yeah, well, you mentioned MSI. Obviously, it's hard to put the blame on anybody, but I mean, it could be realistic. MSI potentially was behind that, given the fact that they followed they were so far behind and had some ground to clear. I could understand the desperation from some that were a little bit far behind.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, they're all in cockpit cam view, so they're effectively simulating realism. They're sat in the cockpit, you've got the A-pillar, you can't see too much when you're behind the wheel of a GT3, so visibility is quite low. We get all the replay angles where you can see everything. They wouldn't have had that live, so it's worth bearing that in mind as well.
That's fair. A lot goes into it, right? From our perspective, it's easy to tell what ended up happening, but from their perspective, it's just chaotic, and sometimes you get tunnel vision and things just happen out there. It's not malicious. That's Jeddah after all. We're about to hop in to race number 2. Circuit's going to be Monza. Let's take a look.
It's time for the Temple of Speed, braking as late as possible into the Rettifilo chicane, down into first, and important to get the exit right into Curva Grande. The Rogier chicane with its quick flicks to the left and then to the right, making sure to use as much curve as possible. Lesmos 1 and 2 punish hesitation, get in early and clip the curbs, but watch out, the gravel is close on the exit. It's all about the rhythm in Ascari. Be too late or too early by the tiniest of margins and you will most likely be caught in a spin. The last test, the Parabolica. Easy to lose a good lap here, wide on entry, full throttle as early as possible, and that's the way to complete a lap of Monza.
Monza, a little bit different from Jeddah. How different is it, right? What can we expect from Monza that we didn't necessarily get in Jeddah?
Well, I think it's more of a regular racetrack. So there's a lot more room for side-by-side battles.
5 wide, though.
I wouldn't go that far.
12 wide.
Yeah.
12. Could you imagine?
No, I think for sure you'll see a little bit more, let's say, clean racing here. There's more room for things to kind of go wrong and correct. And there's a lot of straights, so you'll have someone overtake someone, and the other guy can come right back at you. So it'll be close, but I think it will probably be a little bit less incident heavy.
Less incident heavy. We'll see. Depends on how desperate certain teams get. Again, MSI all the way towards the bottom now have to really start clawing their way back up to the top. We'll see if they could do so. There's only 3 total races right in the group before we go into Daytona. So this is the time, do or die as far as I'm concerned, if you want to try and be the #1 team. That includes BS Competition. They're not too far behind from Vitality. Having a solid race in race number 2 would be truly impactful for them. You've actually raced on Monza as well, both not only from the sim perspective, but also in real life. So less incident heavy. What are you thinking is going to go down between the 3 teams?
Qualifying isn't as important because the races are chaotic here, because you can overtake quite easily at Monza, and it's hard to break the slipstream and pull away. But I think you were saying to me the other day, Monza was one of your strongest tracks. So why did you feel that was? Like, what's the key around Monza?
So I always felt like I was really good under like hard braking zones, like stop and go. I think that was just whatever I was always good at, and that carried over for me in every simulator pretty much.
So heavy braking zones, tight corners.
Yeah, and then going again. Yeah, that was perfect for me. So I think that's what really got me going. And strong track here. Also for Marcel, I think, who's racing.
Yeah.
And I think this is something that Vitality will love. Of course, they had good points from the first race, but I think this is really Marcel's hunting ground.
That is a good point. Yeah. Chinchik is always really good around Monza, and the Aston straight line speed thing, they should be good here. So I reckon a Vitality 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why not?
That's a bold take. That's
a bold take, but I mean, they did get 1 and 2, and without the accidents, who knows what would have ended up unfolding, because I put them at 1, 2, 3. Even that, I think, is a bit too bold, too. But 1 and 2, I mean, that's beautiful as far as I'm concerned. So what storylines do we have going into Monza? Well, it's circuit number 2 of 3 for our Group A play. Time is running out for those who are trying to get into first place. Vitality currently, unofficially, holding on to the first place position, but BS Competition not far behind them. But MSI, well, they've got to get serious and throw a Hail Mary out there, because if they don't, they're going to be in trouble. They already are in trouble. The qualifying on Jeddah didn't look strong. The race looked even weaker. But hey, MSI, they're in a tough group. One group's got to be harder than the other. I would say Group A is definitely one of the toughest groups out there. BS Competition, they've got to come back. They're not too far behind. Let's say they do come back on at least this race number 2. Race 3 is going to be quite interesting, but is it realistic that BS Competition can pull an upset on Monza and take down Vitality to leave it all on the line for race number 3?
Yeah, definitely. They're very capable, and it's possible. I think with Monza as well, I always found it was one of the most horrible tracks to do a one-shot quali in, because it's so easy to get a cut track and get a slowdown, because the chicanes are very easy to overstep the track limits. Then you obviously get the slowdown and you'll start from the back. So I always struggle with that there, and you have to be really good over curbs, which I found was quite tricky. So I think there could be definitely 3 or 4 slowdown penalties in this qualifying.
Oh yeah, for sure. Monza is for sure known for the slowdown penalties, and like James said, the curbs here are very aggressive, but you also really need to use them to be fast.
Yeah.
So if you really want to string that lap together, you need to be aggressive on the curbs, and when you're that aggressive, a millimeter wrong could either get you a slowdown, or it can completely change the balance of the car if you come off the curb and ruin your lap that way. So
and then it comes down to what car is good over the curbs, because that's a real advantage. You could do the theoretical same lap time as another car, but if your car takes the curbs easier with the pressure of a one shot, it might just be easier in X car to do that lap. So that could come into it.
For sure.
Well.
I think for me, always the BMW here was very forgiving as far as you could get forgiving over these curbs. So this will for sure help BS. But again, this is Marcel's track.
Marcel's track, but you got to take it away, right? That's a competition after all. You've got your strong guys at the top, but if you want to be even stronger, sometimes you got to take it by force, and well, that's a possibility. I do look at Vitality, though, because they still had one member who was 1 point away from getting a qual ban themselves, which could be quite devastating depending on how this next race goes, because let's say that that second driver from Vitality does score that point, that penalty point, does go into race number 3 with the qual ban. If BS Competition does well on Monza, I don't know, Vitality could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in a way, you would almost think here you could play it smart. Like, let's say Vitality is in a really good position to score a lot of points. They scored really well the first race. They score good here. Maybe Marcel would want to get that point for the next race so he isn't hampered in the following days.
I was literally about to say that, yeah. So he'd have to get it now, though, for the next race, wouldn't he? So it's still a bit risky. You leave the door open for BS, but I see what you're saying, yeah. Get the quali ban done now, so tomorrow you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you also need the right position to do that, right?
Yeah.
Because you need to do something wrong, but obviously you don't want to do something wrong where you're doing something really wrong. Like you don't want to crash someone out intentionally or something like this. Like this is of course not done.
And if you do that and BS go through, you look like moron.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, it is risky, but I think it's something that could be worth it.
Yeah, so I guess a strong then position here would maybe make it justifiable to go ahead and get that point out of the way in race number 3. Well, Monza's up. Race number 2 in Group A. We're hopping into Monza. Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney, take it away.
It is the Temple of Speed, somewhere where certain drivers, the likes of Marcel Cinchik and the likes, go very, very well around. And of course, we're riding on board with Johan Hart, as we did for the opening lap at the Jedha Corniche circuit. Such a different circuit, though. Those tight walls have been pushed to one side, and we have the open speed of the Italian countryside.
Yeah, what a circuit Monza is. So fantastic, very high speed, and it's got a bit of everything as well. So Johan Hart, not the best of laps at Jeddah. Let's see if he can make amends for that here in Monza. You can see over the Roger, a bit of a snap of oversteer on the exit, riding the curbs though really well. What does the first sector time look like?
First sector is decent. On the fastest lap of 2025 in the online season, the fastest first sector was set with a 35.325, so we're only about half a tenth off of that, but Johan Hart going a little bit deep there at the second, Lesmo.
Yeah, not exactly what he wants, because you're flat out all the way now through into Ascari, but this is one of the make or breaks of the lap. Coming towards the second sector beam now, he's looking for around about a 35.3 on the brakes towards Ascari, about 3/10 off where he needs to be, and too much curb on the entry.
Slow down, he got to slow down for doing it. He clobbered that curb on the entry of Ascari, and this lap has been thrown into the bin for Johan Hart. There's two places where you can really get slow down penalties at Ascari. It's on the inside and you can get it on the outside as well. Absolutely clobbering that curb, and this is what we mean about those slowdowns. He's basically forced to slow down for its 5 seconds. It'll try and slow you down to 60 kilometers an hour. You probably won't get there, but then you're able to carry on at full speed. That will have cost him a lot of time. So this lap time from Johan Hart will be thrown into the bin, so we'll have to refocus on Erhan Yayovsky's. The lap time we're aiming for really is a 36, a low 36. 53.8 ain't it?
Yeah, absolutely not. Not exactly what he wants. Erhan Yayovsky now making his way into the Parabolica. Team Vitality, as a contingent, very, very strong around Monza. All of their drivers' best tracks, or one of their best tracks, is right here at Monza. Foot to the floor and looking to go across the line. It's decent in the first sector, not great in the middle sector. Across the line, of course, beats Johan Hart at 46.4, though. Yuri Toman up next.
I think I said 36. I don't know if I did, but I definitely meant 46, that's for sure. Either way, Yuri Toman is now the next one to come down into the Parabolica. The sector times first, looking good. Second, a tenth or so off of the very, very best. But to be fair, this is looking like a decent lap time. Could well be a 46.2, maybe a 46.3, but a low one. Let's see what Yuri Toman could do. Fresh off of a victory at the Jedha Corniche circuit as he crosses the line of 46.338.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Yuri Toman with that momentum. Jamie Fluke, though, slightly on the back foot, and Team MSI, we know, on the back foot, and a really big underdogs in this last chance qualifier. Decent through the first sector, decent through the well, not really great through the second sector either. So at full commitment through sector 3, this part of the lap, you know you're not really on the best run, so you're looking for damage limitation, hugging all the way to the right-hand side, short that distance to the line. And what can he do? Of course, it's going to be Johan Hath, but still not fantastic. About 2 tenths, about 10th and a half where he wants to be.
And for MSI, they are the bottom place team of the group at the moment. They have just 20 points versus BS Competition, who we're looking at here. They've got 32, 56 at the moment for Team Vitality. Final corner for Nikodem Vishnevsky. Middle sectors, not ideal. BS Competition really need to start closing down that 24-point margin on Vitality before it's too late, because it could look like Vitality's going to top the group even before the end of the final race. Let's see what Vishnevsky's going to do across the line. It is good enough for third. Here comes Kaiki Oliveira in his 100th qualifying in R1.
Let's see if it's going to be a spectacular standout performance for the Brazilian. Kaiki Oliveira, of course, one of the strongest drivers of the herd at BS+ competition. Into Parabolica, first sector, again, looking pretty good. Second sector, about a 10th off what we saw over the 2025 online spring season. So looking actually pretty decent. Can he get himself onto the second row with his teammate? Can he get himself onto the front row and split the Vitalities across the line? We'll see what it is. Kaiki Oliveira, once again, a good qualifier.
That is a good qualifying, half a 10th off of the pole, and he'll be starting his 100th race, hopefully, from a decent position. He'll be the 10th driver in R1's history to pass 100 races in the competition. We've got a few more over this week that will pass 100 races. Ferris Stanley won't be one of them, but he's had some decent speed through the online season. Had a couple of poles, had a few victories, including one at the Jedha Corniche circuit. Let's see what Ferris Stanley could do. Up towards the line he's going to go. The sectors aren't so great, but it might be around about 0.4. It is a 0.401. Is a decent lap time for the BS Competition driver.
Yeah, a very, very strong lap time and a very, very strong case for BS+. John Robertson, though, not really looking at all like he's on a good lap. It's, a slowdown in the first sector. Of course, though, still continuing on, because if anyone else gets that penalty, that's going to be something that you want to be the best of those that got a slowdown. So you can still not start last if you continue on and the rest of the lap is still strong. So even though you're demotivated, you've got to put your foot down and get your way towards the line. However, it's really not looking good for MSI. John Robertson is going to add salt to the wound and rear up the end of the field.
Cannot recall too many occasions where we've seen a slowdown penalty in Sector 1, because the only chicane in there is the Retafilo, the first chicane. And we don't typically see slowdown penalties in there. Here comes Marcel Cinchik then. First sector, pretty decent indeed. The second sector, also pretty strong. This is definitely a time to challenge for pole position. Let's see if he can do it. He's got his teammate Toman to beat. They had a 1-2 back at the Jedha Corniche circuit. He had pole position back then as well, and he goes straight onto it now, a 46.244.
Very nice stuff from Marcel Cinchik. Of course, won his Drivers' Championship right here at Monza. This is a circuit he knows very well. He's won 8 times here before, 17 podiums around this circuit, and once again adds to his pole position tally. Jimmy Antunes, though, for MSI, can he recover anything for this team? It's not great at all to the first sector, about a 10th and a half off where he needs to be, and the second sector a slowdown as well. MSI on the back foot once more here at Monza.
Yeah, of the 3 drivers that have had slowdown penalties, all 3 belong to MSI. Antunes crosses the line, 49.556. Depending on the lap times here from Gregor Schill and Thibaut Casavon, MSI could be lining up in the final 4 positions in this race. And if they don't score decently, then they could be eliminated after the Group B races as well. We'll have to wait and see. It's the lowest points scored third place team that will be out at the end of the first 6 races of the day. Gregor Schill across the line, he'll go to 6th.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Thibaut Casabon, though, armfuls of opposite lot going through Ascari, not really what he wants to see at all. Really good recovery race from him in Jeddah, starting last after that qualifying ban, fought his way through. Monza as well, another circuit, even though you don't qualify well, you can make your way forwards up the order with the slipstream, but full commitment going into the Parabolica, way off really where he wants to be through the second sector. A decent first sector. What can he do as he wraps up this lap? Can he get himself up there with a 1-2 in qualifying at the moment for Vitality? Casabon just needs to be there or thereabouts to score some decent points. Across the line, puts his car P9, not at all where he wants to be.
No, certainly not. But once again then, it's Marcel Cinchik and Yuri Toman first and second. Vitality with the control in qualifying. They were able to take victory back in Jeddah. Will they be able to do the same thing once again here at Monza? look at those drivers. The MSI team, they're looking a little bit disappointed. They're looking a little bit dejected. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they can do in the race. Let's throw it back, though, to the desk and over to reflections.
Hey. Session has been completed. Now all that's left, of course, is the warm-up lap and then the race. Vitality still looking strong, taking 1 and 2, much like they did just earlier on Jeddah. Seems like nothing can stop them, but like you were saying, and as well as yourself, Mac, I mean, I guess qualifying on Monza isn't as impactful as it was like on a circuit such as Jeddah.
Yeah, for sure. You can do a little bit more here coming from the back, but you still want to be up front, right? So, right. Like what we said as well, this is Marcel's track. He proved that. He had by far the best lap. And yeah, being 1-2 here is very strong because you can kind of protect the start a little bit, going too wide, kind of protect the lanes. And yeah, I think, again, this is going to be their race to lose.
Without question. BS competition, though, much like on Jeddah, 3 and 4, you know, obviously just right behind that of Vitality. This is the race they need to secure in order to keep things competitive because, again, they want to secure the #1 top spot in their group so they can move forward to tomorrow's group play. That just makes less drama, less of a headache, so you don't have to go to Daytona. BS competition have to perform on mods. If they don't, I think Vitality's walking away with this.
Yeah, they're there, but it's going to be a tough ask to get past both Yayoski and Chinchik. But they're right there. They're 3rd and 4th, I'm pretty sure. But
that's right.
Yeah, the final Vitality car, Kazabon, he had such a long wait for the qualifying lap. He literally had to wait 5 minutes before he could do his lap. And I think that plays a huge part on the performance of drivers in qualifying in this series.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you see that countdown, you kind of load in the grid. And then you always see how long you have to wait, which order you're in. And then when you see the number, like 300, it's 300 seconds counting, you're just like, oh, that's such a long time.
If you're the driver going last, 360 seconds, you can literally walk to the shops and back before doing the qualifying lap. So it's like...
Exactly. I was always really relieved when it was like 120 seconds or less. That's perfect. Yeah. But anything more than that is like, oh, too much.
Well, let's take a look at the qualifying race results. You know, MSI still struggling, I believe, bottom 4, if I'm not mistaken. So all of them are going to have to make a big jump if they want to try and get over their competition. But as we do look at the times as well, does anything stand out to you boys?
Yeah, so for me, Chinchik's lap was pretty good, but his Sector 3 was really good, and that's what gave him pole position, basically. And it's close. You know, the top 7 are within 3/10, which is very close, and you can see, as we predicted, quite a few slowdowns, a quarter of the grid getting slowed down. So no real surprises there for me, to be honest.
Yeah, same. I think for sure we're going to need to see a little faster lap times, though, for poles in later races, but for now, I think Marcel will take it.
Well, let's look at our Aramco pole position to see how everything ended up folding during the qualifiers. Aramco, happy to have them here. And, you know, that pole position is what everyone is shooting for. Granted, only one team, one racer, in fact, can get it. In this case, it ended up being Vitality, once again going back-to-back, making a strong argument that once they do go to group play tomorrow, and I'm saying once they do, I don't see them getting eliminated. Anything can happen, though. But, James, as we look through, obviously, our Aramco pole position, you see one of the fastest times out there, and well, again, no surprise, it's Vitality.
Yeah, and like we saw at Jeddah, it was a very smooth, you know, very plain sailing lap for Chinchik. And in this or in this last chance day, you really want to, as you say, dominate, because if you can't dominate here, you really are going to stand no chance against Redline, Porsche, and Virtus.pro. So, yeah, you have to send a statement out today, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's only going to get tougher from here. And as we're now kind of looking at the lap, you see Marcel's kind of smooth. And the way he has to take the curbs, like we said, he's really smooth around those, so you know it's fast.
Yeah, and I really learned how punishing not being smooth can be, because there was a racer, I believe, from MSI, if I'm not mistaken. We watched him during, I believe, the first portion, lost a little bit of time, so he got way too aggressive on the second portion. Because of that, he ended up getting a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, you know, on the topic of aggression, you know, I think we see drivers at LAN get even more angry when something goes wrong. We saw with Erhan in race 1 when he hit the wall and spun, he was absolutely raging, you know, because it means so much to the drivers. So maybe we'll see more of that in this one. Yeah,
hard to get composure back when it happens like in a heat of moment. Like, let's say it happened, like, for example, I believe running into the wall happened like lap 6 or 7. You still got 1 or 2 more laps. Like, you know, how much of an effect does that rage have on you as a racer?
It really depends on the driver. I think a lot of drivers are people that really get caught up in it. You know, something goes wrong, suddenly everything goes wrong. There's only negative thoughts, and I think the ones that kind of can take that switch the best, they'll just keep going, and they know there's still something to drive for, and then you'll perform.
Well, as we head into race 2, we're going into Monza for Group A. After that, only one more race will remain, but Monza, it's going to be a close one, and Vitality could very well take first place after this race. Let's head into Monza with Lewis McGlade and Zach Sweeney.
Yeah, indeed, they are heading around the Parabolica. They're heading around the final corner, and they're getting themselves ready for the race. They're prepared for the long run down into the first corner, and it is a long run indeed. Before we have that big braking zone into the Rettifilo, we can see there a look on board with some of our drivers as the race is about to begin. The second race of the Esports World Cup, the second race of Group A will begin now, and we can see MSI there. They're all prepared, they're all ready to go. They need to go on the attack now. It's not been a great start, and a reaction to the race start from Marcel Cincic. Kaiki Oliveira, I think, is making it 3 wide and going through the middle for BS Competition. He's going to send it deep onto the brakes. He's trying to take over the race lead. He's going to get sandwiched here between Marcel Cincic and Yuri Toman, and Marcel Cincic, I believe, had to go straight on, and there's more drama behind.
Yeah, Thibaut Casabon got caught up. I think Erhan Yuyovski was the one that went spinning round for Vitality, just got absolutely swarmed going into the Rettifilo chicane, but maintaining that 1-2 stance. BS Plus, though, the herd chasing them down. Kaiki Oliveira now trying to put some pressure on, going into the Roger. The inside might well open up. Thibaut Casabon on the back foot, side by side with one of the MSI cars. That's Jimmy Antunes looking to go to the outside of the Roger, doing battle as well with Nikodem Wisniewski on the exit, though. It's all kicking off on lap 1.
Yeah, certainly so. The side-by-side's going to see Wisniewski looking to the outside at the moment, trying to clear his way through, and on Jimmy Antunes, they remain side-by-side, but it is going to be Wisniewski on top. They head their way into the second Lesbo. We ride on board with Thibaut Casabon. He's got his teammate way far down the road, and that is bad for Vitality, but the fact they're running 1 and 2 in this race, although I will say potentially questionably, obviously Cincic might be under investigation there. He was around the outside and then straight line the chicane. Do you think that's fair?
I mean, it's going to always be tricky. You can't gain an advantage by leaving the track, but if you were encouraged there and pushed there, you've got no other choice. So maybe it was a case of, I don't want to be involved in a crash, I'd rather cut the chicane and relieve some time, and maybe he's going to get a penalty. We also saw the BS Plus competition car of Ferris Stanley picking up some penalty points from Jedha. That's going to push them back down as well, and mean that Monza, and when we go to Hockenheim as well, going to be ever more important for the BS Plus cars in order to really maximise their chances of not having to do that playoff race when we go to Daytona. Let's take a look at the start.
Yeah, certainly so. So you can see the Vitality all the way around. I mean, that for Cincic, I think he kind of likes the throttle, but then he's going to get pushed off anyway. There was contact there on the inside. That was what sent Erhan Yuyovski round. He's not particularly happy, is the Macedonian. See that behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, he's very vocal. There's even more kicking off as we go through the Rettifilo to start lap 2. Ferris Stanley making his way across, involved with the 2 MSI cars.
Gregor Schill has dropped right the way down to 11th position, so he was the one that was spinning off in the background. There was definite contact. There was one on the right-hand side of the Rettifilo, so there has certainly been some drama, and so for BS Competition, things go slightly worse for them. Dropped down to 11th position. Jamie Fluke is moving his way up the order, is technically in contention for the race victory. He's running in 5th position. He's 1.5 seconds off, and what a crucial victory that would be for MSI.
Yeah, it could really save their day and their chances here at the Esports World Cup. Thibaut Casabon, though, doing some work in keeping behind Johan Harth and John Robertson in the battle for 8th. I mean, at this point, he's more focused as a rear gunner, but also trying to get after the likes of Jimmy Antunes and Nikodem Wisniewski. Right now, though, Vitality are in a very strong position. Kaiki Oliveira, though, and Ferris Stanley, even though they've got the pressure of BS Plus competition on their minds, they've got to wipe all of that, focus forward and try and deliver a victory, because it really could be the turning point of their day.
And Kaiki Oliveira will be more hungry than in the previous race for that victory. He knows it fell through his fingers in basically some of the battling that happened early on between himself and Johan Harth. Now he's got his teammate Ferris Stanley behind in 4th position. Kaiki Oliveira can have full focus on trying to take on Vitality. However, it is the mighty Marcel Cincic who has been dubbed by some, George Morgan, he's not here for us this round, as the master of Monza. I mean, look, he's proven it once again.
And dubbed by you as Macro Cincic as well.
He is dubbed by Macro Cincic, yeah, nice entry list.
He's up there, up in front, now leading by his teammate who aren't going to work together, not working together, though, is Thibaut Casabon and Johan Harth, who pulls out to the right-hand side. John Robertson trying to freight train his way through as well, using his teammate as a bit of a battering ram towards the first chicane. The Vitality car, though, of Thibaut Casabon holds his way to the outside, pushing the MSI Mercedes all the way to the outside extremities of the circuit, a long way around the Curva Grande. That could open the door for John Robertson to find a way through.
Yeah, Robertson will need to sit right on the rear end of his teammate here, and it's exactly what he does, almost drive straight into the side of Thibaut Casabon as well, up to the Rogier. They're going to go. It'll be around the outside for Johan Half. Casabon's going to try and commit to the inside. He's made some good overtakes in the past around here, and here comes Robertson into the mix as well, sending it straight around the outside of the Rogier. Will remain on the inside as they head their way down into the first Lesmo, and exactly as you called, Zach, brilliant teamwork between Hart and Robertson, leaving that door open. Robertson came straight through and was able to work his way past Casabon.
This is exactly what MSI need to do as well, right? They're on the back foot. They need to be working as a 4, as a contingent of 4. They're 5, 6, 7, and 8, capitalizing on as many points as possible, really using that team dynamic well. Capitalized on Thibaut Casabon being isolated all by himself with no support from his teammates, and really worked together quite well. Same too, though, Vitality out in front. Chinchik from Toman now opening that gap up to Ferris Stanley and Kaiki Oliveira behind, who have now swapped positions. So I think maybe BS confident that Stanley has got the pace to maybe drive them onto the back of Vitality. We're about to tick off the 3rd lap and start the 4th, so nearly halfway through the 2nd race of Group A. Still definitely on the cards for BS+ to recover here. However, that is very wide from Ferris Stanley. Jamie Fluke now could be on the attack for the podium.
And this is the problem. You've switched around the drivers, I understand that, and Ferris Stanley is a quick driver himself, but maybe a little bit of inconsistency in it. Let's see what happened then down here. This is, of course, that overtake. So it was Johan Hart and Thibaut Casabon going side by side. A little bit of a squeeze in between them, but you can get a little bit of touring car racing in these, and that was what allowed Robertson or gave him the opportunity to work his way through. This is Fluke that we're looking at here in the white car with the blue highlights right on the rear end of the BS competition duo of Ferris Stanley and Kaiki Oliveira, who have switched round once again. Felix Van Delft, sort your drivers out.
I was going to say, they're tripping up each other a lot, and that's really not doing them any favours. It's lost them so much time, and it now means they have to be looking backwards. Thibaut Casabon, though, not going for the attack on John Robertson, not really instigating much. However, sends Robertson in deep, fakes him in, now gets a really good exit. That was really well set up there from Thibaut Casabon. Prioritised the exit, now looks to go to the inside of the Lesmo. It's the yellow and black machine, the Aston Martin of the Vitality of Casabon on the inside. Then it's the Mercedes at the MSI car of John Robertson, now on the outside into Lesmo 2. Casabon launching that counter-attack. However, he is surrounded by MSI cars, and also Gregor Schill closing in the background.
This is not going to work if they're going to go side by side all the way up to Ascari. The outside line's never really going to work through there. There's also a switch ahead. So Johan Hart and Jimmy Antunes have switched around. Hart is now ahead of his teammate, and Robertson's going to back out of trying to make this side by side as they head their way through the Ascari chicane, flicking it left, then right, then left again, and out on this back stretch down towards the Parabolica. Gregor Schill, who had great race pace in the previous races, looming large in the background despite that spin. He's closing up on that duo. Meanwhile, the other BS competitions in 3rd and 4th are feeling the pressure from Jamie Fluke for what would be some very important points at the moment. The points would be 105 for Vitality, it would be 60 for BS competition, and it would be 44 for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI. This would be some very important point switches as we're going to go 3 wide. Kaiki Oliveira with a slow run opens up the opportunity, and here comes down the inside Jamie Fluke. He's having to back out of it on Kaiki Oliveira, but remains side by side with Ferris Stanley as they head their way through the Rettifilo. They're still side by side up towards Curva Grande, and of course the assistance is going to go the way of the 2 BS competition drivers.
That was a close call from BS competition. Ferris Stanley now having to look in his mirrors and keep Jamie Fluke behind, who's swerving all over the rear end, going defensive, going side by side, not to attack each other but to block the Mercedes. Now towards the Roger, Ferris Stanley doing a really good job as to protect this podium position for BS+ competition. Jamie Fluke, though, he is really now cementing this attack, applying a lot of pressure, getting in the mirrors, applying that pressure of the BS+ cars, who have to realise they've got the advantage here. They've got 2 cars in this fight. Jamie Fluke, though, if he can hold them up enough, Johan Half might be able to close in and give him some support.
I remember seeing the heart rate monitor and the trace of it across the race from Jamie Fluke when he won the overall round back in 2023 at Road Atlanta. He had to defend the entire race. I don't think for a moment in that race his heart rate was below 160. I'm pretty sure it peaked, I think it was like 187.
Wow.
It peaked. In this race, his heart rate is going to be pretty high as well as he's going on the attack. That said, sometimes I find going on the attack can be a little bit more comfortable in that sense. Some drivers prefer going on the attack, some drivers prefer defending and holding on the position. Jamie Fluke, he's experienced enough in sim racing, he could do either side capably.
Yeah, absolutely so, and he's doing a really good job of it right now. now. However, he has got a very uphill climb, and that pressure of having his team on his shoulders right now and knowing that he's in a golden opportunity to not only pick up more points for MSI, but to take some points off BS+, who are going to give each other that little bump draft. So you see there Ferris Stanley closing up onto the rear end of his teammate, giving him a little tap on his back end. That just accelerates Kike Oliveira a little bit more, puts him out in front of him, and allows that gap to increase. A little bit further back though, Gregor Schill, another BMW BS competition car, fighting towards the back end now with John Robertson. And again, these aren't for many points at the back, but with how close it could well be between MSI and BS, these are valuable points.
I get the feeling though with the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI that maybe the communication might be the fluke to be go all attack here. It doesn't necessarily matter if you go past, it's more important if you slow them down and allow Johan Harth, allow Jimmy Antunes to join that fight to assist you at least maybe for the final lap. Could be some more points lost for MSI here, as here comes a look down the inside. Gregor Schill trying to make the move as he's trying to get past John Robertson at the moment for 9th position. Does not complete that pass at the moment, does Schill, so he'll remain at the moment in 10th position. Robertson holding on to 9th.
Yeah, doing a really good job actually, John Robertson. Even though he's not fighting towards the front, he's recovering really well from qualifying. Not the most experienced, of course, driver in R1, more with a rallycross background, as a world champion in that specific discipline, but this is an entirely different kettle of fish, the way you drive the cars and the way you approach each race. He's got to adapt that, and to be fair, has done a decent job of that so far in R1, but hasn't quite been able to break that upper echelon of the top half of the grid. Maybe that's going to come today. Right now doesn't quite seem to be the case. We're about to tick off, well, we've ticked off lap number 6, now making our way, lap number 5 onto lap number 6, so 3 laps left of this race. Chinchik leading from Toman, Kike Oliveira and Ferris Stanley the top 4, but Jamie Fluke trying to put an end to that right now in the slipstream towards the Rettifilio chicane, but just doesn't quite have the legs on the straight, especially when Ferris Stanley is getting that slipstream himself off Kike Oliveira. However, an exponential increase and a huge send on the brakes, showing his car in the mirrors. Slight bit of contact maybe as they reach the apex. Jamie Fluke able to apply some pressure, but no real attack. Further back as well, John Robertson swarmed by 2 cars.
Yeah, indeed, big dives and some big moves. Robertson with Schill at the moment. You can see there the vitality behind him. Yovsky could be some important points for vitality at the moment. At the moment, they are 46 points clear of the next team. They've got 106 at the moment over BS Competition's 60 as they run at the moment in this race. Here comes John Robertson back into the mix. MSI has been cost an extra couple of points there by Robertson dropping back behind, or sorry, is that Thibaut Casamon in there? Or is that Erhan Yovsky? I think it is Erhan Yovsky who's worked, but no, it's definitely Erhan Yovsky who's worked his way past. So Yovsky is in 10th position, and so it is now Robertson, I believe, down into 11th.
Yeah, not at all great for Robertson. Like I say, one of the most inexperienced drivers in R1, but this is valuable experience for him. However, MSI might not be competing in many races over the course of the first week of competition at the Esports World Cup. They really need to just get themselves in gear and try and churn in some really good results. However, with only 3 races for the last chance qualifier, there's a good opportunity here. They could be going out. Of course, the top 2 of Group A and Group B go straight through to tomorrow's round-robin group stage. However, for the rest of them, those that don't finish last have to go into that race-off and compete for their final spot in continuing into this competition. Just go on word in our rear as well, an extra lap on this race. It's not going to be 8, it's going to be 9. So we complete lap 7, 2 laps left to go.
Yes, certainly so. So we've got a couple more left, and we'll head our way back up to the battle for 3rd position. It's Kike Oliveira in 3rd, it's Ferris Stanley in 4th, it's Jamie Fluke though trying to make the move. To the outside he's going to go, and he might complete the move on the pair of them. We saw a double overtake back in Jeddah. Is it too deep though for Fluke? He's going to keep it just about on the road. Oh my goodness, that was so close for Fluke to completing the double move. He might not even settle for just 1. I think he's going to get dropped back behind Ferris Stanley here, but what a great, at least attempt at an overtake.
It was a good effort. However, the fight is far from over. Still on the penultimate lap, tucked up in the slipstream, could well be able to find a way through. Ferris Stanley covering that off really cleverly. It was, like I say, such a good effort from Jamie Fluke. Exactly what he needs to do though. Even if he didn't get through, he's slowing down those 2 BMWs. Johan Harth though not quite doing the job, is to close the gap. It has closed a little bit, now down to sub 2 seconds, but still not quite enough. Jimmy Antunes there with him as well in the slipstream, working together. Jamie Fluke is trying his best. I think that time is of the essence, and it's not being used to the full extent.
Indeed. We'll say, by the way, good race from Jan Arthur at the moment, because obviously he's gained 6 positions on the race start, which is actually, so far, it's only 2 races, so fair enough. But so far it's the most positions gained in a single race in this competition. Well, I'm sure we'll see that number get into double digits for a couple of drivers at some point. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see a replay at the attempt from Jamie Fluke. We ride on board with him. You can see Ferris standing there going slow, sitting behind his teammate, rightfully so, not trying to make it 3 wide. Kaki Olivera there, just a little bit too deep, so much speed going in there, and better than most, he actually tried keeping it on the road. Yeah,
he gave it a go, and I think nearly got it done. It just was a little bit too much curb on the left. But that slingshot that he got, the double slipstream from the 2 BMWs in front, allowed him to propel himself on now to the final lap of the race. Jamie Fluke, couple attempts back, exactly where you want to be. You start closing, the closer you get, the more it gives you. Now closing the gap, this is the fight for the podium. Jamie Fluke once again trying to do exactly what he did this time a lap ago. Some extra speed going in towards the Rettifido, late on the brakes. Has he got the agility to go the long way round? Once again, just a bit too in deep. However, tapped round. Jamie Fluke into the barrier.
That's such a mistake from Ferris Stanley, just tapping the rear end of Jamie Fluke in the attempt. And yeah, Fluke is round. He's in the barrier. He'll be able to carry on, but it's some more major points cost for MSI. I think they might well almost be accepting 3rd place in this group now.
Yeah, not ideal. And of course, as well, they're going directly against 3rd place in Group B to see who immediately gets dropped from this competition. If they're at least the best of last, they can go into that race off at Daytona and have a chance of surviving in this competition. But it's going from bad to worse. Half a lap left to go, though. Marcel Chinchik, Yuri Toman have dominated this race out in front and have just cleared off, taking this as an invitation to just soar out in front and once again solidify some great results for Vitality, who are looking almost impossible to beat now. Gregor Schill as well on the back of John Robertson, a slight mistake off the Lesmo. BS Plus trying to capitalise, but Team Vitality once again in some dominant strides.
Yeah, 111 points at the moment for Vitality. They'd be 50 clear of BS competition, and mostly that is due. Azabon and Hanyovsky have scored a fair share of points so far, but it was a 1-2 in the previous race, going the way of Toman ahead of Chinchik. This time, though, it's the master of Monza again. It's Marcel Chinchik through the final corner to win on this iconic circuit once more. Race 2 of Group A goes the way of Vitality, who are dominating here in the last chance groups. It's fantastic to see, but Chinchik was in control there along with Toman.
Yeah, huge stuff. And like I say, Vitality, this is their happy hunting ground. That marks a 9th victory around the Temple of Speed for Marcel Chinchik, his 18th podium. That's more wins and podiums than people have in their entire R1 career. He's got it here at Monza. This is one of his favourite circuits, and today proved that. Vitality are the team to beat and trying to solidify themselves the easiest route in continuing this competition.
Certainly so. And you can see the first sweat drops have been extracted from the drivers in the previous race. They certainly have been in this one. We're going to step aside once again. When we are back, we'll get all the analysis from race 2 at Monza.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Peace of mind. You make is mine. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's going
Actually had a better seat out there watching the competition. You saw the pre-show and everything. The energy out there's got to be great. I had a chance to step out there, hearing the cars over the sound system, hearing the fans, get excited. It gets me pumped up.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I think I had a really prime seat for the show, especially the pre-show with the drums, everything. It was so fun to watch, so exciting, and that's like a pre-show I've never seen before in sim racing. So I think that was a big step up as a production as well. And the races were exciting too.
Oh, without a doubt. We've been setting the standard all day long, and we're going to continue to do so. Hey, we still have 3 more days of competition after this, and more importantly, we still got, 4 total races to do today, and one of them is about to come up on Hockenheim. But we just finished Monza. Little bit less theatrical than Jeddah, which is to be expected, James. But what did Monza bring us that you noticed?
Well, Vitality put on a clinic. They had a good start. They boxed in that BS driver, and the two, Toman and Chinchik, just ran away with it, basically. A bit chaotic behind. I think MSI were quite desperate to get some big points because they really are on that, that cutoff point now. So it's going to be tough for them. I think they're destined to finish at the bottom of the group unless something wild happens at Hockenheim. But Vitality looks strong.
Jamie Fluke, MSI, he's going for 3rd position. He ends up wiping out. He's off. He's now in last place. He finishes because when he tries the overtake, I think he did it for a couple laps, but when he finally fully committed, it's like lap 7. He doesn't have the time to recover. He finishes in last. MSI, they were already in dire straits. He goes for it. He commits. You got to respect the effort, but the risk versus reward crashes out. 0 points. MSI already in trouble, now even more so in trouble, Chip.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, desperate times calls for desperate measures, and I think that's what Jamie tried to do. Even though he wasn't at fault in that crash, I think even if the BS gets a penalty there, Jamie loses more than that, and it's a worse situation for MSI.
Yep.
But right now, it's just about getting maximum points to not get eliminated.
And that's it, and that's a great point he brings up, James, because it's like MSI now, are they catching up the BS competition? Are they catching up the Vitality? No, they're not going to be. That's just being realistic. But now the goal is to get as many points as possible on the final race for Group A, so they're not eliminated, and they do have a chance to play on Daytona, which is going to be coming up shortly, but they want that opportunity, right?
Yeah, and it's down to the managers and the engineers for MSI to like drill that into the players. Like, I know your head's down, but just clear your minds. We still need to get maximum points here because we can still get into that playoff. So yeah, when it's going so badly, you can get in a bit of a rut, but hopefully they don't and they score big in this last one.
Yeah, hopefully they do, but Vitality's been scoring big for all of our races in Group A, and you look at Chinchik, 18 podiums specifically on Monza. The guy is a machine.
Oh, I mean, I think the stats show he's the best in Monza, and he showed it again. And this is the dream scenario for Vitality right now. 1-2 in both races. I think they're pretty calm. They don't have much pressure, and I think the less pressure they have, I think the better they perform most of the time.
Sure.
So I think they're in a prime position to do again really well this race. But I'm waiting for some heroics from MSI this race.
Without a doubt, I think the heroics need to come through. It's do or die. I mean, really, for MSI. For BS competition, though, 3rd and 4th on Jedha, 3rd and 4th, and just a little bit earlier on Monza. Highly consistent, still not better than Vitality. Is there any opportunity for them to throw a Hail Mary and potentially pass up Vitality going into the final race? I mean, they're going to have to be 1, 2, 3, and 4 for even a chance.
Yeah, it'd be wild. And you'd say on paper, they probably don't deserve it over Vitality. Like, Vitality are definitely quicker in qualifying, more clinical in the race, and have a better chance of sticking it to the top 3 teams, Redline, Porsche, and Virtus.pro, which we want to see. We want to see teams go through that can actually compete.
Agreed.
Not on luck. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, any surprise, Jim, that Vitality's doing as well as they have been? I mean, they came in with a qualifying ban. We tried to create a conversation around that, but it really didn't have much of an impact. They've been so consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you get 1-2 in both races. I think it shows you're the favorite of this stage, of these groups. So I think they have what it takes to challenge that top 3 team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they've shown it.
Without a doubt. And it does make things fun, though. Group B coming up shortly after, right? This next Hockenheim takes place, which we're going to get to compare BS competition, who might finish second in Group A, against the second place team in Group B, because they'll have to face off against each other in one race on Daytona.
Yeah, that's right. And I can't wait for that later. Daytona is just chaos every time. But Group B, I think, will be more level. With Mouse, Falcons, and Williams. I think it's harder to pick a clear winner there, and they're all stronger than, I'd say, Group A. It's hard to say, but yeah, so that'll be a good set of races later on the same tracks, obviously. So Jedha, Monza, Hockenheim.
Right.
It'd be interesting to compare the lap times from Group A to Group B, because it's the same conditions, same cars. We can see who is stronger, because the lap times ultimately show you what the pace is like.
Yeah, that's fair. That'll be a great comparison. I know Lewis is already getting the stats up. Right,
he loves the stats.
Hey, he loves his stats, and we love him for it, man. He's always getting the stats over to us without question. Vitality stayed together last year, second place, just behind that of Redline. They've got a lot to prove. Their regular R1 season just wasn't as sharp as it was in the previous year. But this time, they've got something to prove. They're going for gold. They're going for Redline's position.
I mean, definitely, and I'm pretty hyped for it. They look really strong. So yeah, I'm behind that hype train, for sure.
Without a doubt. Vitality, hype train, it's getting going, and they can go for the club championship points. Now, as we do go into the warm-ups, my question, we've seen Jedha, we've now seen Monza, Hockenheim. What does it bring, James? Is it any different from the previous two? I'm sure it is a little bit, but maybe surprises? I don't know. What are we thinking?
It's probably got the scariest turn 1, because it's so easy to cut the inside or the outside of turn 1 and get a slowdown. So qualifying again, like Monza, could be ridden with slowdowns. It's quite a technical track. You've got a mixture of low speed, medium speed, high speed. So I'd say for me, it's probably the most difficult track, or one of the most difficult tracks, Hockenheim. I didn't always go well there for that reason, I suppose. I always went better at like a Jedha or a Spa, something like that. So it's challenging, yeah.
It's challenging. Well, with how aggressive it seems lap 1s have been, if that turn 1 is going to be that devastating, Jim, I'm expecting some fireworks off the rip.
Oh, definitely. And in the race, that lap 1 hairpin at the end of the straight, I'll be looking forward to that, because that's gonna be there's gonna be some chaos there for sure. MSI trying to throw it all together to win, taking big risks, and Vitality is more on the chill side. So as an MSI player, you know Vitality is on the safe side, so you know you can take the risks, and Vitality will have to kind of give you the position in a way, let's say.
I didn't even consider that.
And like we saw the Aston at Monza with the straight line speed was strong. Maybe here that's going to hurt them because you don't really have areas to exploit that straight line speed at Hockenheim. So maybe the Beamer or the MSI Merc, we could see a bit of a shake-up in the order. So
shake-up in the order, man. Again, I look at really do. They've been the weakest team here, but James was saying it, Jim, like even during an interview, MSI said, look, we just don't believe in ourselves in this tournament.
I don't think that's a great interview, if I'm honest.
It wasn't an interview. It was literally off camera. Like, he was honest,
Honesty is important, yes, but I think some self-belief is also important.
Right.
If you know you're going to get eliminated, if you're not here to win, you're never going to win.
That's right.
So that self-doubt is never going to be good in this championship, and I think it shows.
Yeah. And they're the top drivers, Johan Harth, who said that to me. He's like one of the best guys on iRacing. So, a shame that they've maybe underprepared or just maybe they're missing something that's resulting in their lack of speed, but they're still fighting hard. Like they're not giving up. You saw Jamie Fluke in that last race. He's still absolutely on the limit, trying to make something happen.
Yep.
So, that's good to see. They're not just giving up, so to speak.
No, without a doubt. Warriors till the very end, right? Even if all seems lost, you don't want to give it up. You've got one final race for Group A, potentially the final race and final opportunity to be on the Esports World Cup stage for MSI. We're moving into Hockenheim. Let's take a look at what we could be expecting.
Let's take a look at the Hockenheim ring then. First up, it's the Nord curve. Fast, wide and brutal if you get it wrong. Commit early, trust the downforce and use all of the track on the exit. Turns 2 and 3 is all about carrying your speed in and powering out early to get the maximum out of the long run down to the hairpin along the Parabolica. Into the hairpin then, braking as late as possible is the key, all the way down to the first gear and getting a nice clean exit. Then the Mercedes arena section. Moves on the inside and the outside both possible here, but potential disaster looms if you bite off more than you can chew. The next key point then is turn 11, also known as Mobile 1. It's a blind apex and a likely trip into the gravel trap if you get it wrong. Coming up next, it's the Sachs curve, a deep, technical corner with a lot of banking to help the rotation of the car. Be cautious on the throttle for the final turn to get the best exit onto the start-finish straight, and you've completed a lap of the Hockenheim ring.
Well, there it is, Hockenheim. I hope you guys are ready for it. More importantly, I hope the racers are ready for it, because this is going to be the third and final race we'll be watching from Group A's perspective. The final chance to secure a first place position to move forward to tomorrow's competition. But for second and third, well, second, they'll be going to Daytona, but third, well, they're still up in the air. MSI potentially getting eliminated off the rip without an opportunity to even race on Daytona. That's all up for grabs on this race number 3, so high implications, and it starts with the qualification. Qualifying towards the top is going to guarantee, or at least help guarantee, you an opportunity to score more points, like Vitality's been doing, qualifying in 1 and 2, and then finishing in 1 and 2. They're on fire. Let's move into Hockenheim for our qualifications. We've got Ewan O'Leary, Steve Brown. Boys, take it away.
Taylor, good to be here again for the end of Group A. This is the Hockenheim ring. This is where both groups will conclude. In fact, both of our groups taking on the same order, with Hockenheim ring coming in last. Perhaps the most difficult, actually, to overtake throughout the 3 circuits we're running here this evening, other than getting to Daytona, which, as James has been previewing, is going to be carnage a little bit later on. Good afternoon for the first time to Steve Brown. Good to have you alongside me. Good to be here for the final race in Group A. We were previewing the stakes to be high. The gaps in the end have proven to be fairly large in those first 2 races.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ewan. Very good to be here. Hello, viewers. Very important session, this one, I think, for MSI. Sat here on the in 3rd position in this group, really needing a big result here. Qualifying, of course, is going to be so important. 20.2 in the first sector. We're looking at low 20s, I think, for the first sector. As he comes up to the second one, we're looking for a low sort of 46, ideally. Across to the line. And it is a low 46, so he needs a good sector 3 here to bring home, ideally, a good lap for MSI.
Yeah, this is looking good so far for Jamie Fluke, a pro sim racer for many years now, since the 2020 sort of period. He's got plenty of experience behind him now, and he's coming into the final couple of corners. See what this time is really going to be. Fastest ever lap is a 35.3. We're not going to get to that, but we could get a low 36, which is what Luke Bennett has managed as the best lap time so far in 2025 R1 competition. Can't quite see what the lap time is just for the moment, but it's a 30.0 final sector. Again, pretty close to what he was aiming for, so that is a good opening lap and exactly what MSI need.
Yeah, exactly. Johan Half here. Another MSI driver. That was a bit of extra rotation then. You can see he was very disappointed with that. The pressure's on MSI. As we say, they need to get these good laps in, and that's a couple of attempts lost. And we know that at this level, you need to maximise pretty much every corner, otherwise you're going to be down the order.
I hope you can't lip read at home, because I lip read that. That was a bit unsavoury. Anyway, Keke Oliveira into the final sector for him as well. 47.7 in the middle is not what you want, and he acknowledges that as well. Still got his jumper on, by the way. Can't believe that. It's very warm in the stage, especially if you are working as hard as these guys are. But there you go. Keke Oliveira has got to be leading the line for BS competition, really, if they are going to get up ahead of Team Vitality in Group A. This is not the lap that Keke Oliveira or indeed BS competition wants, and he acknowledges that on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, lots of mistakes being made so far. Hockenheim, I think, difficult track to get completely right. Lots of track limits that can potentially be broken. So definitely a slowdown penalty there for Keke Oliveira. Yuri Toman now for Vitality coming through the final corner. Looking like a good lap so far. Low 20, low 46. And across the line, it's going to be a low 30. Very solid lap there by the Vitality driver.
Now that's going to be right around what Jamie Fluke did earlier on here today. There's Keke Oliveira. He's just relaxing before his lap. This is Thibaut Casabon, though, on the main part of your screen. He's in the 0.1s in both of the sectors so far, so maybe a little bit behind what we've seen from Yuri Toman, who's going well this afternoon. So is Marcel Chinchik. And if Vitality are going to challenge those first 3 places and maybe challenge for the World Cup, they certainly need to perform well. Over the line, there you go. 2 tenths off Casabon. We don't know the best time at the moment, but 2 tenths off of it. Anyway, as we look at Nikodem Wisniewski, that is, for BS competition. He makes his way into the final couple of corners from that brief flash there. Decent first couple of sectors.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see the differences between the cars. I think the first 2 tracks have lended themselves towards the high-speed cars. The Aston Martin looking particularly strong, I think, in straight-line speed. But maybe one of the different cars here can come to the fore with the BMW and the Mercedes. Looking good in the first 2 races, but this is a very different type of track. More frustration there being shown. So the driver's not really having it their own way here.
Wisniewski certainly has been struggling here this afternoon so far. Where has he finished so far? He's been in the 11th place both times, just 1 point on both occasions for Nikodem Wisniewski. It's not been the best day so far for a driver who really does have a lot of form in this series and indeed in sim racing as a whole. This is Erhan Yayovski coming over the line now as well. Can't see his time at the bottom of your screen just for the moment, but he just needs something solid, really. Vitality don't need to break records today. That certainly isn't going to. That's a slowdown in the first sector.
Yeah, another mistake. Lots of slowdowns. But these guys are pushing. You have to really push. If you don't push, then you're not getting anywhere near the top. And then obviously you run the risk of getting a slowdown, which is quite easy to do around here in multiple places. John Robertson here for MSI needs a good lap. A mistake. Lots of hands being thrown into the air from multiple drivers. It's a 30.8 final sector, not ideal.
Oh, yeah, Marcel Chinchik's moved his camera or something because we can only see his lips on the bottom of his head there. So anyway, he's working hard and clearly moving our equipment as he goes along into the final couple of corners. It's not quite as fast as Yuri Toman, his teammate, who is up towards the front. Again, don't have that leaderboard on the left-hand side for the moment, but we're just marking this against what we've seen so far from the 3 sector times. We'll be able to see how far it is off the top, and given there is no time, they might have gone top. Let's see, though. That was a good couple of times, though, from Marcel Chinchik, who's having a good afternoon so far. Yeah, that was definitely a solid lap. It's I'm really excited to see this leaderboard once it eventually pops up on the screen. There's definitely been a couple of very collected laps there, but also on the other side of that, there's been a couple of slowdown penalties. Jimmy Antunes
the final driver for MSI about to cross the line. This looks like a good lap. A low 30 once again, 0.3 off the top.
That's not too bad. That suggests Ferris Stanley's got the fastest lap, but he hasn't just yet. He's got a good middle sector, that's for sure. 46.0 is exactly what you want. And on the left-hand side of your screen, Gregor Schill is in the earlier part of the lap. I think he's just coming up to the Mercedes arena, actually, at the moment, based on the way he's turning. Anyway, through the final couple of corners for Ferris Stanley, just trying to make that all into one curve, really, those final couple, as you now plunge towards the line. This is going to be about a tenth or two off of pole, I would say. Oh, no, I'm way out there. 9/10 of a second off pole. Something went wrong in the final sector for him.
Yeah, Gregor Schill now trying to bring home a good lap. Coming up towards this awkward final couple of corners at the Hockenheim ring, it's almost like you'd wish they were 50 metres closer together, because you've got this awkward kind of phase here in the middle where they run slightly onto the drag strip on the side. As he comes through the final corner, making the most of the track limits on the left-hand side up to the line, it is 4.5 tenths away from pole.
Not bad from Gregor Schill, who, as I say, has not been at a LAN event before for Rennsport. He has others, but he's not been here at R1 before. He's doing pretty well this afternoon, I've got to say. He'll be in the mix for BS competition, but it looks like Vitality have certainly taken the honours from that one. Let's see, though, and hand it back to the desk to analyse that qualifying session for race 3.
Well, there it is, right? Race 3 qualifying session, the final race and the final qualifying session for Group A after all. Still got the race to come up, but it seems as if a lot of emotions very high, James, not only for MSI, but also BS competition.
Yeah, lots of slowdowns, desperation creeping in, emotions are starting to get on top of some drivers now, because they know, the performances this is critical. You have to get it right, and we don't have full clarity on the results just yet. We will do soon, but yeah, probably more mistakes, more slowdowns in that session than we saw in the other two. Definitely.
Yeah, I would say so, and he's right. Desperation is what it is, and you called it out. You're like, desperation is going to happen, specifically from MSI, but I was surprised to see a lot of desperation from BS competition as well. I thought they would be kind of okay in second place and just chalk it up, go to Daytona, but it seems like they want more. They want to go ahead and dethrone Vitality, even if it's a Hail Mary attempt. They want to try and go for it.
Yeah, I think more than dethroning, they want to still be close to Vitality and show them that they still have the pace, because I think for them, it's not about Vitality anymore. If they're going to challenge the top 3 teams, they have to prove themselves that they're quick enough for the next stage. So I think their frustration comes from next stage and not from this stage, potentially.
That's a great point. And we've been setting that storyline up, so that's brilliantly said. We look at our Ramco pole position. We get to see our top dog in the qualifying times obviously make it through our third and final map here on Hockenheim. And, well, James, I kick it over to you. We do get the cockpits this time around to kind of see what's going through their minds and what really was going down during the fastest qualifying opportunity.
Yeah, well, we can see it's one of the Vitality Aston Martins on pole.
Yes,
so
isn't it?
turn 1 absolutely nailed. He cut the inside and the outside curve absolutely perfectly. Down to second gear for this right-hander, getting a nice late apex, because you need a good exit here, because it's not straight, but it's effectively a straight. It's a very slight bend round to the left. And what's coming is the slowest speed corner on the track, the hairpin. So where the curb starts on the left, he's probably going to slam on the brakes in a straight line. You can see the car jolt forward onto the front wheels, down to a very low gear. Is he in first gear? And you can see the sliding there, because all the cars here, all the drivers were telling me that they run traction control on 0, which you don't do in real life, but clearly in the game it allows you to turn the traction control off, and heading into sector 2 and then sector 3 in a minute, which is really technical.
Yeah, well, that I think the bit of traction issue out to the hairpin in that final corner is the only issue I've seen so far, but besides that turn 1 looked great. And I think the track limit for the exit of turn 1 is different to other corners where the curb is part of the track.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks like you're off track because you're way off the white line, but that's actually, even in most of the real races, that was part of the, it's not illegal when you do that, So I think as a viewer, it might seem like it was an off track and he extended. Well, technically he did, but it's a different rules for that turn 1 exit. So it looks clean and it looked like he nailed that lap.
Yeah, on the technical side for a minute, I think the reason we may have seen more mistakes at Hockenheim is because there's more slow speed corners, and when you're running no traction control, it's hard to get the power down when you're not running TC. So that's maybe why we saw more slowdowns, more frustration, because yeah, I mean, these drivers don't even have to make much of a mistake. They could lose a 10th, but that's mission critical in a qualifying session this close. That's why you're seeing people slamming on the wheels and getting angry, which is quite funny to watch, but as a driver, it's a horrible moment.
Yes, without a doubt. You have to have short-term memory, really let it go, because because the race comes very quickly. In fact, just within 30 seconds, we'll be heading into our final third race for Group A. The last chance for MSI to get as many points as possible so they could just stay alive to go to the last chance opportunity, the last race, which is going to be on Daytona. For BS Competition, they look to catch up to Vitality. And Vitality, well, they're just holding on to what they got. They've managed to get pole position in each of the qualifiers of the last two, or actually I should say 3 respective circuits we've been on. Hockenheim is no different. They quite literally look unstoppable, and like Jim said, right, they are just trying to stay as strong as possible and show dominance. So when they do go against the top 3 teams, well, there's a good argument that they could dethrone one of them. And let's not forget, Vitality, second place last year during the Esports World Cup. They look to reclaim the throne, actually take it over, I should say, from Redline, who was in first place. So there's a lot at stake. Vitality, they stayed together. Some of these rosters, they changed around. Vitality said, no, we believe in our boys. We want to go all the way. And, well, they committed to the roster, and they're obviously here, and it seems to be working out well. Well, let's get it started. The last race for Group A. We move into Hockenheim. Ewan O'Leary, Steve Brown, take it away.
Thanks very much. Pressure on here for all 12 of these drivers as BS Competition, Team MSI and Team Vitality will look to go through into the group stage tomorrow, where we are joined by the 3 best teams from the online phase. Speaking of online phases, Marcel Cinčić didn't have a very good 2025 up until this point. First place in the last race, second in the one before that, and he is up towards the front again, looking to take another victory. Look at that. Team Vitality 3 out of the front 4 in this race, with Nikodem Wisniewski on the inside line of that second row. Let's see what happens in these 10 laps as race 3 of Group A gets underway. Down in towards turn number 1, don't hit your teammate. Marcel Cinčić and Yuri Toman side by side in towards the first corner. They do manage to stay off of one another. Tibor Kazabon and Wisniewski going to the second corner still side by side as well. Look at that from the air. The teammates trying to coordinate a lead between the Aston Martins. Still side by side. It's going to be Toman who takes the lead. Then Marcel Cinčić and Wisniewski trying to get past Kazamon for third.
Now we've got the Aston Martins all in a line here, helping each other out with the slipstream. The BMW trying to get into the line, but it can't quite do it. Down towards the hairpin, always going to be a point of contention in any race around the Hockenheim ring. The BMW there, just trying to tiptoe around the inside. And they actually all managed to get through there cleanly.
Wow.
Which is a miracle.
It is a miracle, minor miracle. Fantastic driving from all of them to get through there unscathed. Toman leads, Cinčić leads, Kazabon, the front 3. Team Vitality certainly have taken this up, but look at that on the outside line. That looks like it's one of the Team MSI cars. It certainly was. Dimian Túnez looking around the outside. He couldn't quite get it done, but look at them swarming Wisniewski. There's 4 of them behind him, and Johan Art's the one who has to go around the outside and goes through into 4th position. MSI and BS Competition are really battling for second here. Team Vitality have gone.
Yeah, Vitality are looking extremely good here. 1, 2, 3, very strong position. The first 2 races have proven that having multiple drivers in contention at the front really does help out. You can boost each other, you can not fight and just try to pull away from the pack. And MSI here, that is potentially a crucial overtake there from half to get into 4th. Now we can back up Wisniewski into the 3 cars behind him. His teammates tried to just chip away at the points tally deficit between the 2 teams.
Yeah, Vitality at the moment we can forget about. They're going to finish top, but who's going to finish in second? BS Competition are going to get 10 from Wisniewski, then another 4 from Oliveira and Shields. So it's only 14 points. They've got 61 at the moment. Let's see how many they're going to have by the end of the day, because a lot is still going to change here. But Wisniewski's on his own there in amongst a sea of other teammates, which is going to be the problem for him. Let's have a look, though, back at the start and what happened on lap number 1. This is Túnez trying to get past Wisniewski. There's not a lot that the Polish driver can really do here, because look at that 4 Mercedes surrounding him, and well, yeah, he couldn't fend them all off.
No, it looked like they kind of got stuck on each other and didn't want to give up the position, but that's the benefit of having so many drivers behind. You can pick up the pieces from any of the mistakes that happen in front of you. Erhan Yajovski is going to be looking to do the same thing. I mean, his team is certainly going to go through, but he's going to want to restore some pride, because he's had a couple of disastrous races so far in the competition. He's going to want to finish a little bit higher than 10th to restore some pride for himself. But in the mid-pack here, looking fairly settled. The BS+ competition there, driver Wisniewski, looking pretty well surrounded by the swarm of Mercedes, but just sitting pretty there in fifth place for the time being.
And of course, third place doesn't automatically mean that you're out of the competition. However, as we were discussing just before we came to air, it is a disadvantage being in Group A because the team that finishes third, whichever of these it's going to be, don't actually know how many points they need to score to get into the last chance qualifier later tonight.
Yeah, so as a reminder to the viewers, the top team of each group will automatically go through to tomorrow's competition, and then the second places in each group will compete in race 7 later today, and then the best of the third places will also go through. So the worst scoring third place team will not go through. So any point that you can gain is, it does matter. Every position does matter here.
Yeah, even if you are going to finish last, which is going to happen to one of these two teams. Johan Art's under pressure here from Wisniewski and Jofsky in the background, getting past the BS competition boys, and they are even further down the field now. Side by side into the Mercedes arena, outside for Wisniewski, and there's another crucial 3 points for BS competition, and he needs them as well for his team because they're occupying the bottom 3 places as a team at the moment.
Yeah, this could actually swing in the favour of MSI if they have a good result here. They're about 24 points behind going in, and 25 points for the win, where the top 3 are locked out, but it's not impossible for MSI to recover second place here. 24 points to recover.
Absolutely. At the moment they're scoring 28, whereas BS competition are scoring, what's that, mental maths? 16, so that's not enough of a gain at the moment. I think what you said there is quite crucial, actually. The fact the top 3 are locked out, the 25, the 20, the 16 all being locked away, means that if you're trying to overturn a 24-point margin, that is a bit steep.
I think their main point of attack here is getting after Wisniewski. If they can push him down the order significantly, obviously they're going to gain positions and gain points, and also likewise Wisniewski will be losing points at the same time, so that will swing it in their favour quite quickly. So that's going to have to be their focus for the time being.
Well, Erhan Jofsky's the enigma in this because he's not really racing for anything other than pride. He's coming down the inside of John Robertson this time round in towards the final corner. Goes a bit deep, they get stuck. Kaki Oliveira's going to get them both. Oh dear, someone needs to turn out of that, and they finally do. But the BS competition boys take 2 places each. That's disastrous for MSI. Exactly what John Robertson didn't need, but also the team as a whole. Jofsky's still on the inside of Ferris Stanley. He's broken quite late. He just pulls it up in time to not hit Gregor Schill too badly into the Mercedes arena as they stay locked together here, these two. Jofsky round the outside is going to get that place from Ferris Stanley. What about John Robertson? He really needs that position now because he's lost so many in that exchange.
Oh, it was hard to watch, I must say, as he seemed to be glued to the bumper for about 10 years there. Couldn't quite get himself disconnected. So yeah, Jofsky actually ends up in 10th after all of that. But his team is looking very safe for the time being, so he's not going to have to worry. It is obviously a team competition, but every individual driver is still, of course, going to want to perform and know that they've got the capability to drive at the front.
Ooh, that will be one of your warnings for track limits there. We've already talked about the curbing at turn number 1, the fact that it extends so far outside of the white line. You can keep your right-hand side wheels on there and still be okay, but even that wasn't true for Johan Art there, who's trying to chase down Wisniewski, doing exactly as you say, trying to get after the only BS competition driver they really can at the moment, because these guys are out and away. Jiri Toman and Marcel Chinchik are 1 and 2 again. I'm not sure if any teammates have finished 1 and 2 3 races in a row like this before, namely because we haven't really done this format very often in R1's history, but Toman and Chinchik have been imperious so far today. We didn't see this online from them. Toman only took 1 victory, Chinchik only 2. For drivers who have taken 25 victories between them before this tournament, that's quite low. They are showing now just how good they really are.
Yeah, this duo really proven to be very strong, and it's also proven once again that the strength in numbers is so important, as you can just easily pull away or just help each other and assist each other down the straights, drafting each other. the Aston Martin proving to be a strong car. It'd be interesting to see what the Porsche can do. We'll see that out in the next race with Group B, as obviously there's the 4 cars, isn't there, in this competition. We've yet to see the Porsche today. I'm looking forward to seeing how that performs up against these 3.
It'll be Team Falcons driving the only Porsche this afternoon. They'll be against Maus and Williams Sim Racing, by the way, later on. That will be coming up. Group B coming up after this race here today. See which of Williams, Maus and Falcons can get through in the same format as these guys. And then obviously we're going to mark the 3rd place team from that group against the 3rd place team from this group. We'll have that one spectacular race from Daytona at the end of the day. I mean, you always want something to look forward to at the end of the day, whatever it is, you know, in one of these broadcasts as well. We have got a barnstormer to look forward to at Daytona. As James said, it's going to be carnage potentially, but very exciting.
Always looking forward to a Daytona race. Obviously the long straights on the oval, full speed, lots of slipstream, and it is just a one-off race. You know, everyone's fighting for that final position into tomorrow's competition, and so you kind of just got to go for it. You're going to have to send it, as Daytona is always going to produce some drama, I'm sure. So Half here just beginning to drop away from Wisniewski, and that, you know, that's not the direction they want to be going if they want to really secure that 2nd place in this group. I think Half and Fluke really need to start pushing forward. Fluke had a really good performance in that last race before, obviously, that incident. So he looks like he could potentially be quicker. Wisniewski's not on the back of Kazabon, so he's not really going to be slowed down at all. So it's just the clear track, the clear air to try and pull away. So MSI running out of laps here to try to rob Wisniewski of 4th place.
Yeah, potentially stay in the competition as well. It's the point we were mentioning earlier on, that they don't know how many points they require to stay in R1 here at the World Cup in 2025, whereas whoever's last in Group B will know, and that could be a big motivating factor for them. And I think you're right about Jamie Fluke in that last race being so damaging for their hopes, really. He ended up scoring 0 points from race number 2. He was running in the top 5 or so. You know, it would have been at least 10 points or so, even if he'd just stayed behind. It's easy to say that now in hindsight, but you know, they would kill for those 10 points right now.
It's always so difficult to judge that. You know, he was right behind 2 BS+ competition drivers. Should he go for it, or should he play it safe? You know, it's the finals. You really want to go for it. As with Ferris Stanley looking up the inside here with the Aston Martin. Jajowski for 10th place. And let's not forget, of course, that every position does count as a point at least. So it's always worth trying. Well, I mean, that's the discussion, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, Jamie Fluke went for it and it didn't come off, and he actually ended up losing more points. So sometimes you just got to play it safe, but you know, this is the final race now, and I'm sure the team managers have got the calculations, they've got the spreadsheets, they're working out the exact permutations and letting their drivers know, I think you should go for this move because it's going to decide whether or not we go through or not.
Or indeed stay behind, because you know you've got a lot of penalty points. We don't want you to get a qualifying ban or a race ban. Ferris Stanley coming into this weekend, by the way, only 2 points behind his first qualifying ban that you get if you get up those licence points. So maybe BS Competition will say, well, we'll take 2nd, we'll take our chances in the last chance race, but for goodness sake, make sure you can qualify for it, because if you get a couple of penalty points, you will not be able to. This is Jamie Fluke, still behind his teammate. As you say, nobody's got the speed nobody in MSI anyway, got the speed to keep up with Nikodem Wisniewski, who's, as I said earlier, only scored 1 point from both of the races so far. He's finally showing what he can do if things go his way in this final race of the day.
Yeah, really solid performance from him, because there's definitely an opportunity in the early stage of this race for MSI to kind of, you know, back him up, to try and block him in, to try to push him down the order. They didn't take that opportunity, and hopefully for their sake it won't be hurtful to their cause. But yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for them to, you know, to make more of a race of this.
There he is, 4th place. See what he can do in that last chance qualify. If BS Competition are going to go through from that, they definitely need him firing on all cylinders. Same for Oliveira, and I've been super impressed with Ferris Stanley this year as well, I've got to say. In 2025 he spent 3 months at their Munich HQ BS Competition to do the online season in 2025. All the rounds were quite close together. He spent the time in Munich and got some great results, got a race victory as well this year, so super impressed by him for a driver who hasn't been with Rennsport from the very beginning, unlike some of the others like Nikodem here. or indeed the couple in front like Thierry Toman and Marcel Czincik. Super impressive from him so far in 2025. We'll be able to see a little bit more of them a little bit later on, but we might be bidding goodbye to MSI in just 2 laps' time. The painful thing for them, they just don't know whether what they're doing right now is actually enough for them to stay in the competition past this afternoon.
Yeah, on that note of driver performance, I mean, I must say I'm just super impressed by all of these guys. Even the guys in last place are super quick. They are the fastest players in the world, and it's not easy to get to this level. For the most part, they're cancelling each other out with their pace, and so the way that they're driving is almost robotic. It's quite incredible to watch firsthand. And back at the front, Toman and Czincik, I mean, they just haven't really made any mistakes in any of these 3 races, just pulling away at the front, just looking so comfortable. And I think this will put them in a good position tomorrow, to challenge. They'll be quite confident going up against the big boys further on in this competition.
Of course, the better placed of the first place teams will get a better seed, so you'll be seed 4 if you've scored more points than the other team who finished top. You'll be seed 5 in that final race. But there's so many similarities, isn't there, between sim racing and real racing, which you've done both of. It's the thing though that I get most from watching these guys, not competing obviously, it's the relentless consistency. The amount of practice you can do and do in sim racing is unbelievable, off the scale compared to real life, which some of these guys have done as well.
Yeah, it is. It's quite scary how many laps you can do and have to do to get to this level. These guys are so on it. They know every inch of every track and exactly how to drive their cars. Oh, that was a big mistake. Just as I say that, a massive moment into turn 1 there.
Kike Oliveira something, because that car snapped away very, very quickly indeed, but he gathered it up quite nicely. So gaps at the front. Toman leads Czincik. They look like they're going to finish 1-2 again, with Team Vitality finishing top of the group, and we will be seeing them tomorrow. Thibaut Casabon's under a bit of pressure from Nikodem Wisniewski, but neither of them really need to change these positions around, so I doubt they'll care too much. Johan Hart is under a little bit of pressure, but only from his teammates. Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antunes, I guess, can't do any more at this stage. They're not going to battle amongst themselves. They are just going to wait and watch these final 3 races this afternoon and see if what they have done in 3rd place is going to be enough. We've seen very clearly who are the fastest, 2nd fastest and 3rd fastest in Group A here this afternoon at the Esports World Cup, that's for sure. Team Vitality, after struggling in the online season, only gaining 7th seed out of the 12 teams that competed in the online season of 2025. By that metric, you could say they were not favourites to finish top of this group, but they have done with ease. Yuri Toman and Marcel Czincik have been astonishing, and Toman is going to win again. He's going to take 2 victories to Marcel Czincik's 1. He will come out the final corner and celebrate a very well first group of the Esports World Cup in 2025 is going to go to Team Vitality as Yuri Toman takes another victory here at the Hockenheim Ring ahead of Marcel Czincik and Thibaut Casabon. Job done, Team Vitality. We'll see them tomorrow.
Yeah, amazing job. Just completely assured at the front. There was no real threat after turn 1. It was just so assured. Brilliant performance from them. I'm looking forward to seeing the scoring between MSI and BS+COMPETITION. I think it'll be quite close, but MSI may be just missing out. We'll see.
There's Florian Hausberg congratulating Mehdi Al-Fali, who's the team manager of Team Vitality. Those 2 team managers, of course. BS+COMPETITION, the manager is Florian Hausberg, of course, who you just saw there, shaking hands all round, though. Not too much celebration, actually. They will have realised for some time, Vitality, that they are going through to the group stage tomorrow, and they've done it with ease in the end. There's Ferris Stanley, who couldn't have done much more in that one. He dropped to the back end of the field. He will have to gather his thoughts for that Daytona race later. Zerhan Yovski, who unfortunately for him didn't score very many points there in that group. In fact, around 10 from the 3 races, pretty low for him. He'll be back tomorrow, though, to come back stronger, I am sure. But job done all round. For now, though, it's the nervous wait from MSI. Let's go and chat to one of those Vitality drivers, though. Rachel's standing by with Yuri Toman.
Incredible races, incredible performance overall from your team. I've got to wonder, how was it for you?
I mean, it was pretty chill because most of the time we were ahead with Marcel, so that's always, I guess, the easiest job, just to finish the race. And yeah, very happy with today. We put in, I think, strong qualifying performances, which is the most important part. And yeah, this is what we wanted coming here. And yeah, let's see what comes next.
Side by side with Marcel, like you said, in all 3 races. Are you racing against each other, or are you just trying to finish?
No, it's not really side by side to fight each other. It's more to protect our positions against the others. And yeah, always good to race with Marcel. I think we got used to each other after all these years. So yeah, looking forward to more of it in the next days.
And this race puts you even with the most races overall. One more and you're ahead. What does that mean? So much time, so much energy into this.
Yeah, it's been maybe a bit too many races these last 2 years, but yeah, I'm very happy to be in this series and doing pretty good, I guess. So yeah, looking forward to what's to come.
Do you feel like there was anything that you and your team practiced that really came into play for this?
I think this season we changed a little bit the way we prepared for this event the last few days. We sort of struggled a bit to be up to pace very quickly, changing all the tracks. So I think we improved on that a lot, and yeah, I think capitalized on it today, and hopefully gonna do more.
Well, thank you so much for the insights. So much for you and your team to be proud of there. Why don't we send it on over to the desk for a closer look at those races?
To do to show that they can compete this year despite the lackluster R1 online season. Well, it seems like they come here for the Esports World Cup on land, and they're looking to dominate and take the fight to the top 3. Most importantly, Redline, the defending champions. Toman, 2 wins. The guy dominated.
Yeah, and if you think they're going to go through and maybe we'll push those top teams to the final, you know, he's making a good claim for that MVP award because he's the standout driver so far. I thought it would be Chinchik, but Toman definitely taking the reins for Vitality.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, I think Chinchik, if we did, I don't know, 15 Monzas, I think he would be definitely the leading for MVP.
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously, Vitality on fire. And that was the most dominant race yet, because you go back to Jedha, they finished 1, 2, and 4, if I'm not mistaken. And then here they finished 1, 2, and 3. They're not playing around.
They're definitely not playing around. They're here to win. And like I said, I'm behind that hype train. I'm on board that hype train. I mean, you look at their quali times, they were strong too. It's not just against BS+. Strong. And I think they can challenge the top teams now.
Yeah, even Toman saying it was relatively chill for them, which I wouldn't expect that. But hey, Toman fully confident. That's the important thing, right? Vitality handled Group A with ease, and they did so comfortably.
Definitely. I mean, yes, they're chill, but sometimes chill is faster, you know? So I don't think that's... I mean, sometimes you take it easy, you're chill, and you end up driving quicker than when you're super tense and stuff like that. So I think they did a great job, great 3 races, 2 wins for Toman, and I think was it like P1, but 2 P2s for Marcel. I mean, Vitality took this away. They carried it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Stay in chill instead of getting your heart rate up to 180, as you did last year on Guild there, James. Vitality looking great. But BS competition, so second place, they have to, or they will be going to Daytona. What do you think about their performance? Because for me, you know, relatively consistent, but there were times they showed frustration. Granted, that does happen out there on the battlefield, right on the track. BS competition going into Daytona. What do you think their chances are looking like? Do you think they can still make it to group stage?
Yeah, they look strong. I think, as I said earlier, Group B looked really strong, so it will be tough for them. But they'll be in the mix. I think back to Vitality, I would say the weak link, I think he's been really unfortunate, actually, is Erhan Yayovsky. He's just been involved in incidents and racing incidents and clipping the wall at Jeddah, and you know, clearly quite frustrated. So they're not even firing on all cylinders yet. I think if he sorts his stuff out, then they'll be really, really strong on tomorrow. So
sure.
Yeah.
Well, we saw all 3 teams battle it out. Of course, Group A is done. The question is, did MSI do enough with their 5th, 6th, and 7th on the final race in Hockenheim to lock in a solid 3rd place position? Because obviously, potentially Falcons, right, are going to be battling them for that 3rd place. But it's time to move into our doctor's notes. You have a hot take, James, if I'm not mistaken. So with our doctor's notes hot take, what do you got for us?
For Group B, actually, it's I think Falcons will go straight through. I think they're the underdogs in
So
many people's
first
eyes.
place all the way through.
I think they've got a shot. Yeah, I just think they can win a race here and there, and I think that's really important in this series. So
okay.
I've heard so many people write them off. I think they have the capability, and they're in the Porsche as well. I think the Porsche could be quite a good car. So yeah, that's my hot take.
So your hot take for Group A, though, would it be that since you obviously said Falcons are going straight through?
Well, my hot take for Group A was
is MSI might be cooked.
No, it was Vitality getting a 1, 2, 3, 4 at some point.
Oh, they almost,
yeah, they let me down slightly, but they still did a great job. So yeah,
phenomenal. Yeah, phenomenal job indeed. There's the hot takes. Doctor's notes. Got to get it in. Hey, that's Group A, and what a great series of races we just witnessed. And we're going to get to see them once again, but this time with 3 different competitors coming out from Group B. It's going to be exciting. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Group B will continue.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Hey, look, check it out. We're live. Sometimes things happen, all right? And you got to be adaptable just like our racers out there on the track. Group A has concluded, and we're about to hop into Group B. And I'm excited for this one because now we introduce 3 new teams, William, Mouse, and then Falcons, which already for our Doctor's Notes hot takes, right, that we got from James, he's saying that Falcons, well, what's up with them? They're going to go all the way through. First place, no drama. They're moving forward. They don't even need Daytona. I don't know. We'll see what Jim has to say about that in just a second. But for me, I would love to see Falcons move forward because, again, last year in 2025, they started off with a championship. They won, and therefore their club championship race was a lot easier than if they wouldn't have won in week 1. This time around, Falcons need to do it, but via Rennsport. Hey, it's always possible, but they were the weakest seed coming into this competition, and therefore they've got the hardest job ahead of them. But from Group A, anyways, Vitality, they look stunning. We'll see BS competition later, but will we see MSI? I guess the question is, will Falcons be better than them or not? Jim, man, Falcons, hot take. What are we thinking about it? Because you didn't have a chance to give your opinion. Are Falcons going all the way through? Give me a hot take, lukewarm take. What do you got?
I have a lukewarm take. I don't think they're going to qualify as first from Group B, but I think they will qualify by beating MSI at the end. I think they're going through, but not that easily. But obviously, I think James has raced against them, and he has a bit more knowledge about this. So if I were to bet on someone, like me or James, I would probably bet on James. But I just have to make it. This is just my lukewarm take.
Okay, fair enough.
There was an element of me having to create a hot take, and yeah, Falcons need to do the business now, otherwise I look like a fool. So yeah, I mean the Tatala especially is really quick, and Jakub Maciejewski, they're both capable of winning races. That's what I'm going off. But Mouse and Williams are strong teams, so my hot take may be useless come the end of this. Let's see.
Number 5 and 6 seeded coming from the R1 season. Granted, Vitality was number 7, but they look to be much higher than that after their performance on land. Chris Tan, he's been walking around the venue, the Boulevard, just recapping some action. Tan, what are you up to, man? What do you see?
Okay, I am now finding myself outside. The horse cardigan has been evacuated from my body because it is 42 degrees. It's not exactly a temperature to be wearing knitwear. It is a temperature, though, if you want to catch a little bit of a suntan and have a look around the Boulevard. There are many different things out here, such as, you got the gaming district. We've got multiple different areas around there. We have a Ronnie O'Sullivan Snooker Academy, of all things, but we also have the Wall of Fame, and around this area as the handprints. Think of the Walk of Fame in Hollywood, but think of this as very much on a wall. These are all the people who helped open the Boulevard, helped the Esports World Cup start to happen, and what has been a fantastic show so far in Rennsport, and will continue to heat up, just as I will if I stand out here much longer. Back to you guys in the studio.
At this point, Tan's just going to walk the entire Boulevard. The man is on a mission. I noticed, though, he took that cardigan off. He said, if I'm going to be out there in 100-degree heat, cardigan's coming off, no matter how good it looks. And Tan, let me tell you, it did definitely look good. The Boulevard's incredible, Jim. Were you here last year, or is this your first time?
I was here 2 years ago in Gamers 8, and I loved it. And honestly, I want to do a walk around the Boulevard as well. I don't want to just be in the studio.
That's right.
If I have time, I like to walk around and see. Because last time I was here, we went to that Aramco karting area.
Yes.
And that was amazing.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go there again.
Yeah, we need to do some karting, definitely.
I think so. Between you two, who would win in the karting?
Ooh.
Huh?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
There's only one way to find out. Race it out. That's a content piece we absolutely need to do.
How much do you weigh?
Oh, it gets that serious.
It's that again. I mean, the go-karts are never going to be equal, is it anyway?
I don't know. Any excuse?
Any excuse at all. Well, of course, walking the Boulevard were our players coming in via Jamia. Hey, look, loving it. And the walk-ins, obviously, things get a little bit tense. You notice Falcons right here on your screen. The home team, they got a lot on their plate. And Jim, these guys, literally the home team, and I asked them about that in an interview. I said, how does that feel? And they said, well, we take the responsibility seriously.
Oh, they have to. I think the home team advantage is always a good thing. That's why I'm saying I want them to qualify.
Absolutely. Yes.
As a, let's say, emotional point of view. But it's going to be tough to win Group B because the competition is fierce, of course. but I would love to see them in the finals.
Yeah, without a doubt. Again, Jamia Motorsports arrivals, players coming in. I think I saw him in the hallway a little bit earlier, the guy in the front. He's serious. He didn't even look at me. Hey, scared me to death. Who we got coming in on your screen?
Yeah, we got Williams. We've got Ben Hawkins, the team manager at the front, with Michael, their engineer. So that's the full Williams squad who'll be on stage. So not just the drivers, there are managers and engineers, and it is a team effort at the end of the day, and that's Mouse. So you can see how tall Yuri Kazdorf is compared to everyone else.
We were told not to say that. Now you said it. You said the forbidden sentence.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I guess he doesn't like it, but he is tall. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't know actually how tall he is, but yeah.
He's very tall.
I like the Mouse jersey though. The red is pretty cool, that, isn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. Red, how good is that in heat? I don't know. I don't think they care. They're out for blood. That's what Mouse is doing. Mouse, a great organization that is going for points for the club championship trophy, naturally trying to take those points away from everybody else. Virtus.pro, right, the likes of Vitality and of course Falcons, who were the champions from last year. So now we got 3 wonderful teams, right, and they've got to play on the same 3 maps that we just witnessed. Jedha, Monza, and Hockenheim that we're going to be going on to once again. Jedha, last time around, Jim, was incredible. Actually, I said, in terms, because you'll have 3, wide, 2 wide, 4 wide. I said, how wide can you go on Jedha? How wide do you suggest? They said, well, never more really than 3, right? It gets kind of sketchy, right? But we saw 5 wide, which was absolutely nuts. But hey, let's go ahead and kick it over to our arena. It's time to introduce Group B and see what they're all about.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for your excellent analysis and our commentators. Wonderful calling. We had a great time in Group A, especially Yuri Daman, who picked up a milestone race, his 133rd.
Wow.
But now we head into Group B, Sandstorm, to find out who moves straight on to tomorrow, who's heading to duke it out in Daytona, and which of our third place teams is heading home.
Exactly, and the thing is, the team from Group A that ended up in 3rd, they don't even know if they're gonna make it into the LCQ at the end of the day. So Group B, they mentioned it, the boys on the desk, they are gonna have a little bit of an advantage, but let's find out if that advantage will be used or not. So Group B is ready, they are gonna be taken to the stage. Starting off with our first team, please welcome to the SNB Esports Arena, it's Mouse! Team Mouse with a single mission: combine classic esports training and branding structures with the high-intensity world of sim racing, making it thrilling for the FPS community as well. But the thing is, right here, right now, it's all about how fast you can go around the track. Can Mouse do it in this tournament, on this stage, against some of the best teams in the world? And of course, joining them next on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the hometown heroes. It's the one and only Team Falcons! The current reigning champions of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. And one question on everyone's mind as we watch this roster take to the stage: will they be able to take that first place and get those points for their team?
They'll have to get through our third team, Atlassian Williams Sim Racing. Representing British Formula One team Williams Racing, foray into racing and sim racing. This roster is one of the most consistent rosters in the esport, fully integrating sim racers into IRL motorsport training. We'll find out if that makes the difference in this competition. I don't know about you, Sandstorm, but after Group A's races, I am really ready to see about the individual marks each one of these racers wants to leave on the track.
I mean, the fact is, Vitality dominated every single race in the first group, which is sensational for a team to be making that kind of debut on the first day of competition. And like you said, the bar has been set very high, so I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen with our second group of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time once again to take to the arena and see what these boys and girls have to show it all on the stage. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Seltzer Sandstorm from the S&B Esports Arena. Group B have walked in. They've taken, of course, their key. They're looking to place it into the podium, but 3 keys will be crushed by the end of the day. That's the reality during our last chance qualifiers. And right now, the one that is closest to the chopping block from Group A, at least, is MSI. So for Team Falcons, Mouse, and of course Williams, they've just got to do better than that so they can go to Daytona. Hey, being the third worst team in both Group A and B means you're eliminated completely. You don't have a chance to play on Daytona. But that's not going to be an easy race either. There are no guarantees here. Everything is earned. Of course, Taylor Reflections Noble, Jim Bullock-Bassey, James Baldwin. We're heading in now to Group B. We've got 3 wonderful teams. We've given our takes about Falcons and so on and so forth. But what do we know about Williams and Mouse? You know, 2 wonderful teams coming in 5th and 6th seed. They're looking to battle hard. I don't expect them to necessarily be as good as like Vitality's performance, for example, but I would still rate them as one of the teams that, or one of the 3 that can at least move forward.
I mean, definitely, I'm at the same page with you, I think. They deserve to go to finals too, but can they challenge the top 3 teams plus now Vitality? I don't think so, but I'll be happy to be proven wrong.
Without a doubt. And I think that's what this tournament's all about, is proving people wrong, right? We head into, obviously, Jedha to start off. It was spicy in Group A. Expect no less for Group B. Do you think there's going to be any particular drama between these 3 particular teams? Because MSI created a little bit because they had to, right? Because they were at the bottom of the totem pole. But now we're really at the bottom, right? Team Falcons, the number 9th seed. If MSI was desperate, I expect Falcons to be even more desperate.
Yeah, I think the grid will be more mixed up. We should see less of one team at the front, one in the middle, one at the back. It should be a lot more mixed up, which will naturally make it more chaotic. But I think Williams are in an interesting place because they've obviously lost their quickest driver, Dara McCormack, to Virtus.pro this season. But they've got Tobias Pfefferhin, who on other games is absolutely rapid. So each team here has drivers capable of taking it to the top 3, Redline, Porsche and Virtus.pro. It's maybe their lack of strength in depth that's their weakness. So it's hard to call this group, it really is.
Lack of depth, right? Is that what we're saying, at least for Williams specifically, or all 3 in the group?
I'd say all 3. Compared to the top 3, they have maybe less strength across all 4 drivers. But that doesn't mean they can't go and win it.
That's right. Yeah.
It just makes it harder.
Except Falcons, because he thinks Falcons is going to.
Falcons are going to win the whole thing, mate.
The whole thing now? No. Then why are you saying no? Step behind it now. The whole. Hey, you heard it here first from James. They're winning the entire event. Redline, watch out. Okay, the Falcons. And you know what? That would be crazy because they would win the first event last year and this year. This time doing it is truly the underdogs.
That was my British sarcasm coming out.
So. Oh, I missed it.
I think they might go through today, but I don't think they'll win it. No.
Well, we'll definitely see. We'll have to, I guess, get another Aramco power rankings for tomorrow. I don't know, potentially see if things switch up and change there. But for Williams, they do make a couple of roster changes, but last year, 4th place, that's setting the bar quite high, Jim. And now this time around, they're looking to go even further, but they took a risk changing up their roster. Granted, whether it was because they wanted to, or let's say Mouse or Virtus.pro just wanted, of course, those racers to better their team. I mean, at the end of the day, they took a chance, but is it going to pay off?
I mean, they still have a strong lineup, of course, but McCormack also looked incredibly quick yesterday in practice. So I think, as my hot take, he looked pretty significant yesterday, because in terms of the warm-up laps he's done, the laps were really, really competitive, and I don't think they were he was super serious just yet. So if that's what he's done yesterday, I'm really looking forward to what he's going to do in the future. And tomorrow.
An interesting part of maybe Mouse is their number 1 driver isn't their number 1 this year so far. So usually Max Beneke leads that team, but I think Dennis has been stronger, which I just didn't expect. And that's been the case for quite a few teams actually. Sebastian Job for Redline isn't as strong as he was last year, and Rogers, maybe you said Charlie Collins for Porsche has been very good compared to Rogers as well. So the number 1s haven't necessarily been the number 1s so far this year, but it is a LAN event, so they can turn it. The drivers that usually perform at the LAN should still do that here. So I expect a strong showing from Beneke. Definitely.
Sure. Well, and you know what's interesting, too, between Williams and Miles, both obviously in this Group B, Dennis Schoeniger was originally on Williams last year when they secured a 4th place position. Now he's on Miles, so there's even more of a reason potentially to beat his rival roster, but also better his opportunity because now he can say, okay, look, they took a chance on me. Miles wanted me, so now therefore I can go and win with that roster. Dennis Schoeniger, he's serious. Like you said, he's one of the best drivers out there, at least when it comes to this group. So I'm definitely looking at him to be leading the charge. But hey, I could be wrong. I'm very new to sim racing. After all, you guys are the experts. Correct me if I'm ever making a mistake. But as we do get the warm-up laps going here onto Jeddah, again, you go back to Group A's performance. And I think it was even lap 1, Jim, like we instantly had a collision 5 wide. This time around, I'm expecting probably not the same, but still very competitive.
I mean, 5 wide in Jeddah, that's never going to work.
It didn't.
We weren't surprised with that. I think even 4 wide is a massive stretch.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even want to do 3 wide in Jeddah, but I think if we go back to the power rankings in a way, I think Beneke has been really good on LAN events. Same with Sebastian Job. Those guys are number 1 for a reason, and if they're not number 1 during the online season, they're still very close to number 1. So I think they will still can still get an edge to be the top driver of their teams.
Sure, fair enough, man.
First time seeing the Porsche as well at this event. That'll be interesting to see where the Porsche is in the hands of Falcons. Obviously, I'm hoping they do well because otherwise I look like an idiot. So, but yeah, and then we would have gauged where all 4 cars are at. No Aston in this group as well. So that did seem like the best car in Group A, but that could be vitality. There's so many variables. You know, is it the driver? Is it the car? Is it both? Hard to say, but yeah.
Did you say Porsche on Jeddah would be one of the stronger cars out there? Or am I wrong on that?
I heard from other drivers it could be strong at Jeddah. But generally it's quicker in the tight twisty stuff, so like Fuji Sector 3 Hockenheim, it should be good. So but we'll see soon. So
yeah, we'll see very soon indeed. I think qualifiers are just minutes away at this point in time, and chat, let us know, right? You got another fresh group right before you, but they're going to be going on the 3 same circuits. A lot at stake here, right? I mean, we could possibly be looking at one of these 3 wonderful rosters fully eliminated by the end of race 3 if they happen to be lower than MSI in the point total from Group A, which, of course, unofficially, I don't know what it is at the moment, but I know it wasn't stellar. Their best race was the last one in Hockenheim with 5th, 6th, and 7th finish. Definitely tough for them. But do you think Williams, Miles, or Team Falcons, the true underdogs, the 9th total seed? Only 9 teams came into this tournament from the R1 online season. Falcons barely scraped by, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be down and out. You look at James's story. I mean, he came in from Guild last year, an underdog, and ended up finishing up on the finals day in a very good position, right? So anything is possible without question. Early predictions for Jeddah. Jim, who do you think is coming out on top?
I'm saying Beneke is winning this.
Okay, Beneke's winning, and what about you?
I'm torn. Tatala. For Falcons, yeah.
Beneke, Tatala. Okay, you're just really on board with the Falcons.
I've got to now. I'm all in.
At this point, because they're winning the entire event. I understand, James. They're definitely your favorite without question. But again, chat, let us know who do you think is going to win it. If you want to be spicy like they were on the desk, even let us know who do you think is going to have the highest qualifying time. After all, Jeddah, qualifying is very important and could very well set yourself up for success, potentially a big win off the rip. Could anybody match Vitality's energy, winning every single race in 1 and 2 and finishing the final race on Hockenheim with a 1-2-3 finish? Anything is possible without question, but as we do head into the qualifiers, man, things are going to start getting spicy. And for Group B, right, first time on the stage, the jitters might have been building up. Maybe having that added time for Group A to play might have given them an opportunity to talk additional strategies, maybe fill it out and see what they're going. After all, there will be 4 racers from each team on the same track, which gives an opportunity for plenty of strategies that we broke down earlier with Mac and James. Of course, Jim, actually ask you, are there any strategies you think is going to be implemented from the 4 man teams going into Jeddah?
Hard to say, but maybe I should listen to Meg because he said he was too smart to be a sim racer.
He did say that.
And maybe he's also too smart to be an analyst now because he's not here anymore.
Okay, we need all three of you now to go to the karting arena and just kart it out. It's good. Now that would get wild. That was such a good clap back, y'all. All right. Hey, when he gets back on, though, I'm expecting him to clap back and answer back, even though he's one of the nicest guys out there. All right, here it is. Group B, time to get it started. Race 4, we're moving into Jeddah. Let's go into our qualifiers. It's going to be Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney. Boys, take it away.
Thanks very much again, Taylor. It is good to be here for Group B here at Jeddah. Again, same tracks used as what we just saw for Group A, so Jeddah, Monza and Hockenheim, separating these three teams from a spot in the Esports World Cup group stage, which starts tomorrow here on Rennsport. This is Maximilian Benneker, who has been tipped already by Cem Bulik-Bassi to take the victory here at Jeddah to start things off for Maus. See if he can do it. As James said, not particularly on form in 2025 so far.
Yeah, not really. Typically, he is sort of the powerhouse of Maus, right? And he is one of those high performers. I mean, overall in R1, he's got 26 of their 30 total wins as a team, 86% of the total wins. However, the form coming into R1 in 2025 really just hasn't quite been there for Maximilian Benneker. However, qualifying at Jeddah, one of the best ways you can really regain confidence as a driver. Right now, it seems to be a pretty tidy lap, a 44.2 to the first sector. Not great, but still recoverable for sector 2 and 3.
26 wins, as you say, but just one of them coming in 2025. He's done just the 21 races so far. It's a pretty low percentage rate for his standards anyway. 44.2 in that first sector is not quite where you want to be. You want to see some 43s there, but we didn't really see any in Group A either, so I wonder whether they've just seen collectively a little bit of that pace go away in the first sector. 37.7 in sector 2, that is on the money. That is one of the fastest we've seen this year.
Yeah, it definitely is. Really, really strong stuff from Maximilian Benneker. One of the most complex sectors on the circuit. Now he's made his way through the technical chicane of turns 22, 23, then the flat section through 24. Now making his way to 25, and then the hairpin of 27. This is the make or break corner of the lap.
In fact, I believe that is the fastest second sector we've seen in 2025, 37.759. This is going to be a very good lap time from Max Benneker by the looks of things. Is it going to be into those high 58s, which we didn't get any of in Group A? Are we going to see it to kick Group B off? No, not quite. 59.2. That would have got you in the first two rows of Group A.
Not bad at all from Maximilian Benneker. Of course, this is the first time these drivers have been on the sims since their practice over yesterday. So again, still very cold, still acclimatizing to some new equipment, and around one of the most complex circuits on the R1 calendar. It is very difficult to acclimatise. Yuri Kazdorp, a 44.3 to the first sector, 37.8 to the middle one. Not a bad lap, not quite on par with Benneker, but Yuri Kazdorp still going to be up there, I'm sure. Across the line, let's see what the lap time is. He wants a mid-59, not great. He's clearly not happy.
I hope you can't lip read. He's not happy at all, Yuri Kazdorp. He told me actually he's more comfortable actually on a land than he has been in the online season. Really wants to forget about 2025 so far as R1 competition goes. Dennis Schoninger doesn't. He has had his best R1 season so far in 2025. In fact, according to our ratings in terms of points scored by all the drivers, he's the 5th best driver coming into this weekend. Let's see how he kicks off here today. I don't think it's going to be any challenge to the top. That's not a good lap time from Dennis Schoninger, unfortunately, going on his form, 59.6.
No, not at all. And here's the first of our underdog. Team Falcons, of course, reigning club champions of the EWC in 2024, but were plumb last in R1 in 2024. Let's see what Shlomislav Lamanek can do through the final corner. 44.2 again to the first sector. 37.9 though, still a couple of tenths off where he really needs to be. And again, Falcons need some momentum as to really capitalise on this last chance qualifier. Across the line, he does beat off two of the Maus drivers up now onto the front row.
Dominic Blyer next up for Williams Sim Racing. He's ranked 7th of all the drivers, the 55 drivers who've taken part in R1 so far in 2025. He's got the biggest gap. He's the best of the Williams drivers, by the way. He's got the biggest gap back to the second best driver of any team. 22 positions in terms of our rankings back to Tobias Pfeffer, who is the next best driver for the Williams Sim Racing team. What can Blyer do here? It's going to be right around the others other than Benneker. Oh no, that's actually going to be near Benneker. Excuse me. He goes to second.
Nicely done from Dominic Blyer. Of course, the most successful driver here at Jeddah. 3 race wins from just 6 races. Very, very strong around the streets of Jeddah. Jakub Masiewski, though, making his way into the final sector. Again, not the best first or second sector, but probably at the moment going to be on par with his teammate of Lemonek. Let's see what he can do on the run to the line. It's not over, of course, until it's over, but it's still going to be very tough. If you don't get a good qualifying in, it's even harder to overtake around a circuit like Jeddah across the line, and it's the worst of the bunch. Must have been a slowdown at some point across the lap, though. What can Thomas Tartler do, one of the powerhouses of Falcons?
Now, we are seeing more of his lap because Moritz Lerner would be going into that gap normally, but he has got a qualifying ban for the first race here at Jeddah. That's the only qualifying ban we're going to see for Group B. So the German driver, 26 years of age now, he's going to be starting from the back end of the field for Miles as Thomas Tattler works his way through the middle sector. He's really the driver that Falcons need to be firing on all cylinders if they are going to top this group this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, he is one of the best, or in fact the best Falcons driver. 7 previous wins from 95 starts. Of course, one of his best tracks is Monza. Not been historically too good around the streets of Jeddah, but there's always time for that to change. Of course, in the Porsche, which could be quite strong, that we're hearing around this circuit with the adjustments, the balance of performance.
Is the time going to be for Thomas Tattler then? Is it going to be anywhere near Max Benneker? No, is the answer to that. That's not great for Thomas Tattler, unfortunately. He will go into 6th.
Yeah, not great at all, but let's see what Daniel Pajtor can do as he's making his way to the final corner. Let's see what the sector times are, of course, as he breaks the beam for the middle sector now, and of course now on that run to the line. Bit of a slide on the exit, though. Careful not to tap the wall on the right hand side. Really can ruin your lap if you're not careful. And now it's just a case of hugging it all the way to the left, minimizing that distance to the line, keeping the wheel as straight as possible across the line. It's decent. Williams 2 and 3.
They are for the moment, and they've still got 2 to come, and they are the next 2. Tobias Pfeffer followed by Vasilis Belziotis. This is Pfeffer, who joined only 4 months ago at the Williams Sim Racing team. Pretty new to R1 as well. Not as much experience on Rennsport as maybe he would like, but he's been doing okay for a driver new to the sim against so many drivers who have been here from the very beginning at the start of 2023. Up towards the line now for Tobias Pfeffer. What's the time going to be? It is a very solid time, 3rd place.
Really strong stuff from Atlassian Williams Sim Racing. Really good start to their day in this qualifying session. Should be one of the stronger groups, ideally probably going to be between themselves and Mausen. Kicking things off in Jeddah, really strong stuff. Beliziotis as well, now making his way through the final corner. Again, another driver for Williams in his first season of R1 competition, but has already taken a first victory. Let's see what he can do again at Jeddah. Can he get himself up there with the rest of his team? Can he contest with Benneker? And well, again, Williams so strong.
See, this is why my hot take is that Miles are going to get knocked out in Group B. But there you go. I thought I'd share that.
What, bottom or second?
No, I think they'll go home today.
So home today. Wow.
That's my hot take. There you go. I'm just adding to the...
Sizzling.
Sizzling, thank you. Here's Karol Pawlowski, who's not sizzling on this lap by the looks of that reaction, out the final corner, shaking his head. He will be near his teammates. Lemon M is the first of them, Lemonek. He's in 6th place. Pawlowski goes to 3rd. I don't know why he was so unhappy with himself, because he's gone to 3rd. But anyway, Max Benneker is the one who's going to take pole. That was by far and away the best lap of that session. And Mals are very much a one-man team in that session for the moment. Max Benneker takes pole position here in Group B for the first race at Jeddah. Let's hear some analysis from that qualifying session and preview the race with the desk.
Who said Benneker? I believe it was you, right, Jim? So well done, pole position. I mean, what was the shout out for? Because clearly you were right.
I don't know. I've raced against him back in my days, and I really respected him as a racing driver. He's always been very quick, and he's always been also very quick on land conditions. Because you have some people called... I mean, some people are the onliners, the crew like the onliners. They're very quick at the online qualifiers, and some people excel on land. And Max was always quick at both. So I had a hunch.
Well, your hunch was right, man. Your hunch was right.
1-0, Jem.
1-0. But you know what? It's okay. Falcons did decently well as too. So I'm okay with that. And Falcons now going into Jeddah, again, I highly expect them to be a bit more aggressive than maybe the other rosters who might be trying to just cruise on by, I guess. But I do think that Jitters is potentially going to be there for the Falcons, because I did have a chance to speak with them a couple days ago. And they definitely feel the pressure of being the home team without question. And they understand, like, also opening up this entire event with the chance to get the first club championship trophy it's a big burden to bear. But let's take a look at our qualified race results so we can tell more of a story, right? And gain more of a picture of who ended up performing well and who didn't. Obviously, Beneke up there in the first place. James, what else do we see?
Williams looking strong. They're 4 cars in the top 6. I know Beneke's got pole, but I'd say Williams are in the strongest position out of the 3 teams there. And but as we expect, compared to Group A, way more varied. It's not one team at the front.
Right.
I'd say Maus actually look a bit on the back foot. You've got 1 car in P1, but the rest are in the bottom half of the table.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think with Beneke it looks really nice, but I don't know what happened to Moritz Lerner because he doesn't even have a time.
Qualifying ban.
Oh, quali ban. Okay, sorry about that. Didn't know. But I'm also surprised by Pawlowski in P3.
Yeah, without a doubt. By the way, Loner, since we didn't discuss it, having the qualifying ban, there was a qualifying ban for Vitality in Group A. This time around, obviously, it goes over towards Maus, but it didn't have too much of an effect for Maus. But do you think they're in the same, I guess, ranking as Vitality? Do you think they'll be able to overcome it like they did?
They can, but I think the lucky thing about the Vitality quality ban is I don't remember the name, but he got into P7 after lap 1 because of that 5 wide incident.
Yeah, he did.
So I don't know if Loner will be as lucky as him. So we'll see about that. But I think he can do well. He'll do a couple overtakes, and surely, like I don't want to be the bad guy about this, but surely there's going to be an incident here.
I think there will be, without a doubt, especially after Group A. Watching, I'm looking forward to it personally as a spectator. I know the racers aren't. Let's take a look at our Aramco pole position and see what Beneke was up to, right? To obviously have that fastest time. James, what do we see?
Well, you can see him leaving his grid position for qualifying, where they basically spawn just before the last corner. So he's taking a nice wide line to set up his lap, get the maximum amount of speed to begin the lap. And you can see he's hugging the pit wall again, trying to build as much speed up as possible before he crosses the line, because that's when his qualifying starts effectively, which should be about now. And then you're straight into turn 1, heavy braking zone. Fortunately, me and Chem have both raced this track in real life, so we know it quite well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chem, maybe you can take us through sector 1.
Sure, I mean, it's a very, very tight section, especially now this corner coming up on the left. You get so close to the wall, and the closer you are, the quicker you are, and it feels amazing. Oh man, it looks like a clean lap so far, obviously, because he got pole position, but this whole section is so nice to drive, and this section is all about the flow. Double left, double right, and then another left. It feels great when you hook it, but if you're wrong at the beginning, that whole section feels so bad.
Yep, and he actually clipped the wall there at the end of sector 1, so even the pole lap had mistakes. So yeah.
Seems like it's hard just to avoid the wall in general when it comes to Jedha. I have a newfound respect for the drivers, but also you guys who've done it in real life, which is just insanity. Which you guys say, well, at least you've said it. I haven't had a chance to ask you particularly, but you've said that it's a little bit easier, I think, versus in person versus the sim racing. We'll have more of a discussion of that in a bit. I think we're just very quickly going into game. I think for me was one of the most exciting watches during Group A, and I expect it to be just as exciting in Group B as well. And the first opportunity for Williams, Maus, and Falcons to earn those points, right? Because again, they're trying to qualify for tomorrow's competition. And for Williams and Maus, the chances here, the chances now. For Falcons, though, they're going for gold, kind of like MSI was going for it in Group A. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. Now they're just trying to stay alive, and all they have to do really is just stand to the sidelines and watch. Will Falcons drop the ball? Or will Williams and Maus somehow also, fall apart and will open up an opportunity for MSI to go to that last chance race, which will be on Daytona? All of these questions will be answered very shortly as we head into the action-packed Jedha, which is going to bring a ton of action and drama, I'm sure, literally on the first lap. But for Maus, they look strong at the moment. Question is, can Beneke hold on tight to his pole position? He's definitely looking strong. He's a fan favorite here on the desk, but can he be a fan favorite for his team and lead his team to victory, especially with one at the bottom because of the qualification ban, which makes things a bit tricky and could put your team at a disadvantage depending on your performance. But for these three great teams, man, first opportunity to showcase what they got. Here we go. We're heading into race number 1 for Group B. It's going to be on Jedha. Let's get it started, Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney.
Let's get this group started. Group B is about to get underway from Jeddah. As we saw in race number 1 and group number 1, Group A, it was an absolute barnstormer. Let's hope for something similar here. As we come around the final corner, we are ready to go. Williams Sim Racing certainly having the best qualifying session. What are they going to see in the race, and how are they all going to get through this first chicane safely as Max Benneker brings them up towards the start-finish line and will have control of the field, ready to go whenever he would like on the inside line in towards turn number 1, and Pavlovsky does react well. Is he going to make it 3 wide with the 3 teams in Group B? Maybe, as he looks to the inside. No, he takes it cautiously. Outside line for Dominic Blyer, who's going to have the inside for turn 2. Benneker on the outside line. Can he hold on with that pole position as Yuri Kastorp leaps over the curbs into the side of Lemonek and Balanciotis, it looks like, through that first chicane. They all single file themselves out. It's Benneker, Blyer, Pavlovsky, and then the mess in the background. 3 wide, it looked like, just briefly there, as Schoninger and Kastorp get involved. A big slide for Kastorp. He's going to be okay to get into 9th place by the looks of things. He's still side by side with Daniel Pastor, who flies through.
Yeah, they do not. They are not leaving anything on the table in this first sector, especially Mouse towards the back. They've really got to fight their way forward in the early stages of this race. Really brave stuff from Dennis Schoninger and Yuri Kastorp as well, but really maturely held there from Lemonek and Balanciotis towards the front end of this train. Maximilian Benneker, though, doing everything he needs to do at the front to consolidate that race lead for Mouse. Blyer as well, giving it a go, keeping him honest and trying to break away from Pavlovsky behind.
Not an excellent start, unfortunately, for Mouse. Schoninger and Kastorp and Lerner all outside the top half at the moment, and Kastorp was the one going backwards. We saw the side-by-side battle with Pastor, and then Tattler just took advantage, moved straight into 9th place. It's pretty close between Pfeffer and Bertziotis out front here, by the way, and same for Pavlovsky as well, but we're looking here at Kastorp trying to regain those places. On to Tattler. He's not going to manage it into turn 22.
Yeah, not quite close enough. There's the 77 green and white Porsche, of course, of that's Thomas Tattler, the Finn, now leading Yuri Kastorp, who again is, trying to get Mouse a couple more points in this race. At the moment scoring 2 compared to Benneker, who's at the moment scoring 20 and commanding this race towards the front. Into the heavy braking zone of this final hairpin once again. You can see there Moritz Lerner taking a late apex. Let's take a look at the start.
Let's have a look at turn 4. This is the dive down the inside from Schoninger, and then off the road for Lemonek to keep that place. That's Tobias Pfeffer, who had a big slide, but he's still 4th. He just about saved it and kept that 4th position for the moment. Schoninger again side by side, this time with Lemonek. Whoa, that's too late on the brakes from Dennis Schoninger, who goes straight across the first chicane, and he's going to have to give that back, but it could get awkward here as Pastor gets up close. He's not going to give it back. That one's going to be talked about. Dennis Schoninger gained a place certainly off the circuit there.
Yeah, definitely keeping an eagle eye on the stewards report form as to who's reporting what and who's unhappy with what as well. But if he does need to give this back, it's a really awkward track to be giving away places, especially with so many cars so closely packed. If you have to let off, tap to the barrier there as well from Lemonek, and that is going to put him off guard. That's going to allow Daniel Paschal to have a look. He taps the wall himself.
And Schoninger was slowing down there. There's going to be carnage here as they come up into the bottom of the circuit. Schoninger slowing down, and Paschal doesn't realise he's going to get stuck behind him here. Round the outside for Lemonek. He's going to go through. Big slide. He somehow saves it on the outside as well. He's got his teammate Tattler, who's sliding as well, bumping, barging, and they're all over the place here. Schoninger's still 7th somehow. Tattler keeps the place as well. In the background, Moritz Lerner gets past Jakub Masiewski. They go side by side as well. They single file it out. How are we still all pointing the right way?
Somehow these drivers have kept it on the limit. In fact, just a little bit over the limit, and yet still no tears have been cried. Though Dennis Schoninger with a good run here now towards the next chicane. Looks to go to the left. Not really a place you want to make a move, but he's going to go for it anyway. The number 9 machine muscles the Porsche off wide, and that is Lemonek trying to muscle through. It's opened the door though for Thomas Tattler. More contact with the barrier.
Tattler's going to follow straight through here, and he's going to go to 6th place. Pastor on the outside. The Mounts are boxed in here on the inside line. He's going to have to be outside for these guys, maybe 3 wide coming into the final corner. Where do they all go? How do they all fit through here? Bumping again. More contact between these guys through the final corner. Tattler and Lemonek come out with the first 2 places. Then it's Schoninger and Pastor side by side next involved. Maybe 3 wide in the back background. Maciejewski trying to get past both Mouses in front of him, and he's going to make it 3 wide in towards turn 1.
These are crucial points as well, and there's only race 1 of the group, but this is how much it means. Late on the brakes into the first chicane, side by side between Williams and Mouse, and a spin there for the 11 of Lemonek, and that's going to cause carnage behind. Spread the group out ever so slightly, but 2 Mouse going side by side as well. That's Morris Lerner and Yuri Kazdop. Jakub Maciejewski trying to get involved into turn number 4. They're single file for the first time in about 20 corners or so, and this is an electric start to this race.
Tattler is clear, so it's the battle for 7th now, but Przemysław Lemonek has lost a lot of positions in that one, and that is not good news for Team Falcons, who are just starting to slip and slide in the standings. Williams and Mouse are the first 2 at the moment in the point standings, with advantage going to Williams, I think just because they're all in the top 7, despite the fact Max Benneker is winning this race. And if Dominic Blyer can overturn that advantage, what a first race this could be for Williams Sim Racing.
Yeah, really cement themselves, similar to what Vitality did in Group A as well. Williams have put themselves just a little bit above the rest of the group in terms of that consistency. If Pajor can get through on Thomas Tattler, but he's about 1.5 seconds back now, it's going to be difficult. But what it has allowed to do is Baleziotis, Pfeffer and Blyer are now fairly comfortable in their respective positions.
I mean, pick the bones out of this. 3 wide in towards the first corner. I think that's Pajor and Kazdorp, maybe. 3 wide, that's hard to call. It feels to me like there was always going to be some sort of contact there, and racing incident maybe, but we'll see what the stewards decide. There was just too many cars going in towards turn 1.
It really was just a case that you're trying to fit, what was 6-7 cars into a very tight and twisty turns 1 and 2. It realistically is never going to work. This is the fight for the lead, by the way. The number 10 blue Mercedes of Dominic Blyer chasing down Maximilian Benneker. Dominic Blyer, by the way, the most successful driver around Jeddah in terms of race wins and points scored. So he's looking very strong in the slipstream of Maximilian Benneker and trying to spoil the day for Mouse even further. Tobias Pfeffer on the back of Kamil Pawlowski as well to get Williams what could well be a double podium.
Yeah, Falcons are very much being propped up by Pawlowski at the moment, the only driver on the podium. In fact, we've got all 3 teams with a driver on the podium at least. There's some more movement in the background, all sorts of changing going on in that battle for 7th again. Daniel Pastor wasn't able to keep Yuri Kazdorp right behind him, and indeed the rest of them as well. They've all barreled in towards turn 1 together by the looks of things, maybe on top of each other, we'll see in a little bit of time, but there they go. Kazdorp leads them out, followed by Pastor, Lerner, Maciejewski, Schoninger and Lemonek all in one go. They cannot seem to separate themselves, these 6.
No, absolutely not. They've been just locked together for the entirety of the race. Of course, the carnage has allowed people like Tattler to get away and break free of this battle, which is ideal for him. Yes, it's P6. It's not the best points in the world, but it's something, and it means he's no longer involved in all of this. Seems for the last lap or so, they've sort of calmed down, but Yuri Kazdorp at the moment in 7th. Have they now got the message to try and catch for more points in this race? We've still got half of it still to go, only on lap 4 of 8, so still got a decent amount of time left to go in race number 1 of Group B. However, so far the story of this hack has not been anything about mutual understanding and working together. It's how many points can I get in how little time it can happen.
I think, forget about it. As far as teamwork goes, it's going to be very, very difficult in terms of catching anybody else up in front. Although this is the battle for the bottom 6 places, it's the most interesting by far, and Lerner there did not take enough speed in towards turn 22. That's Jakub Maciejewski, who's all over his tailpipes now and looks to the right-hand side to try and get some sort of a slingshot. Here comes Schoninger in the meantime as well. Doesn't want to show him the inside line going into turn 27 as they look up in front at Pastor trying to attack Kazdorp. 3 wide in the background. Big defence from Lerner. Maciejewski in a Mouse sandwich going into the final turn, and it's Schoninger who's going to come out with 10th maybe.
Yeah, sandwiched by the 2 Mouse cars there was Maciejewski. He's now been able to come out unscathed, just about. No contact with the barrier. However, the Falcons car having to tuck back in. I think that's the fight for the lead a little bit further up. In fact, no, that's Pajor on the back of Yuri Kazdorp going in towards turn number 1. We're following that now. Little bit deep there from Yuri Kazdorp, and that's just allowed the 74 of Pajor to close the gap ever so slightly. A bit of bump drafting, though, could well allow them to sort of get out of touching distance from Lerner. But you have to probably guess that Kazdorp is doing everything in his power to allow Lerner and Schoninger to have a go at P8.
He's doing a little bit of a strange thing at the moment, Pastor, by working together, but it could work with Kazdorp. A little bit wide there from the Dutchman, but he just pulls it back in time there for that late apex. And I'm not sure he quite kept his wheels over the curves there, but you do get different strikes as far as track limit goes, so you don't have to worry about it every time, but if you do too many, of course, you will be. There's Pawlowski, Pfeffer and Baleziotis. third, fourth and fifth for the moment. For now, Williams just seem to be consolidating what is a decent haul from race number 1.
Yeah, indeed. So just seeing as well on the stewards' form, there is an investigation taking place between Lemonek and Pajtor on lap 3. So the first 2 laps, they were just like, yeah, cool, whatever, it's fine. However, lap 3, that is under investigation. We'll update you, of course, as to where stewards' inquiries and things and penalty points are being applied, because so far this race has definitely caught the eye of the stewards. Laps 5 of 8, and at the moment it is very much heating up. Looking back from Kamil Pawlowski, it's Tobias Pfeffer and BS+COMPETITION as well for 4th and 5th. Williams are looking incredibly strong here for race 1 at Jeddah.
There is the Falcons key, and there's Prabhasad Lemonek, Lemon M as we called him. It's one LAN event, he turned up with bleached blonde hair and he looked like Eminem. So there you go. He's currently running in the last position in this race, unfortunately, down towards the back end of the field for Falcons, who at the moment I think are still scoring the least amount of points of anybody as well in this race so far. Down in towards turn number 1 again, and again there's working together a little bit more in the background, so not too many moves happening here now. Lerner and Schoninger definitely working together. Pajtor seems to have befriended Yuri Kazdorp as well, and they're running away from the other 4.
Yeah, they are indeed. Again, I don't think just want any part of it. And especially as well, Williams and Maus know that Falcons realistically aren't much of a threat to them, and at least in their head that's what they're going to be thinking. Don't really want Maciejewski and Lemonek to be picking up any more points, already with Pawlowski and Tartler in decent positions in 3rd and 6th as well. So maybe a mutual understanding there to try and go and catch the fin of Tartler, at least momentarily. Of course, not long left to go in this race, so if there is any point where sort of it gets to lap 7 they're not catching, that's then when we'll see Pajtor start to make moves on Yuri Kazdorp, and then on the flip side of that, the Dutchman backing them up into his teammates of Moritz Lerner and Dennis Schoninger in 9th and 10th as well. Lap 6 of 8, and we've had a bit of everything so far in this race.
So just watching that onboard there, admiring the first sector of this circuit. It's an amazing section of corners in a GT3 car especially. The commitment through there, the lack of room for error. It's an amazing opening section to this racetrack as we go on board with Don Blyer, still in 2nd, but early on, I must say, I thought he was just waiting behind, waiting for the latter laps. Now I get the feeling he might be struggling to keep up with Maximilian Benneker at the moment, who is leading this race and has done since the very start.
Yeah, it's a difficult sort of dilemma for Dominic Blyer, right? Is it a case of can't catch or won't catch? Because very quickly, you know Maximilian Benneker, especially with his teammates in 7th, 9th and 10th, is going to try and defend this lead with everything he's got, right? You get 20 points for a win, and that's already most of the way, or at least a good chunk of the way, into getting yourself ahead of MSI in terms of not finishing last and going straight home. So Benneker is going to defend that lead. I think Blyer is waiting for an opportune moment, maybe just sitting in the rear view of Maximilian Benneker, applying some psychological pressure to bait the German into a mistake.
No chance in towards turn 1, but if that was the last lap, would he have gone for it, I wonder? Williams at the moment are in a good position in terms of points, and they won't want penalty points or indeed Blyer to spin round, because that would cost them an awful lot. However, I just wonder at 0.2 of a second where the next lap Blyer is going to give that a go.
Could well do. I think definitely with the stage ramping up, but equally P2 has decent positions and consistent across the board. It's a lot to throw away at the expense of maybe just gaining 4 points. Still a lot and could be the difference, but is it worth the risk? That's something that the driver of Dominic Blyer is going to be going through his head. There's the 35 of Tobias Pfeffer leading the charge with teammate Blitziotis to try and get after Kamil Pawlowski for the final place on the podium. Bit further back as well, we've got the 30 of Jakub Maciejewski, second last on this race, only scoring 1 point for his team. This 2-pack of Falcons, Maciejewski and Lemonek, really need to be starting to make some dents into Maus and demote them a couple of points.
Yeah, just 25 points being accumulated by Falcons at the moment. That would be enough to get ahead of MSI on average, yeah, to get them ahead in the last chance qualifier. However, because in case you weren't with us earlier, they need to score 56 points or more. Not sure what happens if they tie. We need to check that, but we'll hopefully not have to cross that bridge, and Falcons will be hoping they don't have to as well, so they can stay in the competition. Look at that, Don Blyer gets close into turn 22. How can he apply the pressure here as the last lap looms here at Jeddah?
Yeah, we'll see, of course. It's going to be a slipstream all the way down to the final corner, but does he want to go for it here knowing there's a long pit straight going in towards turn number 1. He knows this. Dom Blyer, very, very strong race driver. He really is consistent. Is he going to go for move into the final corner? Not quite, but takes a really wide line. Tries to send Beneke in wide, takes a nice late apex, get the foot down, and now onto the final lap of the race. Can Blyer contest for the lead?
Beneke went on a defensive line there, and it looked like it might have just hurt his run onto the front straight, but he did park it on the apex quite well. Blyer now is going to be forced to the inside. Max Ross to the inside for the second part. Let's see what happens here in the end of race 1. Very late on the brakes from Beneke. Can Blyer fight his way around the outside here? Oh, it's off in turn 3 as well. As for the third position as Pavlovsky holds on, but the battle for the lead still going on here. In towards turn 4, it's going to be a big squeeze. Can Blyer get himself through? They somehow remain side by side. He needs to stay around the outside here to get the inside of the next part, and he does. They're still going for this through sector 1, and Beneke holds on again.
That was incredible from Maximilian Beneke, but it takes 2 to tango. Great mutual respect between 2 fantastic drivers here in R1. Section of circuit you do not want to be going side by side. It's almost a guarantee for something to go wrong, but they've kept it clean, hard but fair. Now with just 2/3 of a lap left to go, what can Dom Blyer do? And also the drama in behind with Tobias Pfeffer going straight onto the chicane. Pavlovsky doing a great job at hanging on to that 3rd place.
Yeah, not sure what went on there, but Pavlovsky certainly is defending well. Blyer now, though, has got one more chance to try and overtake Beneke. Is it going to be turn 22 or 27? It's not going to be anywhere before or after that. Blyer's not got a very good run out of that corner, I've got to say. And turn 22 is looking off the table here.
Yeah, it is. He's not quite close enough. It's a long stretch, and even then, turn 22, a very fast left-right chicane. It's all about more, not going for the move into the corner, but getting the drive coming out to maybe contest going into that final corner. Beneke with a very sort of tentative line through, not taking many risks, but the gap at 0.5 of a second going to be incredibly difficult now for Dominic Blyer to close that gap. He's still going to give it everything. That slipstream down towards the last corner definitely going to help, but it seems that Beneke might just be able to hang on here.
He just had a glance there up to the left-hand side of his screen just to check the gap was big enough, and it certainly is. Max Beneke comes out of the final corner, and he's going to win race 1 in Group B for the first time since the online rounds, just his 2nd victory in 2025. Maximilian Beneke wins for Maus here at Jeddah after fighting off Dominic Blyer. Kamil Pavlovsky finishes in 3rd place. All 3 teams with 1 representative on the podium, but for Maus, it's Max who is certainly the standard bearer for them. He wins race 1 at Jeddah.
Fantastic stuff there from Beneke, and he's the 2nd best, statistically best driver at LAN. He knows how to arrive when it all comes down to this. A poor online season, but race 1 for Group B, and he delivers for Maus. Incredible stuff, of course, from a previous drivers' champion of Maximilian Beneke, and that was an incredible defence from Dominic Blyer.
Certainly was. The great battle between them as well. And what about that battle further down the field? It's hard to say that wasn't the best race of the day so far. We'll analyse it here in a few moments' time after this short break.
This land is calling.
Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. City lights sing my song. Sticky rides on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile at me. Oh, you are messing with my.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. One race down for Group B, and it was exciting. Jedha has not been disappointing as of yet, and it wasn't disappointing in Group B without question. That race, that battle for first place at the Incham was just incredible. Beneke holding on tight, but Blair in lap 8 giving him a run for his money.
Well, I'm happy that Beneke won because I was rooting for him.
Absolutely.
And he was my bet for it. But I was really expecting Blair to beat him on that second to last lap. It was on that final lap,
Yes.
sorry. Because he had a really good run. And I was surprised when Beneke didn't cover the inside into turn 1. But obviously he knew he could hold it around the outside. But yeah, I was surprised Blair couldn't overtake.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Mac Backham, you join us back on the couch. It's nice to have you, my boy. Great race, seriously. Did not disappoint, and there's a lot of key takeaways. But any comments on that epic battle for first?
Yeah, it was really good. It was also nice to see that they kept it clean, you know?
They did.
Always good. I wouldn't say it was, I was expecting Bayer to win. For sure he had a good run, but I know how good Beneke is, especially on land. He didn't quite have the online season that I think many people were expecting, but when it comes to land, he is for sure one of the best. So I think he feels really comfortable really quickly. And I think that showed to go into a battle like that, to give someone the inside there, you need to be confident that you're able to perform through the rest of the corners.
Yeah, well, if I'm Mouse, I'm very happy that he ends up finishing off in first place because when we take a look at the overall standings, he's in first, but there's a big drop before you get the next Mouse member of Castorp in 7th, which means that opened up an opportunity for Falcons and Williams to get some much-needed points to catch up to Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Mouse took the win.
Yeah.
But maybe for team standings, because Williams got 2, 4,
That's
5, especially, I think they're currently leading the team standings, if we can get a confirmation on that. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but for sure, looking at these standings, I think it will be close between all of them. Of course, Mouse had that qualifying ban in Leuner, also a really solid driver. Yeah. I think Dennis he had a really good online season. He was actually Mouse's best driver. I don't think he's quite as experienced on land as the other guys, but to be honest, I'm expecting him to really come into his own. And yeah, I'm kind of expecting Mouse to get better as the race progresses. I think also the other tracks might suit them pretty well.
Yeah, honestly, James, before he left, he said, this group specifically should be a lot closer. Vitality blew everybody out of the water in their group, but this group, highly competitive, and I like that. I really do. It just adds a little bit more pressure and tension. Also, for Falcons' sake, not the best performance per se, but what is their goal, right, Jim? Their goal is to at least catch up to MSI and pass them so they can at least go to Daytona. Obviously, they want to get first place so they can move forward, and then that would then pull James. His prediction would be correct. But Falcons, though, they do get some decent placements, and therefore I think MSI is already in trouble.
Yeah, I think Camille got P3, which was really good because we know Tatala is really quick. And if Camille can be as quick as him, that means they have 2 drivers that can fight to the top. And I think that's what they need to even maybe get P2 in Group B and not even go to Daytona. Yep. But I think their main goal now is to take it to Daytona and take the battle to MSI.
Yeah, without a doubt. Third place is really impressive. If you think about MSI, they never even got close to. Actually, they did. Excuse me. They had an opportunity for third, but then they crashed out, and that racer ended up getting last place, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, for third place for Falcons, honestly, that's a big achievement.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, MSI, I think, not the greatest of executions. Also a little bit of bad luck. Yeah. But of course, Group B is looking at that as a little bit of a positive. It gives you at least one more race of extra breathing room. Even if things don't quite go well, you should be able to outscore them. And then at least you have that one-shot race. And I don't think anyone wants to go there. But if it comes to it, it's better to go there than to not go there at all.
I would say so, yeah, definitely, as opposed to having your key crushed immediately after the groups are done. I'd much rather have that second opportunity. But Jedha is very unique, and it's and obviously in the track, it's very close. The walls, they come at you very quickly. You would know that firsthand, right? But now we move into Monza, and Monza is a little bit different, right? An opportunity to kind of set up. But if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. So qualifying obviously matters a ton whenever it comes to Jedha, but whenever it comes to Monza, I believe there's more of an opportunity to overtake and use your teammates for help in order to gain positions as opposed to other circuits.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's an easier track to overtake compared to Jedha, but having your teammate close to you is probably the best thing you can have, because we've seen it. I mean, in all the tracks, if you have your teammates around you, you can kind of make it into a team battle. So maybe do it a 2 versus 1 situation, and it's been really useful.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in the Vitality race as well. You saw that they were 1 and 2 on the grid. And one of the BMWs, I think from BS, had a really good run in the turn 1. But just because they were able to kind of close the inside and the outside lane, BS had nowhere to go, and you can just control the race like that. So
yeah, that was when they qualified 1, 2, and 4, I believe it was, and then the top 2 was able to hold off BS competition. Yeah, that's a great example for sure, without question. So does that put Beneke in potentially at a bit of a disadvantage? I mean, he pole position. We don't know what he's going to qualify here on Monza, but let's say he does get pole position with the other teams relatively closer. I would say specifically Williams. Position in the qualifier, have an advantage over Beneke that might be separated from the rest of his roster.
I think surely, especially in this race, he's going to need his teammates if he qualifies on pole again and if his teammates are at the back. But I think he'll be one of the favorites again this race. It's going to be hard to win 2 in a row, obviously. I mean, Vitality has done it.
That's right.
But still, I think this is the race where he needs his teammates to be closer to him in qualifying. And luckily for Mouse, Lerner doesn't have that quali ban for this one, so he can have Lerner closer to him.
Yeah, how good is Lerner? Like as a racer, as a driver, right? That qualifying ban obviously hurts, but now that he's back in, he has a chance to qualify. Can he keep speed with the likes of Beneke?
I don't think he's quite as good as Beneke. I mean, Beneke is top tier, so to say. But especially in the first year, in 2023, Lerner had a really good season, and he's very experienced, has a really good background. I think he's a little bit up and down. I think maybe sometimes he's maybe not as comfortable, but when he's comfortable, he's for sure a guy that can also get a pole, or even second by Beneke, for example. And yeah, like I said, 1-2 with the perfect setup.
Yeah, 1-2 without
On
question.
a good day, he can get it.
You think so?
Yeah, if it's a good day for him.
Is today a good day?
I mean, we don't know yet because he hasn't even qualified.
He moved up. He finished higher than where he started.
True.
I love throwing just random questions like that. Like you say, oh, okay, well, is it a good day?
I might as well ask him.
That's true. That is true. Well, yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Monza was really, really entertaining last time. Not a lot changes on it, but when it does, it changes quite drastically. Did we have I think we did have a bit of a scuffle on Monza in Group A, but I don't believe it had any impact on the standings.
No, because it was I think it was one of the Vitality guys that dropped out. I think he was running 4th, 5th, and got spun in the 4th corner. But because the other guys had such a good result, for them it didn't matter. But of course, you never really want to have it as a driver. Just mentally, it's not great. Especially if you already have kind of a run of bad rounds. It's just it's not ideal.
Turn 1 will be crucial because I think what you remember is the turn 1, lap 1,
that's right.
Where I think it was Chimchik who had to cut T1. That turn 1 is going to be, I think that's going to be chaos again. I'm like the chaos guy now.
I like it.
For some reason, but like Monza turn 1, there's something's going to happen. So, I mean, if you keep it clean there, it's a big advantage.
Yeah, you are the chaos guy. Even starting fights with Mac when you were off the desk, did you hear the jab that he sent your way? It was when you said you were too smart for sim racing. So he ended up bringing that back up to the table.
Okay, back down to normal. Okay, and
I mean,
I love it. The banter is right. I said we need to get you guys in carts or real cars. I don't know.
He would smoke me in cars. Come on, I weigh like 20 kilos more than him.
So the weight discussion begins again.
And the weight discussion begins, and that's the only reason why you would win, by the way.
Obviously.
For sure.
Fair enough. At least you keep it honest, just like our MSI boys kept it honest, right? During some of those interviews. Qualification is about to start for Group B, of course, going into Monza. This is going to be circuit number 2. And again, keep in mind, Falcons, 3rd place, plus some decent positionings below that means that they're close to potentially already overtaking MSI in the point totals. Of course, I don't know the point totals as of yet, but you got to think Falcons are looking a lot stronger, which means Daytona could very well be in the works for them, which would be our last chance race. Just be Daytona, and that's it. 2 teams go home. 1 team will then join the other 2 teams that would qualify from Group A and Group B. Of course, Vitality already being one of them. The question is, though, for Williams and then, of course, for Mouse, the battle between them is vicious. It's as close as it could possibly get, even though we have the star-studded player, Abiniki, but hey, the rest of the roster needs to perform with them or else Mouse, they're going to catch up. And either way, we're heading into our 2nd qualifier. We're going on to Monza, and because of that, Zach Sweeney, Steve Brown, take it away.
Thank you very much, Reflections. We're here then for the 2nd race of Group B, taking to Monza. Now, this is one of the most deceptively easy circuits on the calendar. It is on paper quite a simple circuit, few straights, few chicanes, but the commitment that you need around this circuit with the opportunity of slowdowns as well, qualifying is important, especially if Williams can lock out some of those front top positions.
If anything, an easier track on paper makes it a lot harder because it's easy for everyone, therefore it's going to be closer. So we've got Dominic Blyer here, the first of the 12 drivers to set a lap, coming up towards the Ascara chicane. Definitely a place where you can get a slowdown, especially on the exit. Let's see how he deals with it. Over the curbs, of course, through all of the apexes, chucking it over the last one, keeping it within the lines and the curbs of the final section there, heading up towards Parabolica. Is it going to be a good lap?
Let's find out. Sector 1 looks very good, right on the money where he wants to be. Sector 2, about a 10th and a half off. Let's see what he can do now going into the Parabolica, the final corner on the circuit. Ascari looked very clean. Dominic Blyer carrying that form then from Jeddah, narrowly missing out on victory versus Maximilian Benneker. Dominic Blyer, though, puts his foot to the floor, hugs that pit wall all the way to the right-hand side, sets the first benchmark time. He wants about a low 46. That's exactly what he's put down. Shlemezov Lamanek, though, a podium at Jeddah, now looking again to carry that momentum and give Falcons some sort of a chance going into the last chance qualifiers.
It'd be interesting to see what the Porsche is like with the straight lines of Monza. Lots of high speed sections here, of course. Getting the rotation around Parabolica, the final corner of the track, keeping over to the right hand side just to minimize the travel distance to the finish line. You cover slightly less meters if you do that. He crosses the line with a 46.4, a couple of tenths off there.
Yeah, not quite exactly where he wanted to be. Jakub Masiewski then will be the next one across the line. Really good first sector again, matching or not far off what Dominic Blyer set. The second sector, though, about 4 tenths off the best time set in 2025 over the course of the online season. Now towards Parabolica, he's really going to need a good final corner to get himself up there. It could well be close to Lemanek, but now, if Falcons want to keep that momentum up, they are currently last in the group, but they've still got 2 races, still 2 opportunities to score well. Masiewski and Lamanek, though, not the best start.
Next up, Beleziotis in the Mercedes, and that is a big slowdown penalty. I mean, you can see his reaction there. Definitely going to be down towards the tail end of this order. I mean, you still got to try and put in a good lap, even if you get the slowdown, because you are competing perhaps against the others who also get a slowdown. So you still want to take this final corner as quickly as you can and not let the mistake get to you too much. He runs up to the line then. Middle sector, of course, looking good. Final sector is going to be slow with the slowdown penalty, and there it is, 3 seconds off.
Yeah, not at all where he wants to be. Daniel Pajtor next across the line again for Atlassian Williams Sim Racing. Again, will be aiming to try and match or be close to Dominic Blyer, who, by the way, is a very strong qualifier. Just overall, he's really good at extracting that lap time out of the car. And over his career, he's had 7 front row starts. That's now 8 after Jeddah. Daniel Pajtor now puts his foot to the floor once again across the line. Can he match his teammate, or at least get that Williams Williams car on the front row, nowhere close. However, third place, splitting the two Falcons, not overly great. However, Moritz Lerner, not seen him yet in qualifying.
Yeah, he needs to try and get up the order as much as possible. Max Benneker doing all the work for Mouse, I think, in that first race in terms of qualifying. He needs a bit of help in the race. So this needs to be, ideally, a good lap here. We're looking at a low 46, ideally. Sectors have been okay. Sector 2 maybe a couple of tenths away from what he would ideally want. Crossing the line here, where does he go? He goes to 4th with a 46.5.
Yuri Kasdorp up next then once again for Maus, who his best track is this circuit. 2 podiums he's taken here at Monza, so could well be a happy hunting ground for the Dutchman, who again didn't have the best of races around Jeddah, but Monza much more open, still with the same high-speed mentality that you take through Jeddah, but again a lot more margin for error. Let's see what he can do again across the line. Pretty good through the first sector, pretty mid through the middle sector, but a couple of tenths off where he needs to be. Across the line goes 5th fastest, just ahead of Jakub Maziewski. Dennis Schoniger, the star of Maus over the online season.
Yeah, he's going to look to try to bolster that front of the pack, getting ahead. He needs ideally lower than a 46.5. Sectors have been good, let's say. Through the Parabolica, looks pretty hooked up with the apex. Bring it back to the right-hand side, minimise that travel distance once again. Lap is looking solid. Let's see what it's going to be. 46.1 to beat. I don't think it'll be quite there. And it's close. He goes second, 2 tenths away.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff then from Schoniger, of course. Now really putting Maus towards the front end of the field. Maximilian Benneker as well, looking to maybe contest with Williams for the front of the group and not make them go all the way to Daytona and risk. Let's see what Benneker, of course, can do. He's ideally, again, either pole or front row. Really got to be up there to be having, ideally, a really good fighting chance towards the first part of the race. Benneker then across the line. What can he do? Good first sector, decent middle sector, and across the line. In fact, no, it was terrible. 2.5 seconds off for Benneker, and that is not where they want one of their best drivers to be.
I mean, I was going to steal a really cool statistic from Lewis McGlade, our fellow commentator. The previous race, Max Benneker made it 10 pole positions in a row in terms of Riyadh LAN events. So doesn't quite make it 11. 10 is pretty cool, but now the turn of Thomas Tassler to try to bolster the Team Falcons positions towards the front, ideally. Let's see what he does. And it's not a good one. I mean, that was a slowdown penalty for sure.
Yeah, slowdown penalty, I think, in the middle sector there for him, about 3 seconds off where he wants to be. Kamil Pawlowski, what can he do as well? Again, off the back of that podium at Jeddah. He's now making his way into the Parabolica. Again, match through the first sector, 35.3, exactly where he wants to be. Couple of tenths off in sector 2. Again, pretty much matching what we've seen throughout the rest of the field. If he can get a 46.4 here, it could well be a very strong day for Team Falcons across the line. Can he beat Daniel Pajtor? Not quite, as he goes to 5th place.
This is being set up as a really interesting grid. No one's really getting, a good amount of cars towards the front of the pack. Tobias Pfeffer here, though, could perhaps make this very much in Williams' favour. For the final corner, we've got a 1st and a 4th so far at the moment for Williams. If you can get inside that as well, then that would be very ideal for their team, as looks like they lead the order so far in terms of overall points in Group B. Crossing the line, that is 2nd place. That is really good. Good news there for Williams.
That is huge for Team Williams. That is a 1-2 front row lockout here at Monza. Dominic Bly will take pole position from Tobias Pfeffer. That is exactly what they need, again, to control this group. They can now sort of lock themselves in towards turn number 1 and 2. Let's go to our analysts for an in-depth review of qualifying.
Yeah, excellent work coming out from Williams, looking very strong at a time where they need to. The question was, who was leading after race number 1? Beneke obviously carrying the weight on his shoulders for Team Maus, but Williams with the consistency might have had more points going into race 2. And now you got to beg the question, is Maus in trouble, as Williams will finish off 1 and 2 in the qualifying session? And well, now they've got that teamwork, which we were talking about on the desk, which is going to be so pivotal as we head into, of course, the race on Monza. Jim, big coming out for Williams, but not only just Williams, Team Falcons, in my opinion, had a wonderful qualifying session as well.
Yeah, I think this is a good one for Falcons because Beneke had a slowdown. So, I mean, now they need to rely on someone else to carry the team for this race. But I don't think any of them had a really good quali. So they're going to have to go for a Hail Mary in the race, I think, which makes turn 1 more exciting.
There you go. Which the Chaos Master, right?
Absolutely.
The Warlord. That's what we want. Mac, let's take a look at our race results and really get a full scale of the scene at hand heading into Monza. And Blair has been on fire without question, and now joined by Pfeiffer there in second is going to be huge. But Dennis Schoeniger does move up into third place, but he's going to be the only one for Mouse. He's kind of in a sea of Falcons and Williams racers.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously a really good lap from Dom. I think that's a lap time that would get you pole position or pretty close in almost every grid. Of course, really important, and Tobias was really close in the qualifying that they're able to work together most likely. And that's also the thing that's a little bit unlucky for Dennis. He's P3, but he has no one to work with around him, and that's going to hurt him.
Yeah, we take a look at our starting grid here, and Blair has been on fire. Second place, Jim, in race number 1, and now he's starting in first in pole position going into Monza. This guy looks like he's going to be leading the charge for his roster.
He looks on fire. He was very quick in race 1. He attacked Beneke for the race lead as well, which couldn't happen, but he still got P2. Big points. Now he gets pole. Teammate behind them. High chance of scoring a 1-2 for them. But I'm a bit disappointed by Tatala because he was the Falcons guy. And yeah, the first 2 sessions hasn't been good for him yet.
Hasn't been good, but still a chance to recover, right? Daytona on the mind potentially for the Falcons. That's where they might be going, but they still have to beat out MSI. Let's take a look at our Remco pole position and really see why Blair was so quick on his Monza qualifier. Mac, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, so he's just starting his lap. I mean, he just kind of spawned into the world, basically. What you want to do here, you really want to come out wide, so you have a really good run onto the line. That's quite important. You see, this is not the traditional racing line, of course. And then, of course, you take a really big run to the start-finish line just to get as much speed as possible. It's a few little hundreds here and there, but, they all start adding up. And
it makes a big difference in a qualifying like this.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, he's nervous as well, right? He's been waiting for a little while. He's had a little bit too much time to think, probably. And yeah, the heart's beating. You go into turn 1 right here. A lot of curb usage, very important. Really keep the car as smooth as possible. You see the car takes it quite nicely. It takes both curbs quite well, but you see that the car stays nice and stable, and he's just kind of able to accelerate out. So
good first chicane, and that turn 1 coming into a break like that, because you have that such a long time to think about turn 1, you then overthink about where to brake for turn 1, and sometimes can cause problems because it comes out of being a muscle memory to overthinking the situation. But it looked good, and then now the second chicane, perfect curb usage on both of the corners, which is crucial. It looks like he's nailed it so far, and that was the case.
Yeah, nailed it indeed, man. First place, you can't argue with that. And if I'm not mistaken, Vitality went in 1 and 2 during their race on Monza, and they finished 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they are for sure looking to kind of do the same thing. I'm pretty sure Williams was watching those races as well. So they kind of looked at what Vitality did, what worked for them. And of course, this is something they've always practiced at home as well. So they kind of knew they will know how to control the lanes, I think, in the race.
That's it, yeah.
You'd never really quite know how the start's going to go and who's going to get that mega run. But I'm going to be expecting them to control it quite well.
Without a doubt, Jim, a couple storylines, right? We've got still the battle for first place. It's up for grabs. Williams might have a narrow lead, but Mouse is going to be just behind them. And then Falcons also looking to pass up on MSI. We'll get your opinions on that when we come back, because we're heading in to race number 2. Of course, going back onto Monza, a chance for Williams, a chance for Falcons to pass MSI, but Mouse also to catch up. And, well, I'm excited to get this race underway. Zach Sweeney, Steve Brown, take it away.
Race 2 then of Group B about to get itself underway here at Monza. Turn 1 is infamous in the world of motorsport for providing a lot of action. The drivers now making their way through the Parabolica. This is where the heart rate is going to soar. The safety car, of course, guides them towards the start-finish line. That will then peel off. They'll be locked at their starting pace. The 5 red lights will be on 9 laps ahead of us. It's a Williams 1 and 2. Mouse of Schoeniger and Falcons of Lemonette just in behind as well. We're waiting the start here for Group B, Race 2 here at Monza. Waiting for Blard to put his foot to the floor and send us underway for racing here in Italy. Let's see if Williams can once again control the pace as Falcons of Tartala assumes the the rear end of the field. He's going to be taking slightly idle outlook into this first corner. In fact, now going to try and launch his way through a couple of cars. There's contact. Belitiotis making contact with Masiewski. The inside line for Przemysław Lamenek. Dennis Schoniger getting himself involved as well. Tobias Pfeffer has dropped down 2 places on the exit, but Dominic Blyer holds the lead.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster there for Tobias Pfeffer, dropping down 2 positions. Dominic Blyer there losing his wingman in the early phase of this race, but can he recover it going into the second chicane? I mean, that first chicane wasn't too bad. Typically, Monza Turn 1 is the final boss of first corners. It hasn't proven to be the case today. Into the second chicane. Oh, my goodness me, cutting the chicane, actually. That is going to go to the steward's office. And we're going to see if that's going to be a penalty, maybe, for Dominic.
Yeah, potentially so. Now still side by side, though. Tobias Pfeffer trying to hang on with Dennis Schoniger, pushing him all the way out wide. This is going to allow Maximilian Benneker, of course, a poor qualifying for the German. Now trying to recover, looking back from Lemonek, who's loving this. Schoniger and Pfeffer fighting away behind him, allows him to clear off with Dominic Blyer and secure some good points for Team Falcons. Still a long race ahead of us, though. Schoniger clear of Benneker. Pfeffer now still in the mix. A terrible start for Team Williams there on the driver for starting second.
Yeah, Lemonek in second now in the Porsche. This is a crucial phase of the race. He just needs to stick in the slipstream of Dominic Blyer in the lead. There's contact behind for
even more.
Tobias Pfeffer. Oh my goodness, it's all kicked off.
Is that Yuri Kasdorp? He's taken Yuri Kasdorp with him. Daniel Pajdo then capitalises on that. That was absolute carnage on the exit of the Ascari chicane. Now Thomas Tartala and a field of Falcons now flying in formation as they try and catch themselves towards the top half of the field and secure some good points. Now with Pajdo, Kasdorp and Pfeffer in 10th, 11th and 12th. This is a huge opportunity now for Falcons to capitalise and really find some good points. Blyer leads the first lap from Lemonek, Schoniger, Benneker and Blitziotis at the top 5, but side by side here as Lemonek goes for the lead in towards turn number 1. It's the green and white Porsche on the inside. The blue Williams, though, tries to go the long way around. Bit of contact between the pair of them as Lemonek takes the lead.
And we have a duo of BMWs from Team Mouse here catching up. Max Benneker has benefited from the carnage on that opening lap. He's up in 4th already. But heading into the Delaroche chicane, it looks like we're going to have an attack, not from only one car, but from 2. Is Lemonek going to be able to keep the lead here? This is going to be really tricky for him. He hasn't got any other cars close to him on his team.
No, he hasn't indeed, and you can see there Dennis Schoniger fighting away with Dominic Blyer around the outside of the Roger, gives him the inside for the first Lesmo. However, that Williams, that Mercedes, has got the agility to go the long way around, keeping him side by side just with the nose ahead towards the second Lesmo and takes control of the corner. Dominic Blyer says absolutely not to Team Mouse as he tries to stay in the fight for the race lead, but this could well be huge for Team Falcons. Everyone has underestimated them in this competition, but with Lemonek fighting towards the front, they've still got a fighting chance.
They've got a huge chance here. Obviously, bigger points available towards the front. Let's take a look at the Delaroche chicane. This is lap 2. No, this is the opening lap, sorry, with the cut there from Blyer. Plenty of close quarters action, as you always expect through the chicanes here at Monza.
Yeah, indeed you do. There's also as well, you can see in the bottom left of your screen, a fight for the lead. Dominic Blyer goes back at it, going into the Parabolica. Very nicely done. Lemonek, of course, concedes that position without too much of a battle because the real contest comes right here, right now. This slipstream towards turn number 1 and 2. And immediately Dominic Blyer going defensive. He's now going to get almost freight trained because Dennis Schoniger, Maximilian Benneker working really well as a duo for Mouse, riding on board with the Porsche, making it 3 wide. Dennis Schoniger, 2 wheels onto the grass, 3 wide now to the Rettifilo. Lemonek just able to hang on to the lead, but a slight tap there from Benneker, who tries to send the move to the inside of the Williams, and now they're 3 wide, forced wide onto the gravel. There is Dennis Schoniger. They emerge, Lemonek from Blyer, and now still side by side with Maximilian Benneker on this run to the Roger.
Oh my goodness, I'm just waiting for the further carnage to emerge. It's going to happen. Oh my goodness, it is going to happen surely. Lemonek really, ideally, just needs to pull away here at this moment. The guys here in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th sort of needs to start working together to make sure that he doesn't pull away.
But this is a really strong race from Mouse. Sorry to jump in. There's now just 5 points between Williams and Mouse, 79 points to 74. Team Falcons, though, still in contention, 63 points to their name. Group B, incredibly close, and this could all go all the way down to the line. Who guarantees their slot, by the way? Because even if you're second, even by 1 single point, it's all on the line with basically the lottery that can be Daytona.
Yeah, Group B here proving to be very competitive between all 3 teams. All 3 teams here in the top 3, and 1st to 10th is less than 3 seconds. They're in one big train now, so this really could go the way of either of these teams. I'd be surprised if it kind of remained in these sorts of positions here. with Mouse Esports actually with a good solid position there, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They can kind of, Lerner there in 5th can kind of just defend and protect Benneker as they try and push forward towards the top 2.
Yeah, it's a really strong position for them to be in, and you're right, they control a really crucial part of the grid, right? They've got Schoeniger to go and attack for the lead. Benneker is as a bit of a support, then Lerner as that rear gunner, keeping the rest of the field behind. Let's see what Dominic Bly does once again with the slipstream towards turn number 1. Lemonek assumes the middle of the road, giving him the squeeze, defending all the way to the inside, pulls out late to the left, trying to have that sweep all the way around the outside. Bly ever so slightly later on the brakes, muscles the Team Falcons Porsche wide, and this is going to allow Schoeniger to close the gap and get some moves done. Masiewski, I think, cutting the chicane in the background. One of the mouse cars spun round. Moritz Lerner has gone round in the background, rejoining the circuit. Now back down into 10th place. Still side by side for the lead though as Dennis Schoeniger tries to get involved. Slight tap to the brakes just to stay behind and give Blyer a little bit of a run. Now assumes the left-hand side towards the Roger.
Yeah, Lemonek and Blyer here with an incredible battle for the race lead. Because they don't have any of their wingmen alongside them, they can't quite assume authority on this race. They can't stamp authority on first place. They seem to be trading positions every lap. So perhaps it could be Mouse Esports here to come in and steal these positions away from them at the front, because they have the numbers. Although, yeah, Lerner there dropping down. We'll see, hopefully, what happened to him. But they seem to have lost their rear gunner now.
Yeah, exactly. And now 3 become 2, especially Lerner and Kazdorp towards the back. It's really hard now for Mouse to assume control. However, they're still in the best position of those in the top 5. Blyer leading. Blitziotis now assuming P5. Not bad at all from being one of those towards the back end of the field. The 2 Mouse cars, though, are Benneker and Schoeniger drawing side by side momentarily. Not what you want at all. As we now make our way towards the second half of this race. What is the mindset then for these drivers? How do they approach this second half, knowing this really is the bit that matters?
This is so difficult to judge. I mean, exactly what you do here, because I think the team that will be quite keen to move forward are Falcons. They're just going to kind of try and push each other forward, 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. But if they can just get onto the back of Blitziotis, then they could try to demote the Williams driver, of course. And there's 3 of them doing that. Who was that going wide? That was Blitziotis, I think.
It was indeed.
Dropping wide on turn 1.
Yeah, cutting the chicane as well. He's going to have to give all of those positions back, not taking any attempt to go through the slalom, going wide then through Curva Grande, and that, not at all what he wants. Broke a bit too late, caught himself out, and then had to take some avoiding action over the AstroTurf. Now Lemonek on the back of Dominic Bly onto lap 5 of 9. Not quite close enough for a move into the Roger. Blitziotis retakes then that 5th place. However, Masiewski trying to capitalise on his mistake, make that 2 Falcons inside the top 5, but not for very long. One of them is off in the background. That's Jakub Masiewski.
Oh my goodness, I think he was side by side with Blitziotis as he was trying to give back the position. Now, I just noticed there that the gap between Tattel and Benneker was so small that Blitziotis couldn't quite slot in, and it looks as though he kind of forced his way in, but we'll see a replay of that hopefully. But yeah, Masiewski dropping down a lot of positions there, so not ideal for Team Falcons.
Not at all. This is Thomas Tatteler again, one of the stronger drivers for Team Falcons, going side by side with Blitziotis, who goes around the outside of him through Ascari. Very brave stuff then from a driver who's only in his first season of R1 competition. Williams, by the way, one of the most inexperienced teams on the entire grid, really, of R1. They're an average age of 21.5 years old, and 2 of their drivers in their first campaign in R1, and yet they're one of the favourites here in Group B, really establishing some good control. Quick update as well, couple of incidents under investigation by the stewards. Penalty points, with how close it is in the standings, could make a real difference.
Yeah, definitely, especially around Monza, such close, contentious racing. There's always that potential for a penalty, as now Dennis Schoeniger looking for the attack on Lemonek, who has dropped off the back of Blyer, who seems to have settled down here in the lead. They were trading places. Look at that battle for 5th with Tatteler and Pavlovsky side by side there with Pastor. Who's going to come out on top there?
Find out. It's going to be a case of who puts their foot to the floor first. Kamil Pavlovsky, though, with the outside line, just able, really, I think, to get that acceleration, get the car rotated, get it in a straighter line a little bit quicker. However, that does give the slipstream going in favour of Daniel Pastor, who's now in 8th place, and now, of course, trying to get that counter-attack back on for what is going to be 7th place. Inside line for the Roger. The Porsche ever so slightly better. Turns in, of course, giving the Williams as little room as possible. Side by side on the exit over the gravel. Of course, losing ever so slightly a bit of speed on the exit, giving him a squeeze. I mean, he almost had 2 wheels on the grass there. It's so close to the limit, but not a millimetre over it. However, that's way too much there from Pavlovsky. He's going to be going wide, lose maybe 1, maybe even 2 places.
Yeah, this has been a disastrous couple of laps here with Team Falcons. They were looking pretty strong. They had 5th, 6th and 7th all sewn up. And suddenly, the complexion of the race has changed for them quite quickly. So it's really interesting to watch this, as no team seems to really be able to take a stranglehold of this one. But Dennis Blyer doing a solid job here. He's pulling away. Actually, no, he's only 2 tenths away. The top 4 actually within 6 tenths of each other. So Mouse Esports, I think, as you can see here, looking now to use their numbers. They have 2, the other teams only have 1. So this could really be the crucial factor.
Yeah, exactly that. And then what they're going to do, you're going to see, they're going to bump draft each other again. They're going to get really close to each other, give each other that push, and use each other almost sort of. Beneke going to use Schoeniger as a bit of a battering ram, open up that inside to allow both of them maybe to go through. Blyer, though, has to go defensive from Przemysław Lamenek, who goes to the outside through turn number 1. Ever so slightly later on the brakes as well. Assumes control of the corner. Blyer then forced to concede, and that is going to open the door maybe for Mouse to come through. Schoeniger draws side by side and ahead of Dominic Blyer. Maximilian Beneke, though, in this slipstream, looming large, trying to allow Mouse to close up some points in that championship. This is how close Group B is. This is how quickly it can change.
Lemonek there keeping to the right-hand side to get the slipstream to Dominic Blyer. Here's a replay of the drivers here going through the Della Roger chicane, just running wide onto the gravel. This is where it begins to unravel. That was for Pavlovsky, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, his race really went down the drain on that lap, on the previous lap there.
Yeah, it did indeed. We saw a replay there just as these guys were going side by side, fighting very hard indeed. That's allowed Lemonek to grow a 1.4 second gap, close to contact, I think, and getting a little bit sideways there. Dominic Blyer, who now I think is going to have to settle for second. It's a 2v1. Mouse swarming the Williams driver. Maximilian Beneke side by side with his teammate of Dennis Schoeniger, lifting off, tucking back in, and trying to again to apply some pressure. But what this has done, if Lemonek can keep it on the road, is secure what will be a very vital victory for Team Falcons.
Indeed. I think this race has proven that if you fight too much, you just lose ground so quickly. The top 4 began to pull away after the guys in 5th, 6th and 7th started fighting. And look at that, Lemonek now with a 1.7 second gap with only 2 laps to go. He's looking pretty safe now. Beneke, Schoeniger going to have to try and attack Blyer on his own. He doesn't have the benefit of slipstream anymore at the front of the pack. So on these long straights, probably on the main straight, you'd think that Schoeniger and Beneke could bump draft each other past Blyer somehow.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Also as well, just got an update from the stewards. There has been a penalty issued for Jakub Maciejewski. Not entirely sure as to how many penalty points are going to be applied for that one, but there was contact at turn 1. He has been given a penalty for it. This is Maciejewski himself now, fighting a little bit further back. Moritz Lerner, his competitor, the battle for 8th place. So while it's been an up and down race for Team Falcons relative to Maus, they're still delivering some decent points. However, those penalty points, with how close it is, last time it was updated, just 7 points between Maus and Team Falcons. Going into the final race at Hockenheim, Falcons do have a good chance here at maybe finding their way into 2nd place in the group and, well, solidifying a decent place in the last chance qualifier. At the moment, though, all 3 teams ahead of what we saw from MSI. So even if you finish 2nd or 3rd, you're going to be making your way into that race off at Daytona. So realistically, unless they can catch Williams, it doesn't matter which way round they finish, Maus and Falcons.
Yeah, of course, and this is the big battle now, I think, for the remainder of this race. Beneke and Schoeniger on the back of Blyer, who has very little chance, I think, of catching up. Taking a look there into the Ascari chicane, that's probably not the best place to go for it, and he agrees with that. Sticking behind for the time being, I think the best place to do it is to try and save it for the main straight, which is the longest straight on the track. You see Schoeniger there in the rear view mirror, the camera, give him the bump, although Blyer really good off the chicane, actually getting a nice gap. But this is going to be the crucial moment. This is going to be the last time they head down the main straight, the entirety of it, because the next time round is the final lap. So this is it. This is probably their best chance. There will be more after this, but this is a good one into turn 1.
Yeah, definitely. So BS+COMPETITION, I've actually just been confirmed. He was involved in the incident with Jakub Maciejewski. He was in fact the one deemed at fault and will receive those 5 penalty points, which could again be a slight hinder for Team Williams. Lemonek as well, you can see in the bottom left, he's the one leading the way. Side by side though with BS+COMPETITION is Thomas Tartler, fighting side by side a little bit further up though on the last lap of this race. Dominic Blyer trying to keep Maximilian Beneke behind, but with Schoeniger just in behind, a bit of a bump draft, Maus could take control.
This is where the numbers come into effect. Look at that. Schoeniger giving Beneke the bump, and he's going to give him the inside hopefully here for the chicane coming up, and they're going to have to work a pincer movement here against the Williams driver. Benneker does just get ahead. There's a bit of contact. Is he going to just be able to get alongside here into Lesmo 1? Is Schoeniger? It looks like he is. Got the nose inside. And he bit of a shoulder check there. And Blyer is going to be kicking himself here. He was in the lead of this race. He had control of it. And now he's down in 4th. So that moment there just kind of shows you just how important the teamwork is. Schoeniger and Benneker with the bump draft. And saving it for the final lap, Blyer has only got a couple of corners to try to reply here.
Yeah, exactly that, of course. Lemonec out in front. This would be his first victory in R1 competition as well. So this not only is crucial for Team Falcons, but as a driver, Lemonec will take that victory that he's been yearning for his entire R1 career. And well, all of his podiums have come at the dynamic group stage of the online season, but he's arrived here at land just when Team Falcons have needed him. Through the Parabolica for the final time. This race has had it all, but Przemysław Lemonec has rose to the occasion. He will see the checkered flag first, and for Group B Race 2 here at Monza, will take victory for Team Falcons. The question remains though, who finishes second? Benneker from Schoeniger going towards the line. They're going to hang on as well to take a sensational 2-3 for Maus and rescue their day after what was an atrocity at Jeddah.
Yeah, really good recovery there for Maus. I mean, especially Maximilian Benneker started down towards the back with the slowdown in qualifying, recovers to 4th on the opening lap, and then to 2nd by the end. He was really patient. He played it really smart there. He knew that he didn't have to rush it. He had his teammate up alongside him and just made sure he got the job done, did it on the final lap, and that's a really good result for Maus Esports.
It is indeed. I'm sure the analysts are going to talk about this as well, but after that race, based on points again, penalty points haven't been applied yet, but Maus take the lead of the group. We'll be back for some analysis after this short break.
This land is calling.
So Mouse have quite an experienced lineup that could work in their favour at a LAN event like this, where there's spectators watching and then there's a lot of pressure, and experience does help in that situation because you're just a bit more desensitized to it. You don't get as flustered by things.
I think all of us have quite good LAN experience, so I think for us we'll be very good prepared, and I hope that we'll do very good.
But they maybe are lacking a bit of raw speed, which ultimately in this format is going to hurt them. So I wouldn't say they're favourites to win by any stretch.
Yeah, I think we're going to surprise some people because we struggled a lot in the online season. I don't think we found quite everything, but I think we can get back to it and show people where we belong.
I think experience in the game is far more important, and the thing that Mouse have is certainly that. Yuri Kazdorp, Moritz Lerner and Max Benneker have been here from the start. They have got Dennis Schoninger, who has not been here every time, but you wouldn't know.
For me personally, it's just the right time, if that makes sense. I learned a lot the past 2 years, and then this year I attacked a bit more, kept it a bit more consistent, and I think this is the whole key that changed it. The championship for us would mean everything. For me personally, for the team, would be great, unbelievable.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Group B well underway and highly competitive. Just to put it into perspective, this is unofficial results, but I believe only 8 points separate third from first place, making it realistic for quite literally any of the three teams battling to maybe get first, right? Which is incredible, because James at one point, Jim, was like, hey, Falcons are going to win and just go straight through to group play, and then they're going to win the Holy Bit. Granted, he backtracked that one. Now it's possible. Liminic taking first Falcons. They win Monza.
Man, that was a great race. Tatula coming from back to get P5. Beneke coming from the back to get P2 or P3, was it?
Yep.
Mouse with winning the race. And that was a great race. It had everything, and it's so close for the final race now.
Yeah, I think it was a really good race. I think it was a little bit of a misplay, obviously, with Williams in the start. It was unfortunate for them that they lost the 1-2. But also in the end, it was really clear. It was Mouse, P3 and 4. And then it was, of course, Lemonek and Dom in 1-2. And they should have worked together, but they were kind of battling against each other. So it was 1 against 2. And that is a battle you will most likely lose. And yeah, I think Dom just kind of made a mistake there. He was kind of like backing up the Mouse cars a little bit too much. And I think in the end, he decided he didn't want Mouse to win. And he kind of gave Falcons the win in that regard. And I think, looking at the point standings, I think it was kind of a mistake.
You think it was a mistake? Well, let's elaborate on that. Why do you think it was a mistake?
Well, now he finished 4th, right?
Well,
so
true.
I think he was able to kind of work with Lemonek a little bit better. Maybe he would have gone a 2nd, maybe 1st. That's obviously a lot more points. But I think putting yourself in that position where you're battling against 2 cars and you're letting the car ahead kind of get away, you're putting yourself in a losing position no matter what, because you're 1 against 2 and they're just going to blow by you.
And we said how important team play was going to be in Monza, and Williams was in a prime position to get 1-2, because you get 1-2 in qualifying. That is like the best position to have in Monza, because you work together to secure that 1-2, like Vitality did in Group A. They failed to do that, and none of them won.
So let's talk about it. Unofficially, I do believe MSI are done. Now, granted, unofficial results, I think the Falcons have already passed them up in the points. That win most likely securing their lead over MSI, which means one of these teams, all 3 of these teams will still have some life in them, whether they're first place going to tomorrow's competition or should be racing on Daytona, which will be coming up next, right? So things start to get serious. And Mac, let's talk about how serious it is. Unofficially, I believe Mouse is currently at 77, so they lead the group so far. They're currently in first. But let's go down the list. Second place is Williams at 70, and then Falcons at 69. So only 1 point separate Falcons and Williams, and then Mouse, of course, at 77 have 7 over that of Williams and then 8 over that of Team Falcons, which again makes it realistic for anybody to take first. It comes down to the final race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 8 points really is nothing. I mean, it really depends how the next race is going to go, of course, but it is, in a way, for us, I think for spectators, really nice. Of course, in the previous group, it was really clear Vitality was just going to get that #1 slot. But here, there's 2 things to race for. 1, to get P1 in the group, and 2nd, to go to the last chance qualifiers.
Last chance qualifiers going to Daytona. Still scary, right, to be in that position, but it's going to happen for somebody. But I mean, really, it's so spectacular how close this group really is. We set the storyline up, and I believed you guys, but now seeing it, I'm like, wow, this is truly phenomenal, because I must say the Jedha was incredible to watch, but I really think if you had to compare Group A and Group B's, at least Monza, this Monza was just so phenomenal to watch, and I'm sure going into Hockenheim, it's going to be even more spectacular. Predictions, it's close at this point. Are we changing it up? Do you think Falcons could honestly get first?
Honestly, I'm fully team James Baldwin now. I think Falcons is going to win this, because, I mean, they were the underdogs coming into this.
That's right.
They were really, let's say, they didn't have that much faith in themselves. And now I think they've really seen that they can do better than they expected, and I think they all think they're better on land compared to online. So coming from not believing in themselves to they're only being 8 points behind, I think now they're full of confidence and they don't even want to go to Daytona anymore. Yeah, and let's do that.
I think I'm going to go with Mouse though and Beneke. I have full trust in him. I don't have the Lewis McGlade spreadsheet in front of me with all the stats, but from kind of the eye test and from memory, I'm pretty sure either Beneke or Luke, who's not racing yet today, I'm pretty sure they're the best drivers around Hockenheim, and they drive the BMW, which I think is a car that really suits the track. Makes it a little bit easier, I think, in qualifying, and especially at a LAN event, I think that's going to play a positive part.
Home team, home advantage for Beneke, because he's in Germany. I forgot about that one. But Falcons has the whole championship as a home advantage.
That's right.
So I want to believe in the hype train, like, So I'm going Team Falcons win this.
I think I got to go Team Falcons. You know me, even before we started the show, even going back a couple of days, I said, look, Team Falcons, I wanted to perform well simply because I want to keep that dream of the club championship alive, winning week 1. I know right now they're still really far away from winning the event, okay? But this is step 1. And for them to come in as the underdogs and be and perform as well as they are is truly spectacular. Now, granted, I do want to put a taper on it. At least for Group Wave with Vitality, I had a chance to look at their points. Unofficially, I believe they were at 169 points, which is just, yeah, it's out of control. So double that of what, of course, these 3 teams are currently at heading in to Hockenheim. But things start to get serious. The pressure is on, Mac, and you're going Team Mouse, we're going Falcons, but actually we're go ahead and send it straight into our qualifiers. Lewis McGlade, Steve Brown, let's get the party started.
Well, here we go then, qualifying for the final race for the final race in Group B, and it's very, very close on the points. Insane how tight things are at the moment at the top of Group B. 77 points for Mouse, 70 points for Atlassian Williams Sim Racing, 69 points for Team Falcons before any penalties and such. It is insane how close that is. We'll get qualifying underway though, and Moritz Lerner's gone through the first sector, and a 20.1 in that first sector is actually pretty solid indeed in that opening sector.
Yep, looking pretty good. For reference, in Group A, the pole time was a 1:46.2, so that's a rough benchmark. Obviously, it's different drivers and different teams. But, 1:36.2, 10 seconds quicker than that. That's a rough estimate that we're looking at. Let's see Moritz Lerner then. A good Sector 1. Sector 2 then is going to be a low 46, which again is pretty solid. So if he can just round out Sector 3, we're looking at a very good time there.
Yeah, and that lap time, so this is probably going to be very close to it was a 1:36.2 from Marcel Chinchik, like you alluded to. This is going to be very close to that, maybe like a 0.3 in that kind of margin, 0.2, 0.3. This could be a very good lap time from Moritz Lerner then. Through the final corner, he's going to go. Big bit of opposite lock. Could have lost a little bit of time in the final sector then. What can Moritz Lerner do? Across the line as he sets the time. 36.5. He lost a lot of time in that final sector. Now it's Lamanek.
Yeah, race winner from the previous race for his first ever race win, which is very impressive to see. Now let's see how the Porsche performs through the final sector. Is that a good? Yeah, I mean, both sectors so far looking like they're matching what Moritz Lerner did. So he needs to round this one out to ideally get a good Sector 3. Crossing the line, what's it going to be? A 30.1. That's a 36.5. So maybe a couple of tenths away from what we could be, but pole position for now.
Certainly off what we're really expecting. And that middle sector from Vasilios Belletsiotis also not doing any major favours. 46.3, couple of tenths off where we'd really want them to be. It will probably be relatively close to the 36.5s that we've got from Lemanek and from Lerner as Belletsiotis comes through the final corner. Might be a little bit slower than the pair of them, maybe a 0.6 or a 0.7. Williams, who were topping the group, going out of race 1 into race 2. They are no longer the leaders.
Tobias Pfeffer here had a disaster at Monza. He started on the front row, then dropped down with that crash on the opening lap, trying to correct the mistakes made there as he comes through the final sequence of corners. Really awkward set of corners here to round out the lap over the curb, brings it back in and then run the car all the way out here over the curb, back onto the track, crossing the line. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 36.6, so Williams there, 3rd and 4th out of 4.
Certainly so. Like I say, that's not great for Williams when you've got a 4-time set and you're the final 2 of them. That is not ideal. Now it's Dom Blyer who set a very good first sector. Second sector also right on the money. This should go to the top of the session into the final corner. Big bit of curve being taken as they head through the Sud curve. Now up towards the line. Let's see what it's going to be for Blyer as he hits the beam. 36.4. That is genuinely slower than I'd have expected that time to be with those sectors.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this race is this race. So if these guys are all a bit slower, then it doesn't really matter too much. So pole position for now. I'm genuinely interested to see how this goes because, as we say, the teams within 8 points of each other, all 3 teams. So this really could go either way. Now, Thomas Tattler rounding out his lap. Sector times really good here. Actually, no, sorry, sector 1, I think you must have got a slowdown. So this is going to be a slow lap, 38.0, a couple of seconds away. That is not ideal for Team Falcons there.
No, certainly not. Now we've got Dennis Schoninger, who did actually pick up a 2-point penalty for the team in the previous race. That's actually going to hurt Mouse just a touch and bring it back to 75 points for them. But there were also penalty points for the other team that haven't confirmed. Falcons had a 3-point penalty, as Williams Sim Racing also had a 5-point penalty post-race. Dennis Schoninger across the line, tops the session then with a 1:36.393, finding time and going to the top of the session.
Masiewski here, sector 1 and sector 2, a couple of tenths away from what he would like. So this could be, I would doubt if it went top 3, but he could surprise me here and prove me completely wrong through the final sector, through the final corner, carrying the speed as best as possible, right to the edge of the track limits, driving it straight to the line. It's going to be a third, so he did prove me wrong completely.
Well, Karol Pawlowski is the next and the last of the Falcons drivers to come through down towards the final sector. Turis Tatler with the issues, the typical team leader for Team Falcons, falling by the wayside. Now Karol Pawlowski ready to pounce and ready to throw himself into the mix. However, those sectors not good. First sector has a slowdown. So unfortunately he's going to be back there with the team lead. Big shame for Pawlowski. It'll cross the line. It'll be a 38 something. 38.168. Very disappointing.
Yeah, not ideal for Team Falcons. You know, third and fourth is not too bad. Ideally, they're going to hope that the next 3 drivers do not surpass them here. Daniel Pastor up next to qualify. 20.2 in the first sector. That's a little bit off what we've seen so far. 46.0 in sector 2, though. The middle sector here is actually a very good time. Right to the edge of the track there. He actually, judging by his reaction, wasn't too happy with that. He goes 6th. And so Williams with a bit of a buffer there in 6th, 7th and 8th. Next up is the main man, Max Benneker.
Yeah, he's had so many pole positions. By the way, I've just had updated points from Race Control. Apparently, what I've got is all 3 teams are separated by 1 point. I think it's 69 points for Williams and Mouse and 68 points for Falcons. I'll have that one updated in a few moments' time. But either way, Max Benneker will come through the final corner. Is it good enough to go along with his teammate up to the front row of the grid? Can he steal pole position? Yes, he can. A 1:36.293. Can Kasdorp do anything about that and make it a Mouse 1-2-3 at the top of the session?
It looked like if anyone was good at lip reading, you might have seen what Max Benneker was saying there. It wasn't the most polite language, I don't think. But he went to pole. So once again, restoring his normal position at the front of the pack. Yuri Kasdorp here. Can he make it 1-2-3 for Mouse Esports? Not quite, but they are 1-2. That's a very strong position for them to be in.
Yeah, so Benneker and Schoninger on the front row of the grid, and you can see how pumped Max Benneker is about that great lap. He'll be starting alongside Schoninger, who's been so good throughout the running of 2025. But it is Benneker on pole position once again. You had the stat in the previous one. He had 10 consecutive poles here at Riyadh until the previous race. He's looking strong once again. He's on pole position. We'll head down to Taylor and the boys for a little bit of analysis.
Right, that was exciting for sure. Mouse losing, 2 points, I believe, during the qualifier or from the last race. So that brought it down to 75, which means they had a 6-point and 5-point lead respectively over that of Williams and Falcons, making it even closer. But they clutch up when needed most. Mac, you said it. We were Team Falcons, me and you. However, and James. However, you said you're still Team Mouse. And well, look at you. They finish off 1 and 2.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm always right. No, I mean, I think exactly. No, I think Mouse would be quite happy. I think all the lap times were a little scruffy. I think probably everyone was looking to be around 2 tenths faster. You saw it at the end of the lap when Benneker finished his lap. He was not happy, but he was pole anyway. So I guess that's what matters in the end. And now they're 1-2. It's a little bit easier, I think, to control the race here when you're 1-2 than in Monza because the opportunity to overtake is just not quite there. So if they get a clean run through turn 1, I would expect them to be able to take this home.
Well, Jim, let's take a look at the race results. You know, we started the day, or at least Group B, with you being Team Benneker, and well, he's at the top currently, and he's done so twice now over the 3 consecutive circuits that we've witnessed. Schoninger just below him as well. Lohner, Kasdorp not too far away either. This is a very real chance for Mouse to take first place and move forward to tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, when I look at this qualifying, I think if nothing goes wrong, Mouse has this in the bag. And, well, to be fair, being second or third doesn't even matter now because MSI is out. So your second or third doesn't make a single difference. You go to Daytona regardless. You never know what happens. I mean, in Monza, Williams had 1-2, and they absolutely couldn't turn it into a good result. So if they do the same mistake, you never know, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And even though they're 1-2, this is a championship where teammates have come together before. I can personally attest to that. So, yeah, that would be nothing new.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Ramco pole position, Get to see Max Benneker and how well he was doing. Clearly, he's doing something right. He's gotten 2 pole positions already as it is throughout the 3. Walk me through it, Jim. Let's take a look at it. What do you see? What do you notice, Hockenheim? You know the circuit well.
Yeah, but that turn 1 looked really, really good. Perfect curb positioning with the sausage curb on the inside. I mean, sector 1 is already done. I think that was a good lap. Good sector 1. This is going to be a crucial corner because your exit determines the whole straight. Even though it's not a straight, it's a flat-out corner. But it looks good so far, Mac.
Yeah, it looks really clean. And like you said, for sure, I think turn 1 is one of the most important parts of the track. That's really where it's hit and miss. You already know after turn 1 if you messed your lap up. Luckily for him, it looked pretty decent. And then braking here, again, quite tricky. You want to be pretty late on the brakes, but you really need to set the car up for the exit. Kind of slide it in a little bit sometimes. Looks like he has a little bit of counter steer there, so looked quite clean on exit. Probably got a lot of speed out of it. And then from here, it's going to be super technical.
Yeah, good lap so far. I mean, it's been a great lap, so congrats to Benneker for the pole position. But we also know, we've seen in Monza, the Porsche is really, really quick at the very top end of the high speed. So I think this is going to be a big advantage here going into the hairpin at the end of the long straight, because Lamelack used that in Monza, and maybe he can use it again here.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you get a good run out of the corner, you can kind of stay with them in the Porsche. Right at the beginning, you do have that top end.
Well, I think I got a point update, by the way, from our statistician of Lewis. You know, he's always making those documents. Seriously, does incredible work. Really appreciative of him helping me, of course, coming into sim racing as this is my first event. But I believe, unofficially, it's 69 for Williams, 69 for Mouse, 68 for Falcons.
That is crazy.
That's even better than what he had before. So I'm actually even a bigger fan now of the stats because 1 point separating the two. Plus you got 2 tied. And, well, that makes Mouse's position in this qualifying, right, even more critical, Jim, as they move into this final race. So 1 and 2, that very well could have saved them the first place position.
I mean, at this point with the points we have, 1 point separating 3 teams, we scrapped the first 2 races. This is like a winner-takes-it-all situation now in Hockenheim.
Without a doubt. I believe we are going into game soon. Mac, are you sticking with Mouse? Is that still your team to get first?
Yeah, I'm sticking with my predictions. I'm thinking Benneker can control the race. He'll just have a good start, and I think he'll be able to kind of manage the gap quite well. He's experienced here. I think probably potential-wise, he's the best on the grid right now, so I'm fully expecting him to take this home.
Fair enough. And Jim, just real quick, will there be any weirdness happening? Real quick, just very, very briefly, do you think maybe we'll see some contact with the points being so close?
You know me, absolutely, I believe so.
All right, I like the chaos. It's time to get it started. The final race for Group B to determine who moves on to tomorrow and who is going to be having one final race in Daytona. Lewis McLeod, Steve Brown, take it away.
Wow, here we go. I mean, you heard it there. The points are incredibly close. By our calculators, I do say never trust a commentator's maths, but the spreadsheet's doing the hard work and the heavy lifting on this one. We're ready to go for Hockenheim then. 10 laps onto the board, and we are racing down that very short run into turn 1. It's a Mouse 1-2 as they head their way through the first turn. It's Dennis Schoeniger dropping in behind Max Benneker, who heads the field. It's a bit of side-by-side between Maurice Lerner and Przemysław Lamanek behind, as Jakub Bastrievski sends one down the inside of Don Blyer. Bit of contact, gives a bit of oversteer to the Atlassian Williams sim racing car, and they head out onto the backstretch.
Blyer here really needs to stay with the top 2 and not get dragged into this battle behind. If he can just get to the slipstream and just pull away as a 3 at the front, that would be very ideal for Team Williams.
Here we go with a big look down the inside. It's Yuri Kastorp trying to make it 4 wide as we head into the braking zone. We drop it down to the hairpin. There's going to be contact, and Blyer has been sent round. This is going to be a big moment for Mouse. It's going to be a 1-2-3 for them as a
big drag race off of the hairpin. It's Lerner going side by side with Pfeffer towards the kink and into the Mercedes arena section. Pfeffer's got the outside line. Blyer has been dropped to the rear of the field after that, and this could turn out to be an epic result for Mouse.
I think Jem on the desk there has summoned the chaos.
Definitely.
So unfortunate for Blyer. He was in a perfect position there. Well, obviously it wasn't, because he just got tagged from behind, and that is an absolute disaster for Williams.
Yeah, indeed. No joke as to who's going to be going through in this group at the moment. Mouse will definitely be going straight through into the group stage if things finish as they are running. They are the ones in position holding all the cards. Courtesy of the points already being scored in races 1 and 2 of this group, I believe that MSI have already been knocked out, so they will not be progressing through to the last chance race. Let's see this once more. What do you think of this?
Oh, there's just too many cars in close contention. It's really difficult to judge for that Porsche that was at the front, trying to turn in, and there's just too many cars in too little space. And Blyer, oh my goodness, I feel sorry for him, because he was driving so well today and did not deserve for that to happen, and dropped down towards the back of the pack.
Bit of an anticlimax considering how close those points were. It's now just kind of settled down. I was like, yeah, okay, Mouse, they are the ones in position. The thing is, like, regardless of everything, they were the ones that put themselves 1-2. This is why qualifying is so important in this series. By Dennis Schoenecker and Max Benneker being 1-2, they're actually going to switch for the race lead. So Schonecker's going to go down the inside and take over the race lead from Max Benneker, as there's a spinner in the background of Przemysław Laminet. So down to 12th position, things are falling apart a little bit for the Falcons team. But because they qualified first and second, they were able to keep out of the danger.
This is just a consistency in motorsport, in racing, in sim racing. In the front of the pack, you are just so much less likely to be involved in a crash. It's just how it always plays out. And so if you're in the pack somewhere further back, there's just that chance of carnage. And that just proved to be the case. Dominic Blyer, didn't really do anything wrong, but theoretically, if he was on pole position, that probably wouldn't have happened to him.
Certainly so. Well, the team that would be top of this group at the moment as points stand, it's 138 points for Mouse. They would have a whopping lead over at Lassian Williams Sim Racing, who are on 91 points. They themselves are clear of Team Falcons by 6. However, the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team and Team Falcons will both be going then into the race-off at Daytona to settle that final spot along with BS competition.
Yeah, so the remainder of this race between Williams and Team Falcons is not the most
kind of irrelevant, yeah.
But they still want to, be in good form and still try to fight towards the front as best they can.
I think the most important bit for them is they want to be outscoring the other team just to carry that mental advantage going into Daytona. If you get absolutely trounced by them and end up just letting go, dropping down the field, finishing 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, you're already going into Daytona on the back foot mentally.
Yeah, I agree. I think no matter what race you're in, you're always going to want to finish ahead of your opponents as much as possible. So, big recovery job here, I think, from Team Falcons, who are 11th and 12th, 5th and 7th. Definitely Williams would be outscoring them at this moment in time.
Certainly so. Well, it looks like we're... I wonder if that also... This is the thing with Mouse. Will they let Schoenecker and Benneker fight? Surely, to be honest, I actually already know what the answer to this question is. Surely it's not.
I think at this level, there's a lot on the line here. There's a big prize fund at the end of this. I think you just have to play it correctly, and the correct thing to do. If they were to fight and make a mistake and hit each other, you would be kicking yourselves.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone would be asking questions. Why did you let them fight? Why did you let them do it? So the best thing is just to play it safe, bring it home. They got Lerner there in 3rd just to protect them. And if they weren't to finish 1 and 2 at least, it would be a massive disaster from here.
And there on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Moritz Lerner, 3rd position, the 3rd of the top 3 Mouse drivers, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Race leader Dennis Schoenecker holding the control. There's a look at the Falcons team, Kamil Pawlowski, Thomas Tadler, and the likes. I was more interested that they decided that René, who is the team manager, is the coach of the Mouse team, switched Schoninger and Benneker. So clearly showing that confidence of Schoninger's pace. He's been so good this season, has Dennis Schoninger, has been the highest point scoring driver from Mouse in the online season.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by him so far. He's done a really good job. Max Benneker, obviously really consistent. He's got such a pedigree in Rennsport, as with also his qualifying positions. He's just so relentless in qualifying. But yeah, this is looking so strong for Mouse. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for them to not finish well here. I'm just looking at Pfeffer there in second. Just some pressure there from Tatala. Just beginning to build up. But they just look so assured, these guys. I'm not sure they really feel much pressure. It almost just seems that they're kind of robotic. They almost don't feel anything.
Yeah, I know. There is always that thing of like, yeah, this is when I think you realise how good sim racers are at what they do. When, like you say, their heart rates will be high, but it's almost as if they don't even really notice. They're just so focused on you know, especially here, right? So you're in Thomas Tatler's boots right now. You're so focused on one clear objective: get ahead of Tobias Pfeffer. That's it.
Yeah, all you got to do is just hit your marks. You know what you're doing. You've practiced this track. He has surely driven this track in this car countless laps, more than I care to number. I'm sure it's in the thousands, probably.
Oh yeah.
And so he knows what to do. He knows where to brake, where to turn, which gear to use. So all of these things are just coming very naturally to him and to all of these drivers. Heading into the Mercedes-Benz section. Not quite close enough here to go for the move. I must say the Porsche looking pretty strong overall. I know we're only in 5th place here, but I wasn't sure about it going into the Group B races, but it seems that it seems pretty strong. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the Porsche Commander team can do with it tomorrow.
Very much so. Honestly, tomorrow's racing, I know obviously we're here today and this, that and the other. I am so excited for tomorrow's racing. Obviously we'll have the top 3 teams from today's action. So the winner of Group A, the winner of Group B, and then the winner of the race-off, which will come immediately after this at Daytona. But also we will reintroduce Redline, we will reintroduce Porsche Commander, we will reintroduce Virtus.pro, and honestly, I think we are going to get some incredible racing and some high drama over the next 3 days after this. It's going to be a great competition. It's already started out with its fair share of drama this one. I can't wait for that Daytona race as well.
I mean, yeah, this is just the opening phase of this competition, and already it's very close, very contentious. Lots of, you know, elbows out moments, and this is just the opener. So it's only surely going to get more aggressive as the competition goes on.
Look at the start of this race. Obviously, you know, when everyone finds out they're on basically level points, and suddenly everything goes to chaos stations very quickly. The Mouse 1, 2, 3 of Schoninger, Benneker and Lerner currently running clear of this group here. We've got Tobias Pfeffer, the Atlassian Williams sim racing car, the blue car at the front of this little train, followed by the white and green of Team Falcons. Thomas Tadler behind the wheel there. The red and white of Yuri Kasdorp, then Kamil Pawlowski behind. Then about a second gap back to Daniel Pajtor, Vasilius Belitsiotis with a bit of a gap back then even further to Don Blyer, Masiejewski and Lamanek behind after their dramas. This fight for 4th position is very much on, and for Tadler this could switch over those points for who's going to be second in the group, and that could be, just mentally speaking, quite critical.
Yeah, I'm sure the team managers are updating the drivers on the exact permutations and the exact scores at the moment. But when you're out there, sometimes you just want to, you know, you're in a position, there's a guy behind you trying to take that position away from you. All you want to do is just stay in front. You want what you've got, and the guy behind wants what you've got. So you just got to do your job, just try and stay in front the best you can. Face of concentration there, as the 3 Mouse drivers at the front just looking so comfortable. They're not really under threat here, as Yuri Kasdorp there in 6th, just trying to make his way up towards the front. Could he make it a 1, 2, 3, 4? I mean, that's going to be a rare occasion, isn't it? Seeing top 4 lockout in a race.
Very rare. I can't remember how many times it is. I know for sure, and I'm sure there's a few people sat there watching around thinking, yeah, I know exactly when it was. At Fuji in Riyadh last year was the first time we ever did it. We had a 1, 2, 3, 4. It was Williams. They were able to grab a 1, 2, 3, 4 there. I think it was at some point during the teams competition. We then have had a couple of 1, 2, 3, 4s online this season as well. So we have had a few. They are rare. Bear in mind, again, just to clarify, if you are joining R1 for the first time, when this competition starts, this is the 327th race of R1. 6th of today, but 327th overall.
You should see Lewis's room here. I mean, this computer is full of spreadsheets.
It's crazy.
Google Sheets and Excel. The computer's about to crash with how many tabs he's got open with those spreadsheets. It's quite insane, the numbers he's looking at here. Some impressive statistics coming out from Lewis today.
Oh, I think it's. I think this is the thing, is that once you've got to the point where there's, 300 odd races, you've got so many drivers passing 100 races, so many drivers with this many, and yet still, you get races like we had in the previous race. Lamanek taking his first victory. Only this season, Dennis Schoninger took his first victory. He's had 2 victories online. This would be his first ever victory at LAN. Maybe that's why they switched round, to give Dennis Schoninger that extra confidence boost. Here you go, you've now won at LAN, you can do it, you can bring it home.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling, even if to some extent it's handed to you. Let's say taking a penalty in a football game, even if the penalty's handed to you, it's still nice to get that goal.
100%.
It gives you confidence, and confidence is so important, especially at this level, at the World Finals here. Just having that extra happiness and confidence going into the further stages of this competition, just settle you down, just make you feel a little bit better and more confident going forward.
We're looking backwards from the rear end of Tobias Pfeffer for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team. You've got Thomas Tadler, you've got Yuri Kazdorp, you've got Kamil Pavlovsky joining the fight and closing in. Daniel Pashtor and Vasilios Beletsiotis, meaning there could be 3 Williams in this fight, 2 Falcons, and just the sole Mouse. Unlike the disappointment, though, of the very first race of the day, when Max Benneker was like, right, I won, where are my teammates? This time, Yuri Kazdorp's running 6th, still a good result, by the way, and seeing his teammates way down the road.
Yeah, for sure. It's very impressive from these guys. I'm really looking forward to the next race around Daytona. It's going to be wild. I mean, I can't wait to watch it. I'm not going to be on the commentary box for that one, but I will be watching the carnage unfold. Well, hopefully it's a lovely, clean race with lots of respect shown throughout, but
it won't be.
It's naturally going to... it's naturally going to close up. There's going to be some points of contention for sure.
I said earlier on in the day, it will, at a bare minimum, be very exciting. You read into that what you will. I am super excited for it. I think it's going to be all the chaos in the good way. I hope. We'll have to wait and see. We've got 2 more laps though, the deal here in Hockenheim before we take to the high banks of Daytona. But for now, we are looking at a dominant performance from Mouse. We're looking at a great fight, though, for 4th position at the moment, which Tobias Pfeffer, he is not putting a foot wrong at the moment.
It's really impressive. He has a lot of cars behind him in this train, and he just isn't making a mistake. He's just looking forward. He knows his braking points. He knows where he's got to turn in. It's really easy to get distracted when someone is that close. I mean, that Porsche is right in his mirror. Many of the pixels on his screen are going to be taken up by that Porsche, but it's not distracting him. He's driving exactly the line he needs to drive, and he's done a really good job. I mean, it looks so simple just watching them. They're just driving around, they're not really doing any mistakes or anything, but let me tell you, it's not as easy as it looks.
I mean, it's kind of one of those ones, what must it be like feeling a car right behind you, knowing that if you miss a braking point by a metre, even less than that on occasion, that car will pounce. We're on the final lap and the final run around the Hockenheim ring, and the final few bits of pressure for Tobias Pfeffer to soak up on this last lap.
I mean, just watching that line through turn 1, there's the curb and then there's a white line that extends, and I swear they're all within 1 millimetre of the limit.
Yeah.
And, they're under pressure here. They're just getting it exactly right. It's just actually crazy to watch.
So good. Whilst there is 2 seconds to the dominant Mouse performance ahead, it's the same kind of gap behind for Tobias Pfeffer, but not to the next car, not to the car behind that, but the car behind even that. It's so incredibly tight in this fight, and the defensive line wasn't even really needed. It was just a perfect braking zone through the hairpin, and Pfeffer still hangs on. Here comes an opportunity though.
Yeah, into the Mercedes-Benz arena. There is a chance for the Porsche to peel to the left-hand side here. Mercedes going to go defensive. Yes, he is. He's going to just cover the middle of the track. So he's definitely aware that the overtake was possibly on there.
I mean, look, that was a good bit of racing. There's not too many opportunities. You can make a move into Mobile 1 if you are incredibly brave. But either way, for Mouse, it's going to be a very, very impressive 1-2-3 when they needed it most, coming into this with 1 point separating the top 3 teams. Incredibly close. Dennis Schoeniger started a few races ago in his victory sequence. He took his first victory online. He followed that up with a second not long after, and now he takes a first win at LAN. It's his 3rd victory in R1, but that important first victory at LAN and an important 1-2-3 for Mouse.
Yeah, really strong performance there. Obviously, the luck, you could say, of the hairpin on the opening lap. Well, they made their luck for themselves because they qualified first and second, and that just makes it so much more likely that you're going to come out on top at the end of the race. Really good performance from Dennis. Really happy for him to get that race win.
Yeah, really happy to see that kind of performance. It was well judged. Also, no ego from Max Benneker. He had his teammate get there. He got effectively the order to basically say, right, Dennis is a little bit faster at the moment. Let's let him get through. Let's let him build that confidence. Let his teammate come through, sat behind, played the team game. He understands how to win, does Benneker, as a driver, as a team. And we saw a great performance there as a team. And look at how pumped Schoeniger is.
Yeah, obviously there's 4 drivers in the team. Max is effectively the team leader, you could say. And that's really good because, he doesn't have to win the race. If, he can give some confidence to one of his teammates, then that benefits the team overall. So it's a really, it's a smart decision there to do that.
Certainly so. And saw Moritz Lerner there, repping the BMW M Motorsport water bottle. Let's head though down to Sandstorm, who's catching up with Max Benneker.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. Max Benneker, congratulations. You and Team Mouse will be making it to the next stage. Sensational performance from you guys. First of all, I have to ask you, tell us, I want to go back to that first race that you guys had. I want to say, what was going through your head? Talk to me, especially during those first couple of laps. You went from, I want to say, bottom of the leaderboard all of a sudden towards the end to P2 position. What was going through your mind?
That was second race. That was, but the first race was already like 6 minutes practice, jumping in the race, going to qualifying. Very happy I put it on pole there. Unfortunately, made a mistake in the second race in quali, but then luckily I had a very nice teammate that helped me out there to get up to the front, and he sacrificed his race. So really a team effort in the end, and really glad we finished it up with Hockenheim, so that we make it into tomorrow. Because after the second race, it was like everybody can win. So it was all up to this.
I want to say, wrapping it up on Hockenheim, I want to say, a German track for yourself. Did you feel more comfortable? Was it easier for you? Talk to me about that.
I mean, Hockenheim generally is a track that suits us more, I would say. Also, our car is a bit better there compared to maybe Monza and Jeddah. But still, you have to make it through turn 1 in quali, and that's always a hassle because you only, you have 2 laps in practice and you can have an off track immediately. So my first sector was really bad in the quali, but still happy that it was enough for pole, and looking forward to tomorrow now together with the team to fight for the title.
I mean, I want to say, we were looking at the races from Group A compared to Group B. I want to say your races were a lot more chaotic compared to the first group. So many times, seeing the cars go off track, so many times bumping each other. But I'm looking forward to see what you guys can pull off in tomorrow. But tell me, who do you think was your biggest rival throughout today?
Today? Oh, it's so close. I mean, in the first group, it was kind of like Vitality was just taking it away and kind of being dominant. But here, I felt like everybody could do it, and so both of them were, putting on a great fight. If I had to pick one, I would have said Williams, because Dom was just really, really strong today with the short amount of practice we had. But overall, they were both really great competitors.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Max, for joining us. Congratulations once again to yourself and Mouse on going on to the next stage. Now we're going to head on over to the studio to break down that track. And then obviously we're going to go on to our final race of the day. Over to you, boys.
Hey, thank you, Sandstorm. What a performance from Mouse. They clutch up when needed most. Ice in the veins. Mac, you never stop believing, brother. We were all Team Falcons, James. I'll get to you in just a second as you rejoin, okay? But so was Jim. But yeah, Team Mouse, 1, 2, and 3 when it mattered most. Incredible performance.
Yeah, really good job, of course, from them. I think it was really over after the first lap when everything went wrong in the hairpin for Williams. They were really unlucky with that, of course, but yeah, perfect execution from the boys up front.
Yeah, without a doubt, Dennis Schoeniger taking first, Binnicker, Lohner as well, just 1, 2, and 3. Something only done by Vitality a little bit earlier, James. So both of these teams clearly outliers when it comes to their groups. And granted, as they should be, now number 1 respectively. So moving forward to tomorrow, guaranteed Vitality and Mouse. But we still have our last chance race, which is going to be on Daytona, and that's going to be interesting. But I will say, James, to your credit, you said Falcons were going to go all the way through. You weren't far off. They won the last race. This race, they don't do too bad either. I'm honestly impressed, and I think they exceeded my expectations.
Wow, listen, I've been having my dinner. Level was high.
Yes.
Like between all 3 teams, it could have gone anywhere at Hockenheim, and ultimately it came down to lap 1 at Hockenheim that determined the group. Really, it could have gone easily in Falcons' favour or even Williams. So you got to favour those 2 teams though in this Daytona race over BS. I think BS are very much up against it now.
Well, so let's talk about that BS competition. Granted, Vitality ended up surpassing them by, I believe, like more than half, if I'm not mistaken. 169 points is just incredible. But I think they finished off of like 80-something, which doesn't put them far off from the performance of Williams as well as Falcons. So I think it's going to be a lot closer than James is thinking, Mac.
Yeah, I think it'll be close. It's a little bit difficult to say which car is going to be good at Daytona 2. Of course, we're going to have 3 different cars again, BMW, Mercedes, and Porsche. Anything can happen, really. Of course, it's a small sample size, 1 race. So it's not like you can consistently be good, right? You need to be good now, and any of these guys can do it.
Yeah, it's actually nuts that a tournament life comes down to 1 race on a map that I don't believe is raced that often. I mean, is Daytona all that popular?
In Rennsport?
In Rennsport.
It's been used a lot.
Okay.
And it always provides great racing because of especially going into the final lap, because the guy in the lead on the final lap generally doesn't win the race because there's a massive slipstream period in Sector 3. So that's going to be really interesting.
So how do you navigate that?
Tactics. You've got to ideally be second place going into the final chicane, not too far off P1.
Okay.
And you'll get the run. Even third place can win it sometimes if you get a double slipstream. So honestly, this is going to be nuts.
Yeah, you have to be either P2 or 3. Like James said, you can't be too close, but you also can't be too far away. Because if you're too close, your run kind of gets limited, and then P3 runs away with it. So it's all tactics.
That's totally backwards from everything I know about racing.
Honestly, though, I'm glad you've not seen too much sim racing, because this is the first time you're going to see it happen. I just can't wait to see your reaction.
I'm blown away, because I'm going to think, oh, he's in first place, he's winning it, and then he doesn't. It's like third place won it. What just happened? Well, if you are in first place, how do you avoid that? You know, how do you avoid the slipstreams and stop somebody from overtaking you? Because I know you can get aggressive and go to the right, maybe cut them off. But granted, I guess to your point, that opens up third then to, maybe go to the inside, because you can only pick and choose depending on how close. But how do you, if you're in first place, stop people from passing you in Daytona?
Yeah, your options are very limited. The only thing you can really do is kind of try and time it well, where you kind of back up a little bit in the final chicane, and that you kind of catch the guy behind you a little bit off guard and then go, and that your gap is big enough to kind of, just get to the line first. But in an ideal scenario, you'd have your teammate behind you the whole race, and you can push each other a little bit and kind of control the race that way.
This is something we would practice last year and the year before, was if I was in P1 on that final sector, just weaving or backing the car up and timing the exit from the chicane and all sorts of weird stuff. But if you don't do anything, you will get overtaken, so you have to do something crafty.
Yeah, honestly, I'm even more pumped up than I was at the start of the day going into Daytona after hearing all this. That's wild to me. And you want to talk about wild? Chris Tunn has no business being in a sim race and no business being even in the driver's seat, but apparently we let him do it. I don't know who was in charge of that. Tunn, what are you up to, man?
You didn't say anything. Nobody told my manager exactly what I'm doing right now, but currently I'm in the Twisted Minds Esports Center in the Boulevard. They have so many things about their history at EWC, and they have this, racing sim. I'm imagining that some of the Rennsport guys will probably beat my time, but whilst doing it one-handed and also talking to a camera, I'm not too sure they do quite as well. So somebody come and challenge me if you possibly can, but come back in a couple of hours. I'm going to get a better time.
Look, I know I make a joke about it, but Tun was living his best life out there. Boys, I hate to admit it, I've actually never been in a sim racing environment. I've never actually sat in the driver's seat, so I think I've got to get out there and try it myself. I don't know how well I do, but I don't really care. I just want to have fun with it.
100%. I want to find out where that is, because we need to take a walk down and give you a go and give you a little coaching session or something. That'd be fun.
Without a doubt.
That'd be good.
Although we might do some real karting eventually out there on the Boulevard,
Yes.
which would be fun. My goal is just not to wreck somebody, because I think that's probably what's going to end up happening. And we always talk about this weight conversation. I'm a heavy boy. Does that make a big difference?
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. But it's also a good excuse, you know. When you lose, you can say, "Oh, it's the weight."
Yeah, that's
you know?
true.
It's like it's not skill.
It's not skill.
It's just the weight.
It's just the weight. I'm just 220, fully tatted, 6'8". I'm not fully tatted. I'm not 6'8". I'm 5'9". It's quite disappointing. But I have been told I have a good build for racing as a whole. Enough about me. Hey, Daytona, it's coming up. It's actually insane, but I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break before we get to it. But what are we expecting after the break? Well, you have 3 teams fighting for their tournament life. 2 teams will be eliminated after 1 race on Daytona. You got BS Competition, Williams, and Falcons. Chat, get loud. Let us know who you're supporting. Who do you think will be moving forward to tomorrow's competition? We're going to find out who the winner is when we come back.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. It's very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
To the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. 2 groups have been completed, both Group A and Group B. 3 wonderful circuits played in each respective group for a total of 6, but there's still some unanswered questions, right? We need to know who our last and final team is to move forward into tomorrow's competition. And you've got 3 contenders. You've got BS Competition, Williams, and Falcons. Speaking of which, Williams, Falcons, hot off the track, right? I mean, they're just basically immediately going straight into it. Meanwhile, BS Competition, let's face it, they've been put on ice. They've been waiting a little bit to get back on the track.
That's a very good point, and it will play a factor, I think, because I've heard from other drivers the rigs are presenting challenges. I think they're maybe a bit different than they would be at home. So that's going to take a lot of adaptation from the drivers to get used to that as quickly as possible. So yeah, as you say, if you've just come off them, going into Daytona, you should have a better feel than say BS, yeah.
That's a good fact. Something I want to discuss a little bit more. Got your opinion, then Mac, obviously I'll be asking you in just a little bit. But yesterday, myself and Sandstorm had a chance to have a little bit of fun with the competitors, specifically Falcons. I had a chance to test how good they were, at least with their drawing skills, but with a twist. Hey, blindfolded, trying to draw a track. How well did they do? Let's find out.
Hello and welcome everyone. We have Team Falcons who are going to be competing in Rennsport for the first week of the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Sandstorm, this is Reflections, and we are joined by Maciejewski and Lemon because there's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce that last name. It was, good Lord, boys, thank you.
First name.
First name, it's your first name, that's a lot. It's very, you know what, can you just give us the first name, pronounce it for us?
Przemysław Lemanek.
I'm not even going to try that, but I will learn it, I promise. But boys, thank you very much for joining us. We are going to be going with Draw the Track. So, first of all, we are going to be having a best of one, rock, paper, scissors, between the lovely players that we have, of course, between the two of you. Winner will be choosing one of the 6 tracks that the loser will have to draw blindfolded. Okay? So, boys, best of one, rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Okay? Okay. It happens.
There we go. Okay, so the winner, he's going to be blindfolded, but the question is, what circuit?
I know that everybody else was picking Jedha, but I'm gonna give you Fuji.
Okay. And you know what? You have that ready. All right. Well, blindfold is ready. You have the marker and you have the, I want to say the notepad. I would say, yeah, put it on and then set yourself up whenever you are ready.
And as the teammate, are you going to help him? Or are you going to let him just go astray and do what he does and it ends up being a disaster?
I will see how it goes. If he goes well, I don't need to help, but...
Okay.
We'll see.
All right, here we go. We have to start from the bottom.
Okay.
Już, skręcaj. Jeszcze prosto.
You go to the chicane here. That's where he's at now, okay.
W górę jedziesz. Prawy. W lewo, jeszcze trochę tam zawin.
I teraz prosto.
I łuk w prawo.
Od razu. Taki długi łuk.
Długi łuk w prawo.
Love the teamwork.
I teraz...
Kind of looks like
prosto.
a crazy snail.
Yeah.
I koniec.
Can I pick it up?
First, no, don't take it off just yet.
Yeah.
We want you can put the pin down. Right there.
I'll take it, thank you.
Take your proud drawing.
Yep.
And show everybody what your track looks like for Fuji. Honestly, that's not bad. Take your blindfold off and let's check out what you got.
Okay.
And here's the test sample.
That's good. That's good, right? Very good.
Yeah, honestly, okay, so straight up, because he's blindfolded, it's 5. It's 5.
It's 5. I'll give him a 5.
I'm getting him a 5.
I mean, how close it is here. Here. Around the corners.
Sincerely, that's a 5. I'm blown away.
Honestly, fair play.
Fair play, yeah. Well done, dude. That Team Falcons on fire.
I mean, if this is the start to this, I can't wait to see the start on the track.
Now, obviously, you're going to take the blindfold. Hey, you're not doing Fuji, though. That one's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. You have 5 tracks to pick
from.
What's the next
stabs them and it's like, Jedha.
Spa.
Spa? Okay.
Okay. It's in front of you. Here's the marker.
W ten sposób.
Okay, so we're starting here, boys and girls.
Wyżej.
Yep, he's going up top now.
Git. Jeszcze może, git.
He's going fast too.
Zajebiście. Dobra.
Zajebiście means awesome, amazing. I know that.
Okay.
See, I can translate now.
I was about to ask what you guys saying.
Dobrze? Tak, no i teraz
Dobrze is good.
Okay.
I think, yeah, dobrze is good.
Bardziej northwest, jeszcze bardziej northwest. Jeszcze, będzie lipa trochę. No okej.
Okay.
Not bad. Okay, so go ahead and hold it up for the camera.
Yeah. Okay, that...
Honestly, I mean, it's not bad.
I mean, I know... Okay, first of all, he has to be able to see the result.
See the result. Look at the result.
Please do have a look.
This part. I turn in early and then the bus stop is...
I would say 4.
I would say 4. I think 4 is appropriate. I think 4, because you didn't connect the line at the end. But man, you are close. Do you agree with the 4?
Yeah, I think if not this, it would be really good.
Yeah, if the connection...
So, well, there was one track that you did say that everybody went with it, and you're right, and it was Jedha. Do either of you want to try and attempt it blindfolded? Because that one seems to be the hardest.
I can do it for the memes.
You can do it for the memes? Let's do it for the memes.
That's what I like to hear. Do it for the memes.
Do it for the memes. Okay.
We have an attempt on Jedha by Lemon at the moment.
So we go straight, chicane,
Boys being boys.
Okay. Whoa, where'd we go there?
Okay.
He's like, the anticipation's killing me.
I need to know now.
Show the camera what you drew. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm trying to find like the.
You guys are the experts.
Yeah, that's the right
That's what it is.
orientation.
Okay.
You went a little wide.
A little wide.
Just a little bit.
wide. I think that layout is improvement from what we have.
So do you think that this is what the Jedha track should look like?
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here, boys and girls. This is what the Jedha track should look like. But I mean, look, that was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for joining us. And I hope you lovely boys and girls also enjoyed watching this piece of content. And make sure to follow because there's going to be a lot more coming over the next couple of weeks for Esports World Cup. Best of luck to Falcons in week 1 for Rennsport. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
I'm not going to lie, I was impressed. I was sincerely impressed with the way the Falcons were able to process the map blindfolded. And I ended up asking them, I said, okay, if you were put on just a blank canvas driving and it marked where you were driving, I said, James, would that be a little bit better than, drawing it by hand on a map? And they said, absolutely. And it's because of that muscle memory. So they were fully confident they could just drive out the track if they were just, like I said, on a blank canvas, which just blows me away with the accuracy.
Yeah, you're right. Muscle memory. So they probably would close their eyes and just do the inputs, and they draw a fairly decent version of the track. But looking at those ones, Falcons did a really good job there, actually, because me and Steve did it with a few teams. They were way better than any of the teams we did it with. So, I don't know what technique they were using. Did you say he used his thumb to do the
thumb,
stuff?
yeah. So he planted either his thumb or one of his fingers on the edge so he knew where to connect the edge of the ending and the start, which was really, really smart because some guys were just way off. It was like it started up here, ended over here, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense at all. I think it was Virtus.pro, so we'll probably show that a little bit later. But fun times, without question. It's nice to see them, and a lot of our racers have great personalities, which I'm very, very happy for because I heard coming into sim racing that there could be a lot of egos, and I was like, oh man, they're gonna be very egotistical. But no, I've had a lot of fun getting to know the drivers. Totally different when they're actually out there racing, but when they're off of the sim, they're lovely people.
Yeah, I think most people in general are quite nice, right? Especially when it's before the competition, everyone's a little bit more relaxed. Mm-hmm. It'd be good, especially with media and stuff. You have no bad blood. Yeah, sometimes between drivers they can get feisty. And also coming back to your blank canvassing, I actually think that would be a really good game mode for a game.
Game mode?
Yeah. You kind of load in a track map. And you're just able to drive it and see how close you can get.
What do you think for you personally? What would be the hardest one?
Nordschleife.
Huh?
Nordschleife. It's 20-something kilometers long, I think.
It's got like 130 corners or something.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It'd be impossible.
Fair out of these tracks, Jedha is the hardest because it's so narrow.
Yes, yeah, it is narrow, and that was the hardest one for a lot of teams to draw. In general. By the way, we did a lot more content pieces. Not only were they drawing, but they were also listening. But either way, we had them where they were listening to sounds, right? And trying to guess the track, which was quite phenomenal. And I was amazed at how accurate they were. We talked about this, I think, at the top of the show. I don't know. I think it was actually with you guys, if I'm not mistaken. Listening to the downshifts and closing their eyes, they knew exactly where they were on the track.
Yeah, of course. They drive so much. They drive all the cars. They know exactly where the shifts happen, how they kind of flow into each other, which gear every corner is in. So, I mean, of course, I was a driver myself, so I guess I'm kind of used to that how do you say this, kind of level of feel that you have with sound and everything. But I'm not surprised.
What me and Steve found with doing the audio tests and then the drawing test was the audio thing was interesting, but everyone was so focused. It wasn't really that funny, but the drawing thing was hilarious. Just seeing how wrong people would get it, and I won't spoil it, but one of the teams tried Jedha, and it was awful.
Was it?
It was hilarious though.
Yes, Jedha, but it's so hard because of how close it is, right? It's
27 corners as well, so it's a lot of corners to remember.
Which is nuts, and that's why we see so much contention on Jedha, especially with today's competition. Speaking of today's competition, let's take a look at our standings because we've had a long day and tons of races that we have had a chance to witness. Team Vitality stole the day with 172 points, and they truly were the best, not only during the qualifying sessions, but also for their races as they took all 3 circuits, and they did so in 1, 2, and even on the last one, 1-2-3 fashion, which was sensational. But Mouse taking second. They will be the second team alongside that of Vitality to just go ahead and full send it into tomorrow's competition. Now, what excites me about their leads, Mac, is 172, 136. We needed teams to dominate their groups in order to prove a good point that maybe they can put up a good fight against the top 3 competitors going into tomorrow's competition. I think they did that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Mouse and Fatality both look good. Of course, with Mouse, it took a little bit longer. But I think they really showed in the third race what they're capable of. And yeah, everyone else was so close. And I think that's also really exciting for the final race, right?
That's right.
You don't really know who's going to win. I think maybe Williams has that little bit of an X factor in Dom today. He looked really good. So yeah, I would maybe bet on them.
Williams, you're betting on what? Look, you're batting 1,000 at this point, brother. So I got to start believing. You went with Mouse when nobody else was going with them, and you were 100% correct. We went with the Falcons, and well, Falcons are back once again. But Falcons, Williams, and BS competition. But let's also give the flowers to MSI. MSI, unfortunately, are finished off already. They will not be racing on Daytona. But again, as we've been saying, the fact that they made it to this stage through the R1 season when 3 teams didn't make it speaks volumes about the competitors that MSI are.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort. They came here, they fought hard. Pace was not there, but they still showed a good fight, especially at Monza. So it's the way it goes, and it's a brutal format, but I'm sure they'll regroup and come back again next year. You know, that group of drivers have been together for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they'll be back.
I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so, but now it is quite literally do or die. Williams obviously is the pick over here. What is your pick for
looking at that table?
Uh-huh.
Looking at the table there, you can see like the lead Mouse had compared to the other teams, but like going into that final race, it was neck and neck. So it really shows you like how much one race can swing it. If they finish 1, 2, 3, it really gains you a lot of points. So yeah, but you're right. This is do or die, and quali will be important, but the race is going to be something else.
Just going to be nuts, right?
Yeah.
And with 3 teams to choose from, BS competition, Williams, Falcons, Mac obviously goes Williams. Are you sticking with Falcons? Do you still believe that they can make it to tomorrow?
I've got to, man.
You have to?
I don't want to be that guy.
It.
I can't be chopping and changing. Yeah, hot take. Falcons are going through, and they will.
Okay, fair enough. And I think I'm going Falcons too. I'm going to stick with them myself. But BS competition, how do we feel about them? Because again, they're coming in, Mac. They've been on ice, since Group A. They were second place. They put up a valiant effort. Granted, Vitality just stole the show without question. But BS competition had a strong showing. But coming in one race and you haven't played in, a couple hours? Man, that's going to be tough for them to get warmed up, and they got to do it quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're by far the underdogs now. Not because of the quality of driver, but purely because they're really cold right now. That's what you guys alluded to earlier as well. I think we've heard people say that in interviews today. I've spoken to some drivers privately, and they really felt like that first race was really difficult just because they didn't have time to get used to the rig. And of course, they've driven on it a little bit, but yeah, 3-4 hours of nothing? That's really a big downside to being able to drive for the whole day.
On the flip side, would you burn out behind the wheel or in the rig? Like, for me, it'd be 2 or 3 hours and I'd just be cooked. I just would not be able to go any faster. But I don't know if you were the other way around. Maybe it took you a while to get going, but then you would just keep getting faster.
Yeah, I was for sure more of a repetition guy, so I was always happy to get the reps in and just kind of keep going and keep going that way.
Repetitions are important, and well, you don't have repetitions for the last chance. It's the last dance, the last opportunity to punch your ticket to group stage tomorrow. We've got 3 wonderful teams ready to set up into S&B Esports Arena. Let's introduce the teams. This is Do or Die.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is indeed do or die here at the S&B Esports Arena. After 2 grueling groups, we finally have to say goodbye to our first team in Team MSI. But spare them your pity, because after this next race, they'll be joined by 2 more of our talented teams in the Losers Lounge.
You having fun?
Yeah, a little bit too much.
Well, there is not enough room on the podium for all of them, so we gotta keep narrowing these teams down. And after this match, there will be only one moving on with the rest of the pack tomorrow. And, as you said, the rest to the Losers Lounge. Everyone at home, get in chat and send your support, because this is the very last chance qualifier.
So, it's time to present our teams joining us in this last chance qualifier, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we do like to add a little bit of a flair right here on the stage.
Absolutely, let's bring out our first team, BS Comp! Hailing from Group A, the only team to make it out of there, they were in close competition with Vitality. Let's see if they can keep up that speed and maybe mash it a little harder to get over the finish line of today.
And joining us in the SNB Esports Arena, the hometown heroes, it's Team Falcons! Can they rise above the competition? Because it has been a stiff competition at that right here during only the first day of the Esports World Cup tournaments. Tournament life on the line. Championship and club points on the line. It is now your time to rise and shine.
And our third team, Atlassian Williams. They've got the weight of the world on their shoulders. Falcons might be fighting for the club championship, but this is where Atlassian Williams has their opportunity to stake their name here at EWC. Will they take it? Which team will? And who is going to the lounge?
It's a little bittersweet, Sandstorm.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we already said we say goodbye to one team and two more will be joining them. 2 more keys will be added to the crushing machine. And of course, will be added to the bottom of the totem. And so many keys will be added to that. And honestly, I've seen the totem from last year's competition. Beautiful. But you definitely don't want your key to be at the bottom. You want it to be on the totem. You want to be claiming one of these titles at the Esports World Cup. And this is your chance to do exactly that.
If that's what you're hoping to do, then you better hope you come out on top in this date with Destiny at Daytona. Take it away.
Destiny, I love it over there at the SMB Esports Arena, setting the stage well with those 3 teams. As we said, it do or die. 2 keys will be crushed. 1 key will stay alive just a little bit longer to go into tomorrow's competition. Phenomenal job as always, Seltzer and Sandstorm. I'm sure we'll be seeing you after the final race has concluded, and it is the final race, Daytona, the last race for today, the last chance, the last dance for 3 teams. And hey, it's getting interesting. We've been hyping up Daytona and talking about how unique it is. Well, let's start giving you a visual on what it looks like.
Half the legendary high bank to the oval, half the infamous twists and turns of the road course as we head down the front stretch and into turn 1. Watch out coming down and off of the banking, it's so easy to run wide here. The International Horseshoe, a tight and long turn, important to keep the car close to the inside for as long as possible. Turn 6 is the key to a good run around the oval, early on the throttle, but don't run too wide. Down the back straight, it's time to breathe, but not for long, because we're ready for the Le Mans chicane. Use all of the curbs in the Le Mans chicane, previously known as the bus stop, and focus on a clean exit into the oval turns 3 and 4. From here, it's all flat out for the rest of the lap around the Daytona International Speedway.
Daytona, there it is. It's a fun one, and it is going to be fun, especially with these 3 wonderful teams who now have their tournament lives at stake with just one opportunity to go forward. It's going to be crazy. And, well, Jim set the stage. He said, look, he's the guy for chaos, the chaos master. He's no longer here on the couch, but at least lives on. I'm thinking in spirit. Chaos is what it's going to be. You've raced quite a bit. Daytona, is it one of them maybe that you've had a chance to race like in traditional racing sense?
No, I've never been there in real life actually, but I think in qualifying it's particularly tricky here because you approach turn 1, heavy braking zone, and the brakes are stone cold, so it's the car just doesn't slow down when the brakes are cold. So it's a really hard first braking zone to get right. Really technical sector 1, and yeah, how do you like Daytona?
Personally, I always really liked it. I think it's just a really good combination of kind of braking hard and having a little bit of technicality in there, especially in the midfield. I feel like the corners kind of flow into each other really well, and I think it's kind of unique for kind of an oval track. Originally, it's of course an oval track, and it has that infield, but it makes for really good road racing.
So teamwork makes the dream work on this, more so I think than any of the other circuits that we've kind of discussed today, because you mentioned that slipstream first place is almost the worst spot to be in, which is wild to me. Teamwork, does it differ on Daytona compared to the other three we've seen today?
Maybe a little bit, because there is more racing going on, there's more slipstream effect, but I think it is very similar track to track, you know. But that last lap, the last lap or two, there'll be a lot of gamesmanship going on, because there's so much at stake. So
okay, so at stake, trying to think to myself, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is right. At least out of these three, BS Competition, Williams, and Falcons, Falcons is the only of the three to actually win a circuit today.
I believe that's correct, yeah. I think in the other groups, of course, the other teams were just a little bit better. I mean, Vitality took home everything in Group A.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it would be good for them if they could win again. I'm not 100% sure, actually, if you need to win the race or if the team needs the overall
Collective
points.
Overall
they need
points,
okay.
that's right.
So yeah, maybe winning is not all of it today, but having all of your guys up front is important.
Yeah, without a doubt. That would be even... well, I tell you what, I believe it is collective points, but how nuts would it be if the format was winner takes all? How would that change the race, in your opinion?
Well, it would just be even more chaotic than it's going to be in this one, because, the only position that counts is that first one. So the gamesmanship would be crazy. You know, from lap one, people would be backing people up and all sorts of craziness.
Would there be any contact, like added contact, do you think?
100%.
Would there actually?
100%, yeah. I think we'll see that when it gets to finalist mode as well on Friday. There'll be a lot of that going on as well. So, yeah.
That would be pretty crazy. But I do believe it is collective points, though. I think that's what it is. Same format as it's been throughout the other circuits, which is pretty wild to me. We've seen a lot of stars rise up on these three rosters. Is there a specific star you're watching out for? Because Williams was on your mind going into this last chance race.
Yeah, I would say Dom for Williams. He wasn't really on my radar, I would say, before the races, but I think he really showed in the three races that he has really good individual quality. His teammates struggled a little bit more, but for me, I think Dom is probably, in this grid, he's going to be the standout guy.
Okay, hopefully so anyways. And for yourself, is there anybody that really stands out in your mind out of course, BS Competition, Williams, and Falcons?
Yeah, I think Beneke is looking good.
Sure, without a doubt.
Coming back to his usual form. So yeah, I'd say Max, yeah.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. All right. Well, chat, what do you think out of the three teams that are going to be competing? Because, y'all, you've got to pick one of them. You've got to be bold. Again, I'm going Falcons. You're going Falcons. You're going Williams. You're smarter than everybody on the desk, apparently, which is actually very true. I think you're highly intelligent, man. And like I said, I've become a bigger and bigger fan of you, as you guys are all brilliant experts without question. But it is scary, a scary prospect here on Daytona. Scary to be here in general. And also kind of heartbreaking if you think about it from the perspective of Williams and Falcons to go into that final race in Group B and to be literally either tied or 1 point away from first place, and then literally by the first lap, Miles is already the winner, and then all you can do is just sit and wait as you got to finish the rest of the laps and you already know the result.
Yeah, and honestly, we were backstage watching that lap one.
That's right.
The run to the hairpin, there was 5 cars abreast, and we were like, oh my God. And then the TV cut out, right?
Right.
And then it came back on, and it was cars everywhere. And we were like, oh my God, we missed it all. But as a viewer, I'm hoping for more of that.
Sure.
But I'm sure the teams aren't.
Oh, without question. Yeah. Without question, yeah. And I think at this point now, as the teams are getting warmed up, it's more important than ever for BS Competition to get warmed up. Again, they've been put on ice. They haven't competed since Group A was completed, and that was, I want to say, like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. That's a lot of time, unless they do have sim rigs maybe in the back room, which I assume they do, so they can stay on par with everybody else, which would be interesting, because if they did have sim rigs, they might have been practicing Daytona this entire time, working through strats, would add a different level, right? This is all, of course, theory crafting, but just having fun with the Mac.
Yeah, I don't think they actually have simulators in the back. So, I do think they're actually going into this quite cold.
Wow.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if they pull it off, I think that'd be a massive confidence booster, that even, with like the lack of practice through the previous hours, that they can, go into tomorrow and probably feel really good about themselves. But that is, of course, if they manage to win.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember the first event in Munich, Porsche Coanda had rigs in the hotel room to practice overnight in between days, and we were just like, wow, that's proper commitment, that is.
That's
I
next
don't
level.
think there's any teams here with that because we're obviously in Saudi. It's quite a long way away from the team's headquarters. So, but yeah.
Well, Team Falcons.
True.
You know, Team Falcons being the home team, their headquarters is right here on the Boulevard, right? So they might have rigs over there to go and practice.
Yeah, I mean, well, they raced the last few races, so I've seen them here. They were actually racing, but I guess I don't think they would have had time for this because I've seen them do a lot of media yesterday.
Sure.
You know, I know they arrived the day before. I've seen them this morning for some practice. So, yeah, it would be really short on time to travel back to the headquarters.
And if they did, it's not necessarily showing because they're not miles ahead of everyone else.
No, but they did keep pace. You got to give them credit. You got to give them credit. They kept pace with Miles and Williams a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Like, and which was truly shocking. I know we go Falcons. We're trying to keep a dream alive, right? But it's like for them to actually get third place on Jeddah and then go into Monza and get first place. To be honest with you, I was quite shocked and truly impressed. That was the number 9 seed during the R1 season coming into this competition, and they get third and then first in back-to-back races. I was impressed.
Yeah, the seeding thing's strange, isn't it? Because Vitality were number 7.
That's right.
Yeah, so yeah, I personally don't read into that too much. I'm going off previous experience with these teams and these drivers, and I know, as I said earlier, Tattler can win a race.
Yeah.
Falcons, you know, overall a strong team. Up the script, didn't they? They were number 7, came in, dominated that group. So, yeah.
Well, fair enough. Daytona, here it is. It's right in front of us. The qualifications, they're going to matter the most. And, well, let's get the qualifiers started. Let's send it over to our commentators. We got Ewan O'Leary and Lewis McGlade. Boys, take it away.
It is Daytona for the first time, and the stakes could not be higher. The last chance race on day 1 of the Esports World Cup in 2025 for Rennsport. And it's BS competition, Falcons and Williams searching for that final place in tomorrow's group stage. I'm not sure the last time we had such pressure on a level of drivers at a LAN event, even online. This feels all or nothing in one race, which we don't get all that often.
Certainly not. Well, obviously, we've lost one team in the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, MSI. They are already out of the competition. In this race, we will lose 2 more. Only one of these teams will be able to progress through into the group stage tomorrow. That is brutal. Decided. There's a big slide there from Wisniewski.
Speaking of Nikodem Wisniewski, it's been a little bit below par today. Not sure everything has gone his way, really, but if BS competition are going to get through here, they need him to do better than his previous performances. He was good at the Hockenheimring finally, but 11th and 12th in his first 2 races this afternoon.
Yeah, Kike Oliveira has been the lead of the team, as you'd expect. It's been 2 podiums from him, 3rd and 3rd. They desperately need that one to continue. BS competition will actually be 3 of the first times across the line of this session. The first sector there is kind of not, it's about a couple of tenths off where we'd expect. They're coming into it a little bit cold, remember. Across the line in the second sector, well, I mean, you tell me, is that any good?
It is pretty good. 38.5 is where you need to be. And then that run to the final, the start-finish line. There's no more corners. Just through NASCAR turns 3 and 4 for Nikodem Wisniewski, and he will set the benchmark. As you say, first 3 times will all be from BS competition, which is a little bit unusual, sometimes just the way that it works. Here comes the Polish driver, 44.0. That is not bad. That is a good starting place.
Yeah, indeed. It's a quarter of a second, 0.3 of a second off like the really, really fast times. The 2025 fastest lap round here was by Joshua Rogers. That is a 43.742. So that time for Wisniewski is actually pretty decent. Wouldn't be surprised if that is towards the top end of this field. Sectors coming in here a little bit slower in that second sector from Ferris Stanley. The first is fine. As across the line, he's going to go 44.194, expected to be about a tenth behind. Here comes Kike Oliveira, who's been the top driver for the team today.
Over the second sector line, and this is good. This is going to be better than Ferris Stanley by the looks of things, and maybe even close to Nikodem Wisniewski as well. This is a good benchmark being laid down at the moment by BS competition, who I must say, must put it out there, and you can back me up on this. I did predict that they will go through before we came to air, so just saying that before I've seen 3 good times. I'm not cheating. Here comes Kike Oliveira. What is the time going to be? It's a 43.9. 43 is where you want to be. That's strong.
Very, very solid. And by the way, when we say the team to progress from this, it's still based on the point scores of your 4 drivers. It's not about who wins this race. It's about the team that scores the most points. Effectively what we've been dealing with throughout the day thus far. So, first sector then coming in from BS+COMPETITION. Not so hot, about 4/10 off where we would expect it to be. The middle sector is basically right on the money, but unfortunately that first sector is really holding the Williams driver back. It's going to be a 44.349 across the line, and it's going to be 4th place and last at the moment.
It's a good first sector from Przemysław Lemonek, isn't it? And a good second as well, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it is. So this is going okay. This is going to be right around the middle of those times we've seen so far, as Williams are going to be waiting to the very end to set their lap times, and they're going to need a bit more than what BS+COMPETITION has offered them so far. Here comes Lemonek now, over the start-finish line. Low 44, it is. He goes into second.
Breaks up those BS competitions. Here comes Kamil Pawlowski. First sector, little slower than his teammate. Second sector again, little slower than his teammate. But still, the sector times are quite good. Unlikely he'll go ahead of Wisniewski here. More likely he'll go ahead of Ferris Stanley, which will be very important for Team Falcons. Up towards the line then comes Kamil Pawlowski. A 44 watt as he crosses the line. He goes ahead of Lemonek and he goes up to second, a 44.038.
It's quite close, isn't it?
A little bit.
It's quite close. And again, Jakub Maciejewski this time has set some good first and second sector times. These guys are not breaking records in 2025, but they are mightily close to one another. It looks like Falcon might actually line their cars up at the moment, 2, 3 and 4 after Maciejewski's time. Let's see if he can as he works his way over the line. He does. Another 44.0.
Very impressive. A little bit of a slower first sector coming in from Thomas Tatler, the de facto team leader during the online season. Through this LAN event thus far, though, he hasn't got a podium to his name. As he comes through into the second sector, it's not looking quick as he heads out there. That 38.7 is a couple of tenths down again in that middle sector. It's going to be close to Vasilius BS+COMPETITION, to be perfectly honest here, for Thomas Tatler. It's down to his 3 teammates to really do the heavy lifting. It's a 44.268 disappointment for Tatler.
Says a lot about the session when we're disappointed to see 3 temps off of pole, but that's the level in this session at the moment, and Thomas Tatler has not had a good afternoon. He'll be hoping his teammates can drag him into the next round. What about Daniel Pastor, the second of the Williams drivers, and they need some good times here. He's going to be right in the mix with those Falcons and maybe a little bit below them at the moment. That first sector maybe just holding him back by a tenth or 2 as he now works his way across the start-finish line at Daytona. Where is it going to be? Only 6th for Pastor.
Well, we've got 2 more Williams to come, though. It's Tobias Pfeffer, the next one. Then we'll get Dominic Bly, who made his debut around here back in 2023. First sector here from Pfeffer, pretty decent. Second sector here from Pfeffer, pretty decent. He's going to be trying to challenge that 43.965. It depends how good his exit's been from the Le Mans chicane. I think it might be a low 44, and we've had a few of those so far in the session. What can Pfeffer do for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team? Across the line he's going to go. It's good enough for second. He hits a 44.002.
That's exactly what they needed, and Dominic Bly is flying. Oh my word, the second sector is extraordinary as well. This could well be pole position here for Dominic Bly, who's been on fire so far this afternoon. Second place in the first race, third place in the second. Unfortunately, his final race of the day wasn't quite so good, and Williams couldn't get last chance race. Dominic Bly is over the line. What's the time going to be? It's a 43.8. Surely that's going to be pole position.
That's only a tenth and a bit off the fastest lap we've had on the high banks this season. So impressive from Dominic Bly with that 43.869. Gregor Schill will be the next one to come through. However, I can tell you his first sector about 4 tenths off where he needs to be. The middle sector a couple of tenths off. It's not going to be great for Gregor Schill. It's going to be around the Tatler and BS+COMPETITION lap times, maybe around Ferris Stanley as well, but huge advantage for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team. Schill crosses the line, it's only 10th, but what a lap from Blyer.
Again, he's done it again, Dominic Blyer. What a fantastic driver he's been in 2025 so far. He's added Daytona, pole position here in Riyadh to his list of achievements this afternoon. And what a lap time that was. Let's get some analysis from that all-important qualifying session from the guys in the studio.
Well, for the longest time, Oliveira was in first, but all the way till the very last three started to qualify, and Blair, who's been on fire all day today, takes the pole position for Williams. Phenomenal job.
Yeah, like you said, Mac, I think Blair has been the standout driver of the day, and that Sector 1 was rapid. And yeah, taking pole by a 10th in this series is a big deal because it's usually so close.
It is. Pfeiffer is going to be in third place, but the rest of the teammates from Williams down in 8th and 11th. So it's quite a big gap there. Meanwhile, you look at the Falcons, 4, 5, and 6. How strong does that put them in your opinion?
I mean, it's always nice to be with more people, right? I think this will make for a really interesting race dynamic. Of course, you have Williams 1 and 3, BS in P2, and then you have all the Falcon guys behind. So points-wise, it's already really close. But of course, with 3, you can really move forward, I think. So are they the favorites? I don't know, but I think the 2 Williams guys being close together is also,
yeah, pretty beneficial.
Good.
Yeah, without a doubt. And
this grid is perfect. Like it's all evenly spread out. You can't really call what team's going to win this race. Like I said earlier, you know, it's not about the leading car going into the last lap. If you're second or third, you might win. So should be good.
Well, just to give even more of a visual, let's take a look at the qualifying race results, and you can really see how close it was at the top. And while Blair taking first for Williams is truly, truly impressive. Does it by just a 10th, but Oliveira held on tight, and he's going to be the outlier for his team of BS Competition. Everybody else so far down there, Mac. I am a little bit worried for BS Competition at this point.
Yeah, I think from all 3 teams, I think BS is probably in the worst spot.
Sure.
But I'm really impressed with Kaike, though, to come in with a qualifying lap like that, not being on the rig for so long, I think was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And but I agree. I think overall as a team, they're probably in the weakest spot, but they're still there. So I think, yeah, Blair saved the day for Williams. Up until that point, though, I think Falcons were looking across the board pretty strong. You know, at one point they were second, third, fourth. So yeah, consistent.
Yeah, without a doubt. Falcons, BS Competition, Williams. Chat, what are you thinking? Who's the strongest? You've seen the results. Now I ask you, who's taking this last and final race on Daytona? That's all that's left, right? And 2 teams, unfortunately, will have their keys crushed. 1 team will move forward to group play. The question is, who's it going to be? You can argue each and every one of these rosters could very well win on Daytona. They've had great, at least great performances today. They've fallen a little bit short to the number 1 teams, of course, talking Vitality and Mouse. But they still have a very real chance to move forward. They've just got to do it, and some might do it by the skin of their teeth, but it's still a possibility. Mac, let's take a look at our, of course, Aramco pole position, and we really get to see, right, Blair sneaking in, overtaking first place from Oliveira.
Yeah, I think this was a really excellent lap. You can see, like, through the chicane here, it was, you know, quite smooth, just setting up the lap. But also, just looking purely at the lap time, I think that is one of the faster laps we're going to see around the track for the whole event, probably.
Yeah, and you can see the run up to the beginning of the lap is so long, so you've got plenty of time to overthink it as you approach turn 1. And as we're approaching turn 1 in a minute, you can see what I mean with the braking. It's super hard braking zone. The brakes are cold, so you have to brake a bit earlier than you would do in the race when the brakes are hot, but really wide line into turn 1, right up against the cones, late apex for turn 1, and then into turn 2 and turn 3. Sector 1's super technical, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it's super technical, and as well, sometimes with the curb, it's really easy to kind of get the car a little bit too loose. And also just thinking about the race going into turn 1. Here he, of course, took a really wide line in, but in the race, sometimes you want to be a little bit tighter for a bit of defending. Going in here, this is going to be quite full throttle. But then the next corner is going to be a little bit trickier. And that infield, like you said, is super tricky. Really easy to make a mistake. But yeah, don't pull it all together.
Yeah, it seems wide open in some areas, but also in others very, very close, which I'm expecting those to be the contention points. The chicane, how much of a trouble you think that's going to give some of the racers today?
Yeah, big trouble. Track limits are very easy to pick up there. So as we said earlier, you get 5. On the 6th one, you get a penalty. And you can't really afford to get one of those in this. So it's a weird track because it's combining a road course with an oval, and you don't really see that often, so it makes for a very different race dynamic.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. BS Competition, by the way, how desperate do they get at this point? Because they're so spread out. Granted, you get a win with Oliveira at the top, but I'm almost predicting maybe an MSI kind of performance from Group A, not necessarily in points per se, but in aggression and desperation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they know right here, this is their only shot. They have nothing to lose. everything to gain, there's no reason for them not to go for it. I think there could be some carnage.
Yeah, well, now that we've seen, and by the way, I love carnage. Carnage is what we want, right? Chaos and carnage. Now that we've seen the qualifications, going back to you, Mac, are you sticking with Williams or are you going somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Williams and Dom. I'm not a hot take guy. I like to be right.
Hey, fair enough. Okay, I think I'm a hot take guy. I don't know. Are you? It seems like you are. Are you sticking with Falcons or are you switching it up? And it's okay to switch it. It's up to you.
Well, at least none of us are fence sitters, which I like. But I've got to stick with Falcons. I'm not going to go back on that now.
I think so. I'm Falcons 4, 5, and 6. And you were telling me, both of you, about how important it is for the slipstreams and more importantly, to be able to utilize your teammates. What a better way than 4, 5, and 6. Granted, they've got to make some ground up, but I do believe because you've got, well, I don't know, it's going to be tough because you do have 2 Williams that's going to be in first and third, so they're for sure going to be able to utilize their own teammates, but I think we're going to have an epic battle at hand, something you would expect on Daytona.
100%, and just looking at the sector times, I think the Porsche was really good in the infield, Sector 1, but Sector 2 and Sector 3 on the banking looked a bit sluggish, so for the race, that could work against them. BMW could be strong in the race, Merc could be strong in the race in that Sector 3.
Yeah, I think it really depends on where the cars are going to bunch up. You know, a car could be good in Sector 1 or Sector 2, and if they make a mistake there and the rest closes up because of that, and they're good in the next sector, you're automatically going to be at a kind of a double advantage there. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be interesting regardless, right? I mean, it's Daytona, one race to take it all. And, I mean, that's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure indeed. But it's going to be exciting, and you would expect no less from the Esports World Cup across all of our competitions. 7 weeks, 25 tournaments of finals happen, or 3 to 4 finals happening each and every weekend. A club championship up for $7 million. But more importantly, we've got $500,000 here. And this is just the start, the last race to decide it all. Let's see who's going to take it. BS competition, Williams, Falcons, Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McLeod. Let's find out.
This is the all-important final race from Daytona. The last chance for one of these teams to get themselves in the Esports World Cup group stage. At the moment, we are going to see 2 of these teams leave us tonight, having done only 4 races in the World Cup in 2025. The pressure couldn't be higher. The excitement couldn't be higher either for us. We're very much looking forward to it. 10 laps here from Daytona. Let's see how it goes down as Dominic Blyer brings us to the green flag, and he will get the race underway. Green flag waves, and Kike Oliveira all alone for BS competition. Works his way round the outside, tries to make an impression on that race lead. Can he do it maybe into the International Horseshoe in a few moments? He's got a good start for the moment. Side by side with Blyer through the chicanes now, and if he can keep his nose alongside, he's got a chance, but no, he backs out, and that was noticeable. He backed out of that when he could have launched down the inside into turn 3.
It's a really good start though from Kike Oliveira, but excellent response from Dominic Blyer as the Atlassian Williams sim racing car continues to lead the field. Is there going to be a move into the West Horseshoe coming in from Tobias Pfeffer? No, there is not. And from this point on, you can make a move at turn 6, which is the next corner, the left-hander, which takes you on to NASCAR 1 and 2. Just not really likely to make a move at this kind of in this kind of style of racing.
Onto the banking for the first time. And Dominic Blyer is going to lead the field. Nikodem Wisniewski is all over the place here, and he's on the outside line now. And the BS competition guys are going to get freight trained here because there's going to be another Falcon down the inside as well. And Williams have got themselves all inside the top 8, I think that is. All inside the top 9, excuse me. And look at that, they're trying to help each other, Schill and Wisniewski, but the outside line on the banking is just never going to work.
No, it's just a bit of a struggle there for them. They're going to need to use the slipstream, play the long game, and try and work their way through bit by bit. Remain side by side. Wisniewski drops back behind Thomas Tadler, who continues to not have a great race at the moment. He's not really made any progress. 10th position he currently runs. He's gained a single spot, did qualify in 11th, moved up to 10th, but that's all it is at the moment. That's only getting past Gregor Schill, who's dropped down to the rear of the field. BS+COMPETITION, by the way, has gone from 12th up to 9th. That's very good for Williams.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here comes Pfeffer. He's going to be boxed in here, Oliveira. He should have been seeing that coming. He should have gone to the right-hand side there, but now the Williams guys are going to box him in, and he can't go anywhere here. He's on the inside line at turn 1. Can he hold on? He's got Pfeffer on his outside. Blyer right in front of him trying to block the line. He's held on. He can't afford to let that happen very many times because he got boxed in there very easily.
Certainly did. That was not great. But this is the difficult thing when you're Kike Oliveira and you're sat there in second position. You've got one Williams behind you, one Williams ahead. You've got a trio of Falcons flying behind in 4th, 5th and 6th. you've got no real assistance. It is really, really difficult. And how for Williams do you navigate this? You're desperate to try and get Pfeffer past Blyer and make this a Atlassian Williams Sim Racing 1-2.
Look at the tension there, by the way. Some of the live cameras, very, very high tension at the moment. They've actually gained 3 points from their start in qualifying from where they all were. From BS+COMPETITION, as you say, moving up to 9th position. Now BS Competition haven't moved forward at all. In fact, Wisniewski's lost 5 points, sorry. Forrest Stanley's been doing some of the gaining though, in that 7th position now for BS Competition as they now come into the final bus stop chicane. Now then, is Oliveira going to try and get past Dominic Blyer in towards turn number 1 this time, or is history going to repeat itself with Tobias Pfeffer in behind?
Let's see how it all unfolds, whether there's going to be that big slipstream. Kaiki Oliveira's done a good job of giving himself a big gap here. You kind of want it out of the Le Mans chicane to be around 3 or 4 tenths of a second. If it's closer than that, you close up too quickly. If it's larger than that, you don't close up at all. And this is what I mean. Kaiki Oliveira's closing in. Can he try and make a move? Once again, leaves it too late. He's staying behind. He's not trying to take over the races here, but you're absolutely right. If he's going to do it, he needs to move up later. He's risking it. The thing is, I think he feels if he moves up and tries to go for the race lead, he might well lose second. He might lose second anyway. Pfeffer turning in a little bit too much, and Kaiki Oliveira down to 3rd.
The big thing for him is he's got no teammates to help him, and now the problem comes with Maciejewski, who's down his inside here. He could well get freight trained Oliveira and BS Competitions. Staying this series is coming to an end, surely, if this goes wrong for Kaiki Oliveira. Maciejewski down the inside briefly. This is the problem. Now he's got 2 Williams in front of him. How is he ever going to get past either of those with no teammates to help him?
It's easy for you to say, Quad N, but no, it's certainly not ideal for Kaiki Oliveira there. I think, to be perfectly honest, he is lucky to remain in 3rd position there. I could have seen him absolutely, like you say, I could have seen him get freight trained there by the Falcons, and he's going to have to remain careful. He needs that assistance from Ferris Stanley at a bare minimum, but he's not getting it right now.
How does he work himself through here, Kaiki Oliveira? You get the feeling the best opportunities have already passed him by. Maciejewski is right in behind him and will not go into the bus stop chicane. Blyer and Pfeffer, though, are nose to tail, and they're working together already. The best 2 performing drivers from the online part of the 2025 R1 calendar. They are now combining at the LAN event as well to run away in this race at Daytona. Current gap for Williams Sim Racing, 19 points over Team Falcons, who are currently 2nd, and then 29 over BS Competition, who have got an awful lot of work to do. And it starts with Kaiki Oliveira here, down in towards turn number 1. Now he's got to go, surely. Lost second, he's got to go for it, and he's been left the inside. Maybe he's going to go for first here. Is he going to go for all 2 of them here into towards turn number 1? Pfeffer on the outside. It's 3 wide nearly. Williams in a dangerous situation here.
You ever wanted evidence that this is definitely not done yet? That was it. Big look to the inside from Kaiki Oliveira. 1 bit of contact and this could end out wide. Big deep move. Blyer pushes Kaiki Oliveira out wide as they go side by side off the international horseshoe. Now comes Jakub Maciejewski, who works his way through to 3rd. It goes from bad to worse for BS Competition as Kaiki Oliveira has been dropped to 4th.
And he's got to get Ferris Stanley or somebody in with him to try and help here. He's got to get some friends up at the front of the end of the field, because Wisniewski and Schill being so far down means that they've got to score between the 2 of them, probably a 1-2. But that's going to be very difficult at this stage in the competition. Out onto the banking again. Maciejewski in 3rd is now an interesting one. He's not got any teammates either, but we've seen that those Williams cars can be caught up in a straight line, even though Oliveira, anyway, didn't have any slipstream help from his teammates.
Maciejewski looking to the inside, going into the Le Mans chicane, gets onto the brakes, drops back out of it. Obviously not going for anything here. He might be too close, to be perfectly honest, to Tobias Pfeffer here, who's obviously not going to go for a move for the race lead. That's why you'll see this wider exit, trying to build that little bit of a gap, drop back into the slipstream as they head their way through NASCAR 3 and 4 that we're currently on. Onto the high banks they go, onto the tri-oval, onto the start-finish straight. Can Maciejewski make a big move here to try and take a second place, a victory? Who knows? It will be critical for Falcons to move on into the group stage.
He's pulled out the slipstream very early, not sure why. They're all in a train now on the inside line as well. Oliveira's not going to be able to do the same thing as before. Little bit of contact in towards turn 1, and Maciejewski's a little bit wide, but Oliveira's not going to do anything from there. and he will stay fourth. Pavlovsky next involved, then Lemonek, and they're constantly looking over their shoulder. In the background, that's Daniel Pastor down the inside of Ferris Stanley, and it's going from bad to worse for BS Competition. Ferris Stanley has got to stay in front here in that 7th position, and he can't.
No, this is not good for BS Competition. They're running 8th, 11th and 12th. Kaiki Oliveira not with the assistance that he really needs at the moment. Ferris Stanley almost into the rear end of Daniel Pastor. Things are looking good for Williams. They are at the top of the group, but that can unfold so quickly. 12 cars in this race, 12 cars in effectively this lead battle. They are all in contention for victory. We've commentated on enough races in R1 to know this will most likely not last until the checkered flag without drama.
Well, it would be extraordinary if it does. 4 more laps of this. We're already just over the halfway mark, and you can see some of the guys in the crowd enjoying the show at the moment and enjoying the fact they're on camera. Give us a wave. No, don't then.
There was a little bit of wave in the background.
There was a wave from someone else.
From one of the mouse drivers.
Anyway, there's Maciejewski. He won't be waving. Certainly not now. Anyway, he'll be waiting to the checkered flag, where he's hopefully going to be, for his sake, in the race lead. And for Team Falcon's sake as well, they've probably got the best chance of overhauling Williams out of the 2 teams chasing at the moment. But Kaiki Oliveira is going to try and do something here for BS Competition. Pulls out very early here. Tries to use the slope of the banking there, maybe, to get a slingshot. And they've got to try and pass Tobias Pfeffer now. He's not as close to Blyer as he was before. Here comes Oliveira, 3 wide maybe. He's got to go for it. No, he doesn't. And Maciejewski can't go anywhere either here. Pavlovsky's blocked in. Here comes Lemonek on the outside line. It's going to be 3 wide with Oliveira in the middle. They're all going to fit here just about. It's so close into turn 1 again.
Yeah, and they're going side by side. Kaiki Oliveira about to wrestle his way through into 3rd. I think he was sitting behind trying to force the drama between Falcons and Williams. However, he's back up into 3rd, so at least there is that. Ferris Stanley's getting pushed out in the background as Vasilis Belitsiotis is going to work his way through. Ferris Stanley going side by side up towards the dogleg. He's on the inside line at the moment with Belitsiotis. He's going to be on the outside into the West Horseshoe as now Daniel Pastor starts his fight on the Falcons. Straight to the outside of Lemonek is going to go. And a big moment for Pavlovsky.
And Maciejewski's off the road as well here. It's all happening for Team Falcons. It's terrible news for Team Falcons. Maciejewski drops a couple of places. Pavlovsky drops to the back. And going backwards now is Tumas Tatala as well. Here comes Wisniewski, trying to bump draft Ferris Stanley maybe on the inside line here. The leaders are away, and that might not be bad news for Kaiki Oliveira. It might not be much good news either, because he's on his own still. Here comes Stanley and Wisniewski. They're going nowhere on the inside line. They're trying to make it 3 wide between the teammates. BS Competition are having trouble here. Into the bus stop chicane. Ferris Stanley gets back to 8th place at least.
I'm just going to say it now. Who was my prediction to go through before this race and qualifying started?
Can't remember.
It was Williams.
Oh.
Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 6th and 7th at the moment they are running. I've been telling you all week, this is a team to take seriously. Dominic Blyer is a quality driver. Pfeffer is coming to fruition. He's hitting the spots that we know that he can do. We've seen in his sim racing career. You've got Daniel Pastor and Belitsiotis going side by side. You've got side by side for the race team as well. It's all chaos. We can see that in the picture in the bottom left. This is what happened though to Falcons. Straight in the rear end of
Oliveira. So that's Pavlovsky, I think, going off the road, and Maciejewski had to slow down so much because of that as well. He's down to 5th, and Tatala got caught up in the aftermath. He's down to 10th. So this is looking good for Williams now. Ferris Stanley, though, is trying to get amongst them. He's side by side with Daniel Pastor. Oliveira was briefly side by side with Pfeffer as well. There's Schill. He's just in front of Tatala, who goes down the inside now. This is for 9th place. And Tumas Tatala does get himself through, but are these guys taking part in their last race this year?
I think most certainly so. At the moment, Atlassian Williams Sim Racing 59 points, plays Falcons 25 and BS Competitions 24. They have a mountain to climb to try and take on the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, who at the moment are destined for a journey to continue into the group stage, to continue on the Esports World Cup. For the other 2 teams, it will be a journey home, effectively, well, immediately.
Straight away after day 1. And that is the fate for 3 of these teams, unfortunately. 3 more joining us tomorrow, by the way. Porsche Carrera, Team Redline and Virtus.pro. Make sure you join us for day 2. All 6 will be in action over the course of 8 races. Stage, but who is going to be joining them there? It looks like Williams Sim Racing for the moment. Kaiki Oliveira, though, can maybe do something, maybe, in these last 2 laps. He's got to get past Pfeffer first, though, and will he do it into turn 1 here? He's sort of side by side, but it's not looking good enough in towards turn 1, unfortunately. Late on the brakes is, but again, same story.
Look, the thing is, even if you're destined to have this journey come to a close now, ending that journey on as high of a high as you possibly can will be so important. Kaiki Oliveira will leave absolutely nothing on the table in his pursuit for victory for BS competition over the final 2 laps here at Daytona. Once again, Ferris Stanley is going side by side with Daniel Pajtor, and once again, he is unable to effect a pass. Pajtor remains ahead. Stanley looks to the outside. It's not going to work.
Not for the moment. And they absolutely need Pajtor to be overtaken by all of their drivers, by the way. Shills in behind Pavlovsky again, who went off into the grass a couple of moments ago, as we saw. Lemonek and Maciejewski are back involved at the race lead, so I wonder whether there is going to be a fight for that race win on the last lap, but whether it's going to matter for the team's standings, which of course are all important this year, I'm not so sure. Dominic Blyer still leads the way. He's been so strong in 2025, and it looks like he's going to experience it again. Ferris Stanley helps Daniel Pajtor along to the bus stop chicane. There's very much a split in half now.
Won't remain all the way together until the checkered flag, and that's exactly what's happened. The side-by-side constantly between Pajtor and Stanley has built quite a gap between Pajtor and Belletsiotis, which will work in favour of Williams.
Tobias Pfeffer is currently being assigned a penalty, so we will just hold fire for a moment, because if Pfeffer loses a lot of time on this last lap and gets a lot of drivers close to him, then he could be in trouble here, but he's been doing a good job defending from Oliveira, at least so far. Again late on the brakes from Pfeffer, but this is his best chance, Kaiki Oliveira. He's given this a right good go this time. Round the outside through turn 1, gives him maybe the inside of the international horseshoe. He's going to have that blocked. He's going to go to the outside instead. Tobias Pfeffer holds that inside line. Again, shepherds him out wide, but he's still alongside the Brazilian, and he's got a chance coming into the second sector.
Superb racing between the pair of them. Pfeffer regards the penalty as being the greatest teammate he possibly can at the moment, as he fends off Kaiki Oliveira, allows the gap to build to nearly a second for his teammate Dom Blyer. Hopefully, in his sake, gifting victory to Blyer, gifting victory to Atlassian Williams Sim Racing, gifting that pass to the group stage. Let's see if Oliveira can work his way through, but it might just be for absolutely nothing.
Well, even with that penalty for Tobias Pfeffer, they would only lose a couple of points at the moment, Williams, and that huge advantage they hold over Falcons and BS competition will surely be enough at the moment, unless something absolutely miraculous happens on the run towards the line into the bus stop chicane. These are the 6 who are going to fight it out for race victory here, but surely with Blyer and Pfeffer 1 and 2, they are going to win this race. Williams, at least with one of their drivers. What about Lemonek? Is he going to get amongst it with Kaiki Oliveira here, who's fought bravely alone for BS competition here in this final race? But it's going to come to nothing by the looks of things. In fact, it looks like Williams are going to have this pretty easily. As Oliveira slows down, in fact, it's going to be Williams who go through the last chance race. Who's going to win the race? It's going to be close. It's going to be Dominic Blyer, who wins for the 5th time in 2025. Brilliance from Blyer gets Williams into the group stage, and it's a 1-2 to cap it off at Daytona. They thoroughly deserve that.
Certainly so. They have looked very strong, and for Blyer, it is a 3rd podium of the day. 2nd, 3rd, 10th, fair enough, and an important victory for Dominic Blyer on the circuit he made his debut in R1 at. Well, he clearly goes well around here. I remember him going well around here in the online season back in fall of 2023, and he continues to impress at this circuit. Pfeffer, I don't think he's particularly pleased by his 1-second penalty. It's going to drop him to, I think that was 5th or 6th position, but still, it was an epic drive for him, and we believe that Williams will be provisionally through to the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll remember Blyer tomorrow as well being strong at Daytona, because we are racing it on race number 6. Now, they will be in race number 6, seed 6, because they went through the last chance race. So Dominic Blyer will have another chance to assert his dominance at that circuit. But look at that. Mercedes-AMG is the most charismatic sim racer I've ever seen. He is so enthusiastic. And
Eddie was behind the wheel
Goodness
from Team Vitality.
They would be
probably one of the most exuberant personalities around R1. But yeah, Balenciaga's giving him a good run for his money. You can see there the Williams contingent all onto the stage, all around each other, handshakes, fist bumps, and well deserved. What a superb performance from Atlassian Williams Sim Racing today.
And a gracious shake of the hands from Kike Oliveira, who congratulates the Williams team on making it into the World Cup group stage. It could have been them, but unfortunately, the race really didn't go their way, BS Competition.
No, it is a big shame for the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI, for BS Competition. For Team Falcons, the journey is over.
Absolutely. Well, Williams make it into the World Cup group stage. Let's take some analysis from that final race of the day now from the studio.
And it was an incredible final race, so tight, basically up until, I want to say, lap 6. Things start to fall apart for the Falcons. James, I really thought they had a chance. They had an opportunity, and of course, we still need the official tallies. All this is unofficial, but I don't think they make it. It was that wipeout. Makes connection with the car in front, veers off to the left. Before we know it, the Falcons member is in the back of the pack.
That's right, yeah, and fantastic result for Williams. But yeah, the Falcon car, I think it was Pawlowski, just outbroke himself into turn 4 and caught the car in front, got a bit of an oversteer moment, and then in a rear-engine Porsche, just couldn't catch it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the Porsche, it's always more difficult when you kind of get a little bit loose. Engines in the rear, that's where all the weight is. It's going to be really difficult. And of course, what a race. I mean,
yeah,
it really looked like it was kind of settled for a while at the end. And then, of course, we also had one of the Williams guys that got a 1-second penalty, and that kind of threw a little curveball,
right? Even though he was smiling at the end, he didn't seem too affected by that penalty. But you could tell some of the Williams racers were quite serious, and I think they're thinking it's a little bit too close to kind of tell that they won outright at the moment.
Yeah, well, we didn't get confirmation on the points, and it did look close, but I'm pretty sure Williams went through, and they deserved to. They drove really well in that final race, really tactically. Almost a perfect race.
Yeah, first and second after all. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And Falcons had it in the palm of their hands, but I suppose the pressure just was a bit too much.
Yeah, would it have been enough, you think, for Falcons? Because they were 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I think, at one point.
And then 7th. With the slipstream, so
sure.
They were there, but yeah.
But fair to say BS Competition not really around, I think, for this final race.
Yeah, unfortunately not for them. I think Kike drove really well. He was all alone there as well, of course, and he managed to keep it on the podium pretty much. So, yeah, I think he really did a really good job today. I think they had some pretty good showings, but yeah, I don't think they weren't quite here for this race.
Yeah, I don't think so. But after all, we did say, prediction-wise, actually to give you credit, you did go with Williams, unofficially anyways, but on paper, Mac, we kind of expected them to be the team out of these 3 to move forward. Oh, no.
It was also close. These teams are all good. I think it really depended on the day. If you would have asked me before the day, I would have probably said, I think I would have gone with BS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Would you have, as well, would you have gone for BS?
Well, I said Falcons.
Well, you did say Falcons, that's true. But at the beginning of the day, I get. Did you go Falcons at the beginning
Yeah,
too?
that was my hot take. I woke up this morning and I was like, Falcons are going to make it through.
with the wide open eyes too and everything. That's fair. You did go with Falcons all the way through and they nearly did it. For what it's worth, Falcons sincerely impressed me.
Yeah, and just on the topic of Daytona for the week ahead, we were saying during the race, it's not about pace with Daytona in these races, it's about racecraft. Where do you position your car? How do you overtake the car in front? How do you defend from behind? That's what makes the difference at Daytona. So this week's going to be really cool. Every time we go to that track, can't wait.
Yeah, and flashbacks for potentially Williams, right, of that harrowing race, which was incredibly tough. It's almost sad that we only get one race between these 3 great teams with how close it was. I would have loved to have seen another 3-series race.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, tomorrow we're also going to get some additional teams that are really good.
That's
and
true.
I'm pretty sure they're also going to be very closely matched. And in my opinion as well, when you get to kind of the better teams, I feel like they're also a little bit better at kind of controlling a race, working together. So when we do go back to Daytona with them, I think that'll also be really exciting because they are just a little bit more advanced, I think, with the team tactics.
Right.
And especially when things are kind of clumped together, that'll be really cool to see.
So let's start theory crafting. We still don't officially know if Williams was the team to move forward. We're pretty certain that that's the case. out of the teams that made it today, potentially Williams, Vitality, Mouse, who takes it to the top 3? Obviously, Vitality has to be the front runner, but we got to give respect to Mouse as well as Williams.
Yeah, I think Vitality had a slightly easier group, which maybe flattered them a little bit.
Okay.
But I would probably still say out of the teams that are going through, I think Vitality could take it to the top 3 the most. But yeah, let's see. I mean, that pole lap from Blyer, 43.8 at Daytona, is really fast. So who knows?
Yeah, I got to ask you, because you've been spot on with your predictions. Like I said, you don't pick with your heart, you pick with your brain. So who are you thinking out of those 3 to move forward to tomorrow? Who's the best?
Yeah, I got to go with Vitality as well. I think all of the guys have really good drivers, but I think what kind of limits the Mouse and Williams is I think they have one guy that can really take it to the best, but I feel like Vitality has potentially 3. So I think that's what gives them the edge.
But then they did have one weak link, though, that we were talking about. Who was that guy that was consistently placing outside of the top 3?
Yeah, it was Erhan. I don't think he had a great day. But he has a lot of wins in the series, and I think he had a bad day today, but it's unlikely that you'll have a bad day again tomorrow. You know, you kind of get it out of the way. It could be possible, of course, but usually having 2 bad days in a row is not likely. So I think he's definitely a guy capable of winning races, and I think the other guys already showed today that they're capable. So they will only get stronger.
Well, you know, the thing about tomorrow is it is going to be intense. We do introduce the top 3 teams from the R1. They were so good during the R1 season. We only lose 1 team tomorrow. That's going to be tough, right? You go in 6 strong. Today we lost 3. Tomorrow, though, only losing 1, and it's going to feel so bad to be that one and only team to exit the tournament.
Should we predict who that team's going to be?
Oh, Lord, here we go. I don't I have no idea. Anybody want to pick Redline? No, not that spicy. Okay, fair enough. I don't know. Do you want to go first? You want to go first? Who does it?
I mean, it's really hard to pick. All the teams are really good. I think, in my head at least, there's for sure 2-3 teams that are safe. Probably the guys that didn't race today. But I think all the teams are so close that it's really just difficult to pick. It could be any one of them. If I would have to pick one team...
Porsche Glander for you.
No. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I think I might go with Mouse.
Mouse?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll have to get your prediction in just a little bit, but that's a crazy one because I think Mouse actually looks really, really strong. But let's go to the arena. We've got to interview our winner. Who is it? What went down? Let's find out.
Who is it? What went down? It's Atlassian Williams. They came into the last chance qualifier with the weight of the world on their shoulders, but now you're heading in tomorrow with the world in the palm of your hands. And Tobias, a lot of that had to do with the excellent play of you and Malaya at the top of the leaderboard all race long. Tell me, what was it like fighting in this last chance qualifier?
Oh, it was insane. The pressure was really there. For me, also the first time doing Rennsport this season, so it's like completely new everything for me. And yeah, as a team, we did it great. So yeah, I'm really happy we got through it.
Speaking of first times, you said this is your first time playing on stage. You have incredible online results. Now you've converted them into LAN. How's that feeling?
It's feeling great. I was doing it on some Expo and some Pro, some on-site events, but like on this big stage, it's the first time, so it's really nice.
Well, you're definitely earning some fans out there. I hope you feel that energy throughout the event. And I gotta ask, we had you do this last chance qualifier on Daytona. How'd you guys feel about that?
Yeah, it was good. We knew we had a good car at Daytona. The Merc was doing good, and our whole team had a good preparation before the event. So yeah, we thought like maybe we can get through. Obviously, the other teams are also not sleeping, so they did also a good job. But yeah, I'm so happy, honestly.
Well, with what you've seen from the other teams today, any idea about what's to come for the rest of the week, what you're thinking about for tomorrow?
Let's see. Like, the competition will be crazy, actually. But yeah, we will see. We prepared really good, so yeah, let's see.
Well, you have the unique distinction as Atlassian Williams of being the one team to take out 2 with 1 race. You have destroyed the hopes of 2 other teams in this tournament, 2 incredible competitors. But we have something special for you to do in exchange. We have their keys for the tournament. Are you prepared to crush them?
I guess so.
All right, let's check out the Key Crusher. It's pretty scary. What are you thinking as you take a look at this?
That's insane. Let's see. I just saw it from the YouTube videos. I think it's like a press, right? Or something?
Yeah, that's a hydraulic press. These keys, you've held them. They're pretty solid. Do you think that's going to be able to take them out?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, we're going to set you up to crush some keys. We're going to send it to the studio as we get you ready, and then we're going to watch that destruction. Back to you guys.
Ooh, get to watch the destruction. It's one of the bittersweet moments of the competition, of the tournament in general, right? Because you know these keys meant so much, in this case, to the racers, right? The competitors, but sadly, some of the keys have to be crushed. And in this case, well, it's 3 total keys. And, well, that's tough. MSI, BS Competition, and Falcons, they come into day 1 with high hopes. Unfortunately, those high hopes run dry as they are the 3 teams eliminated. But for the other 3, well, they continue to move forward. And, well, like Seltzer said, right, when it comes to Williams, it's kind of unique. They get to crush 2 keys at once. And I guess the bringer of destruction is Williams at this point.
Absolutely, and he better, the health and safety better be good because he needs to race tomorrow. So keep the hands well away from the press. But yeah, what a moment! Get to crush your opponent's keys. Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool. I really wish when we won 2 years ago here that we were able to do that. We didn't have the hydraulic press and the keys back then. But it would have been so cool.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, but we need the keys. I mean, it could have given me a hammer, but I need some keys first. But yeah, we have a really cool trophy from back then. But it would be so much cooler to add some, some
to have your victims' keys on.
Yes. Exactly, some victims of some teams that were, let's say, a little less liked by me. Underneath there. Awesome.
Well, hey, fair enough. And I know you're too nice. You'll never say who those teams actually were, at least at this stage, right? Hey, let's take a look at some of the highlights, right, from Daytona, maybe even from the entirety of today, because it was a long day, boys, right? We had 2 groups play 3 circuits each, of course, on the same maps that culminated to, of course, our last chance race, which was on Daytona, which was truly phenomenal. By far, Jedha, Daytona, they take the cake from me, right? From a personal perspective, coming in and watching sim racing for really the first time. And it's been a blessing, it truly has been, to hear your perspectives and watch these wonderful racers. Sincerely, I'm having an incredible time. Williams on your screen, the champions, and we go into Daytona, which was just neck and neck at the beginning. We kind of talked about it, about how close, right, James, the Team Falcons were. If it wasn't for that crash out, man, they could have done it.
That's right, and the 2 Williams cars in the lead were playing it really well in the beginning, trying to gap the rest of the pack with Oliveira. The Falcons cars closed up and looked in a very strong position, like right here, they're 3rd, 5th and 6th, so they were right in it, and then the pressure cranked up with, the laps coming down and the mistake was made.
Yeah, and I think also Oliveira played it quite well. I mean, he was all alone there, but he didn't really give anything to Falcons, he didn't give anything to Williams. Of course, like I said, he was alone, but I mean, Williams executed perfectly.
Executed perfectly indeed. If it wasn't executed perfectly, they wouldn't be where they currently are, right? At least as the champions of the last chance race. It doesn't mean that the tournament gets easier for them. Actually, in fact, it gets even more difficult. In some way, there's kind of respite in being a team that's eliminated because the pressure is completely up. But for those who qualified into tomorrow's competition, well, they now have to try and get through 3 complete days, all the way to day 4, which would be our finals, and things start to get a bit intense. And I believe we have some team comms that we can also look at as well, which is great because I don't think we got any listen-ins to the actual team communications during the races themselves. For good reason. I hear it can get quite spicy, right, whenever they are communicating. But actually, let's listen in to what the teams had to say during the races.
Toby, try to have more gap.
To you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then they will not overtake.
Okay, Falcons currently P2. Bro, Kaike just literally killed us both.
Yeah, they almost killed us both.
Good.
Yeah, I will
keep Kaike in draft. Keep Kaike in draft. Pfeffer will get a penalty, Kaike. Pfeffer will get a penalty.
Yeah, so.
Can we calculate the points? Anyway, GG guys, was a good race. A bit mistakes, but for our Daytona performances, this one was the best yet.
Well, energetic as you would expect, right? Coming out from that wonderful team of Team Williams. What is the comms like as a competitor? I guess we'll start with you. What was the comms like on your team during intense moments?
I think it really depends on where you are, especially in team racing. You also always have to keep in mind your teammates are there as well. If something bad happens to you and you start, yelling and everything, it's gonna cause them to probably run into an issue as well. So I think when you're alone, it's a little bit different. I think usually we were always really cordial with each other when it was the 4 of us together.
Sure.
But yeah, when I was alone, sometimes there were some naughty words flying around.
It gets pretty brutal, doesn't it? And I feel like, I don't know, I'm trying to pin you down on the racetrack. Like, are you a brutal competitor? Can you, because you're such a nice guy, so how vicious can you be on the racetrack?
Well, I mean, I don't know really, but yeah, 100%. I'm a very selfish person when I go on the track. 100%.
As you should be.
What I like from an engineer, obviously they have the whole picture of the race and they can tell you things you wouldn't know, is I want a calm engineer, minimal words, efficient with their words, because ultimately I need to focus fully on what I'm doing.
Sure.
But I do need some information sometimes, and so yeah, that's what hopefully the engineers here are doing for their teams. I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, proper professional setups in all these teams, engineers and managers and stuff.
Which there's levels to it, right? I mean, it's not just the racers who are obviously driving to victory, it's the entire team.
Yeah, for sure. I think, the higher up you go kind of in the teams, the whole structure around it becomes better. And it's quite interesting that you say, you still said that you kind of wanted minimal words. I pretty much wanted like no words from my spotter or my engineer, unless I ask him or her something. And then, to be fair, usually I always ask quite a lot, but whenever they come from their own initiative, I was always angry.
Very interesting, very interesting. And
but it's funny because leading up to the event, in the off time, everyone's super polite to each other. You're really friendly with your engineer. In the race, if the engineer speaks when he shouldn't do, that's when you can really bite at him and swear at him and be really blunt with him, basically.
Yeah, I think it's the same for me. I think especially if they talk in the wrong moments when it's like in the braking zone or something, it's the worst. And I mean, everyone's trying their best, so after the race, I'm like, no worries, don't worry about it. Everyone knows what they
right. Personal, is it?
Exactly. But yeah, for me, it will always better just speak when spoken to.
Without a doubt. Again, you can't take things too personally when you're on the battlefield, because that's the battlefield, and it gets. I'm nasty. I'm not gonna lie. Not necessarily in sim racing, but other esports, I get pretty intense. But I'm a sweetheart outside of that, right? And speaking of sweethearts, we got Chris Todd, who had a chance to sit down with Jamie Fluke of all people. What did Jamie have to say, Todd?
Okay, I'm here with Jamie from Team MSI. Jamie, commiserations, obviously going out today. I think it's a hard question to ask, but is there anything that you guys could have done differently?
I think in preparation, definitely we could have done things a bit differently. On the day, it's always so hard to know, like, with early reflections, whether we could have done anything differently. I don't think any of us truly settled all day, and once you're on the back foot, it's so hard to reverse that momentum, and yeah, we fell short today.
So what was the mood in the camp? Because you guys couldn't do anything about it. You're already running your races, so to speak. You're sitting there watching. Give me an insight to what the mood in the camp is sitting there watching, because that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's not great. And we knew pretty quickly, like after the first race of the second group, that, okay, these guys are all like quite equal on points, that, we're in a bit of trouble here. And then I think it was actually confirmed after race 2 that we weren't going to make it. So it was pretty glum here. It's not like we had too much optimism coming off the back of it. Dinner was quiet, understandably, but I mean, we'll pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off and go again.
So what's the plan the next few days? Sit and watch the competition, sample a bit of Riyadh, maybe?
A little bit of everything. I'm probably going to bury myself into the treadmill at the hotel probably and try and run this out of my system a little bit, get a little bit of frustration out that way. But yeah, options are open. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. Obviously, like, we know so much of the grid as well. We're like maybe quite different in terms of other esports. Like, we're all quite a tight-knit community. We all sort of know each other quite well. We all generally get on quite well. I mean, there's obviously some inter-team rivalry, don't get me wrong, but we know people from other teams and we get on really well with them, and we'll cheer and support them on as well.
So maybe a bit of a harder question to close out, though, but where do you guys go from here? You've got EWC potentially coming in next year. You've got other tournaments. Like, what's the plan going forward for MSI?
That's a good question. We don't know. It's very hard for us to know at this point what the plans are moving forward. We'll see what the rest of 2025 also holds for us, and plans even within Rennsport with that. But yeah, it's a sort of an open book at this point, and we'll wait and see what the next chapter writes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jamie, and commiserations to you and your team.
Thank you, Ton. Of course, always doing great coverage out there in the Boulevard as well as with the players. Jamie Fluke trying to keep the hopes and dreams of MSI alive. He gets over aggressive and at least on Monza ends up crashing out, but you can't blame him. That was genuinely a good attempt to really go for gold, which MSI needed to. Now the question is, what does 2025 hold for MSI? Well, Jamie Fluke letting us know he doesn't really know at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I hope for sure for Jamie's sake that he keeps racing. I've been competing against Jamie for a long time. We're both pretty old in the scene, so to say. So, but I think Jamie still has a lot in him. Really great guy. I think today showed he still has everything it takes. Didn't quite go his way, but I think he made a lot of good moves. Yeah, hopefully we can see him fight another day.
Yeah, without a doubt. Talented racer, and he's not scared to go for gold when he needs to, even if it doesn't work out. Speaking of not working out, let's actually take a look at this clip. James, we had a chance to watch this live, I do believe. This is going to be Jamie Fluke going for that third position, and unfortunately it doesn't work out.
Yeah, so we tried a double overtake and broke really deep into T1, and then a bit of contact in the second part of the first chicane. Just, yeah, there you go, straight. Car comes around straight in the gravel, and yeah, in a close race like this, that's over basically.
Yeah, I think the BS car kind of like turned in a little bit too aggressive, and yeah, Jamie was just a passenger at that point. Nothing he could have done. The move was on, I think, until then, but yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
But you can't hate on it, right? I mean, he made the right play at the right time. It just unfortunately didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. He did everything right. It was a little bit unfortunate with I think the BS car that made a slight mistake, but yeah, that's the way things go in racing, right?
Yeah, well, it seems like MSI unfortunately will not be continuing. Of course, their key is going to be crushed, and I don't know who's going to be doing the crushing. I think Vitality, if I'm not mistaken, because they technically won the group that, well, they not technically, they did win the group that MSI was in, and they won it quite convincingly. And but it is unfortunate again. You never want to see teams get eliminated or leave, especially when you know that they've been waiting and practicing and racing for 2 months, right, for the R1 season. They get to this moment and they lose day one. That's the way it goes when it comes to competition. But I want to reiterate, these players, these racers are here for a reason. They are literally the best that Rennsport has to offer, and really sim racing as a whole. So with that being said, MSI, huge accomplishment that they were here, and really the same thing can be said for all the other teams, BS Competition Falcons, who unfortunately were eliminated today. But yeah, Jamie Fluke, an OG in the scene, right? Don't want to see him go, but sometimes everything has to come to an end.
Yeah, and now is probably not the time to make decisions. You've just come off a very emotional day, maybe not the result you were looking for. So I think it's best to go home, regroup, and then everyone can reassess it and see what's next. Yeah,
without a doubt. And it's no surprise. Rennsport's been growing as a scene, right? You've watched it and witnessed it from Gamers 8 to where it currently is. Even seeing that stage, it's truly spectacular. So yeah, it seems it's heartbreaking. You do take an L for this event, but the future is still bright for Rennsport and sim racing as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. It's only going to grow bigger, I believe. I think this event is testament to that. What we came from a few years ago to now is incredible progress.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's only going to continue to progress, which is exciting times. Sim racing, I think, is incredibly valuable. Actually, you owe quite a bit to sim racing for your own career.
100%. With that sim racing, I would have never really driven a proper race car, to be honest. So, yeah, and there's other drivers on the grid that have done that same journey, sim to real. But this is the other side of it, hardcore esports, pure competition, that muscle memory thing we touched on earlier. How good are you in that environment? And we're watching the best in action every day. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, man. Best in action every single day, and for the next 3 days of competition, because today, unfortunately, has come to an end, as all good things must. Still waiting, though, to see what those keys are going to be up to, because they've got to be crushed. And the question is, who's doing the crushing, and are they going to do it with a smile, right? That's the big question I have, Matt, because are they going to take pleasure in crushing those keys?
Oh yeah, surely they would. I mean, it's been a long day for them as well, so I'm sure it's blow off a little steam like that. It's good, but yeah, at least I can imagine they'll be laughing. I for sure would be really enjoying that. Crushing the key of my rifles. I can't really think that's almost as good as winning a race.
Yeah, just with your arm in the air, just yeah. Proper evil laugh, but yeah, can't wait to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. Favorite moments of the day? Does anything come to mind? I don't know which one wants to take it because there's a lot that went down today. We were looking at quite a bit. I think for me, I'll start. Honestly, has to be Falcons. I know they get eliminated, but the fact that they get third place and then go into first and Group B was as close as it was honestly wonderful to watch. Going into the final race, right, 69, 69, and 68 points respectively. It was anybody's race to win. Naturally, it ended in lap number 1 essentially for Mouse. They end up taking the victory, but that would definitely be my favorite moment. It showed how close sim racing can be. Boys, which one wants to take the next point?
Yeah, sure. So I think my favorite point of the day would probably be Benike's battle in Sector 1 of Jedha was very good. And then, yeah, when it comes to Group A, I think Vitality was just a little bit too good. They maybe ruined the fun a little bit, but I think the last 2 races we saw today were really good. All the stakes were there. Everything mattered. It came down to the wire. Couldn't have asked for more.
Mine was Hockenheim at the hairpin lap 1 when 5 cars crashed.
Yes.
That was crazy to watch.
Isn't that crazy, right?
Yeah, and it had such big repercussions as well because any of the teams could have gone through, and a moment like that decides it. So it just shows you racing can be instantaneous.
Well, even Jedha, by the way, 5 cross, because, that was also shocking to see.
The first race.
The first race of the day, which kind of showed how chaotic things were going to be. Speaking of chaotic, I think it's time to crush the keys of the 3 teams who bittersweet, because if you're a supporter of the teams doing the crushing, I guess you're going to be kind of happy. Let's check it out and see which keys are going down. Well, here it is, Williams. You see them gathering the key. They've got one of them, and they're putting it into the press. This is where, Mac, you would be laughing hysterically, going crazy and feeling good. And look at him looking on. And you've got the guy, the pallbearer on the right-hand side in the suit. The key is crushed, and that one shattered. Very rarely, Mac, do you see the key shatter.
I mean, you can see them laughing in the background. I mean, they're enjoying this. And honestly, like, now seeing it in person, I think it would really hurt me seeing my key get broken.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I'd be crying. Look, and I don't ever cry, but I am a little bit of a softie, to say the least. Buttons pressed. Other one's
Look
going
at that
down.
Stone cold face.
I know it. He doesn't care. He's like, hey, this is just the way it goes. And this one's just going to bend. Oh, do we get a bit of a snap?
Oh, it's not broken yet.
No, it's not broken yet. It's just going to stay bent like that. That's okay. And look, these keys, by the way, can be used for your own sake, for your own trophy. So if you take pleasure, truly take pleasure in beating one of these teams and eliminating them, hey, go ahead and take that key and use it for your own display.
Man, did you see the guy next to the press? The guy, the operator with the white gloves and the black suit? He was terrifying.
That's right.
But Kaki Oliveira's going to be having nightmares tonight of his key getting crushed by Tobias Pfeffer.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I might have nightmares myself. I didn't even get my key crushed, maybe in the future. But hey, Chris Todd is on site to close out the day. It's been a wonderful day, to tell you the truth. I've truly enjoyed it. Sim racing is incredible. It's so exciting. And, well, like I said, all good things must come to an end. This is one of those good things coming to an end. Chris Todd, send us out.
So there we have it. Day number 1 is done already. We have lost 3 teams out of the 9 that we had. We only have 6 teams remaining, and we're going to lose another tomorrow as well. It's just constant jeopardy, constant drama. A lot of bumps as well along the way. We've seen some crazy races today, and hopefully we get a whole load more. We get 8 races tomorrow, so we're guaranteed action here at the SNB Esports Arena in Riyadh. It has been a wonderful day number 1, and we have 3 more days remaining. How lucky are you guys to get to watch this from home, and all these guys in and around the Boulevard having a great time as well. Well, that's been it from me today. Thank you very much for joining me in sunny Saudi Arabia, but we've got 3 more days of action coming up, and we are very excited to see how things go down. Back to the studio. Hopefully you guys can close out the show very nicely.
There it is, Ton, out there on the Boulevard, which lights up at night, truly comes alive. Once the temperature goes down, everybody comes out, gathers around, and just has a good old fun time, like we did today. That's it for the last chance qualifiers. And if things start to get super serious starting tomorrow with our group play, boys, it's time to close out the show. James, let's start with you. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Great first day. Really interesting to see all the good drivers and all the good cars in action. I can't wait to see tomorrow because the competition is going to be even harder. So the lap time's going to be faster. Can't wait.
Without a doubt. And Matt, great to hear your perspectives all day long. You'll be back again tomorrow for some group play. What's your final words as we head out of here?
I think I'll have a pretty same sentiment as James. I think today was really good, but I think it's only going to get better.
Without a doubt, only better from here. This was just day one. 3 more days to go, and you can catch all the exciting Rennsport action right here. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already, whatever platform that you're watching on. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, our talent crew, our casters, our production, everybody that put this together, including the competitors, we enjoyed having you. Make sure you hit the sub button if you haven't already. Be back tomorrow because day 2 group play will continue.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.